You doing? Sweet. Talk with Chudlogic basically ASAP. And then after that's done, in maybe an hour or two, we'll move on to Discord call-ins. This is something the Discord has been asking me to do for a while now, and there are various people on there that I think would be interesting to have on for one reason or another. And after we talk with Chud's community, there is a non-insignificant portion of them that have some kind of issue with my stream or what we do on here or coverage of things. So might get a good mix of people, and I figure now would be the day to try it out. And I have some people on standby who are willing to moderate for me, so fielding questions, putting those in a chat for me, and then I'll be pulling people from one of the channels on the Discord to do that. I'll let you know more details about how to participate in that if that's something you're interested in once we get into it. But until then, I'm going to be talking with Chudlogic. And because I have started streaming so close to when I'm supposed to talk with Chudlogic, we are not having a waiting screen today, and we're jumping straight into it. So hello. Hello, party people. Hello, VOD people in particular. I do appreciate you guys. I have been reading your comments lately. I just haven't been doing the comment segment. I think what I'll do is I'll pick kind of my favorite from a few different videos and try out like a graphic format where we kind of have you know what the YouTube VOD was, and then what the comments are next to that. So look forward to that in the near future. Looks like I have a few different DMs that I'll have to look at here just real quick. One sec. One second. Okay, so there's that. Okay, just want to make sure I have all of my stuff squared away for the moderator for that conversation. I don't know if we should call him a moderator. They're more like a screener. Let me go ahead and bring up my chat in front of me so I could actually read, because I can't see on the OBS screen with that tiny little text. What is up, Kia Cat 27? Hi, Sauce Rama, and hello, hello, hello from Where's My Eyebrow? It's on your head. Presumably, unless you had some failed science experiment, in which case it might be broken down into its most basic constituents and has floated onto your ceiling. I probably want a glass of water, so I will be right back. I do have a DM from Chudlogic here already. Just need to grab water. Cool. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Again, I'm going to go grab water, and then we will get into it. I look forward to it. I'm very new to the interviewing, collabing things, so we'll see how it goes. Talk to you guys in just a second here, and I will be right back. Let me get you some music to listen to in the meantime. We'll just play a basic track from Pick to Chat. Enjoy. Of course, the mic wasn't on. Good thing I had checking levels in my list of things to do. I am back. I am ready to go. I have my fossa right here, and I will give Chud a ring. All right. Let me go ahead and call Chudlogic here and make sure I have my notes in front of me. We were muted, and now we are not muted. And I said hi to Larry Potato, but that probably didn't get through the mute. Anywho, here we go. If you have any questions, feel free to post them in the chat. I'm not principally opposed to incorporating anything you have to say, but I have plenty in my notes, so we won't be for lack of topic. Chud, of course, does not use a face cam or a face in general. He's a man of many faces, actually, none of them real. So we will not have him appearing visually, but you'll have my pretty face on the screen. Hopefully my eyes aren't too puffy. I didn't take my allergy medicine. I'm trying to get a natural immunity to the cats. I don't even know if that's possible, but Joe Rogan says that's what I should be working on to protect myself from all manner of illness, so that's what I'm up to. All right, calling Chud. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What's up?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. It's been a while. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Ready to have a little chat. It has been too long, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it has. When was the last time we talked on stream?
I can't even remember. It was a long time ago.
I think it was when I shit talked your editor and came on and talked about that. I think that was the last thing.
Oh yeah, that was a good meme.
Yeah.
Damn, it feels so long ago now, doesn't it?
Yeah. So much changes in that time. Have you had the opportunity to move house yet, or no?
Yes, I've moved. I'm in my new place. Everything's going lovely, I must say. Although, I don't know. There's not a lot going on at the moment, I feel, in the content creation world. So I'm kind of a bit like trying to find the content where I can. I feel like I'm looking for scraps of food in a bin. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, there's been a few different things. There's been, I mean, setting aside real life events, because all of those have been tragic and unfortunate. There's been Vosh recently with a kind of shift in rhetoric towards violence. There's been the Mr. Girl abuse arc. How have you liked those?
So the Vosh stuff, well, the Mr. Girl abuse arc, it's difficult because I can't watch Mr. Girl content on Twitch. They're really cracking down on that, unfortunately. So, yeah, I've not really followed that too much. Maybe you can fill me in briefly on what's going on.
Yeah.
Let's do the real doll stuff, right? He wants his missus to be a doll.
Like, in an uncharitable way, for sure. I think that's like a TLDR. I think that people have less of a problem that he wants her to like lay down there and take it, and more of a problem with the way that he spoke to her in that conversation, where like kind of criticizing her for crying, saying that she's manipulative and controlling, showing the interview on video when she said she didn't want it to be in the video and she didn't want to be in the video anymore. So that there was quite a few things where he's kind of trampling over what she's saying, twisting her words a bit, calling her controlling and abusive. And I think that's what was off-putting to people there.
Okay. And yeah, the Vosh stuff was interesting. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of what well, I don't really know what we're talking about today. I'm sure we can get to that. How are you doing? You're in, where are you at the moment? You're in Europe somewhere, right?
Yeah, I'm in Norway, and actually next next couple of weeks I'll be in the United Kingdom.
Oh damn, what are you up to over here?
I had a viewer who offered to host me there for a little bit, so I'll be in Manchester hanging out, and maybe at some point I could make my way down. I know the rail system is so there, but maybe I could make it down and visit you at some point.
Yeah, I mean, if it's possible, it's quite far away, but if you manage to make it down, we could definitely meet up. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be cool. It'd be interesting to finally put like a face to the streamer if it's possible, and then we'll not be parasocial
exactly.
anymore.
Exactly. You'd have to keep it a close secret though.
Yes. Well, you leaked today that you had a beard.
Wait, how do you know about that?
Oh, Chud, I do watch your streams.
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, I'm not surprised. They're absolute bangers every time. But yeah, okay. So what are we talking about today? You said you want to talk about some drama or something.
Yeah, so I have a ton of stuff. Like, I'm interested in hearing kind of like updated Chud's ideas about spice and content. Because, like, back
Hmm.
when we used to talk in the Mindwaves Discord all of the time, I got like early Chud's opinions on those things. And I'm interested now that you've kind of had solid footing in the space and you're doing really well with your streaming, like how that's changed at all. I think that's one thing to talk about. Another is the topic that's beat to death, but I haven't heard all of your opinions about it regarding like the future of Twitch politics or the space or whatever, or the React meta.
Yeah.
But those are definitely two huge ones, I think.
Okay. Well, this is quite interesting for me because I've definitely changed my opinion and perspectives on a lot of stuff over the last couple of years. So I can't even remember what my views were back in the Mindwaves era. But I've definitely changed. What did I say?
So what I recall was, and I don't think this much has changed. Like broad strokes, like you need to make content that is interesting to people. What people in the space seem to find interesting is the drama and is the spice. So your job and the job of other people, whether they're managing panels or hosting conversations, is to try and get that content and get that spice out of people in the best way possible, while also kind of balancing your position as the moderator or the host of those conversations. And we talked a bit about that, a bit about how educational stuff or positive content is something that people just flat out aren't interested in. And if you continue to pursue that, it's unlikely that you would grow as a streamer, because few people have done that at all and been successful. And your frustrations of people who are outside the space, who aren't hosts, who aren't doing these panels, criticizing people who are doing that. So I see a lot of these themes kind of pick up in like your modern day coverage of stuff, like when you kind of got into some trouble talking about the size of a smaller streamer, or I think the spice thing has been like a recurring theme. But it seems like you're aware of some changes. I'm curious, like, what are some things that pop out to you that you've kind of changed your mind on?
Well, I think that I'm just a bit more reckless, I would say, these days. And what I mean by that is I think even back then I had like, because there's a clip of me talking about the dangers of bringing like random people onto your stream. And it's something I would just happily do now, because I think that, and this is something I think that was kind of sold to me, and that was quite a popular narrative that was presented in the space, that if you have certain people on your stream, it's going to end in like some sort of calamitous disaster. No, I don't really feel like anyone has ever really been able to conclusively say this is what will happen, but it's just kind of vague generalities about, promoting and platforming certain people leads to certain changes, leads to certain, people believe certain things, and so on and so on and so on. And I just don't really think that's true. I think that the risks of having certain people on your stream are often massively overstated, and it more often is that people just don't want to hear certain things or don't want to contend with certain ideas on their stream. So I think I'm probably not as worried about that anymore, and I probably just have lent more into the idea. I'm quite cynical, I'll admit that I'm quite cynical about this space, and I probably even back then had some level of hope that maybe there was more that could be done to turn it into a more political venture or something, or get more people involved or whatever. But I think now I'm extremely cynical about that, based on the evidence of like what's actually happened and what was come out of this space from a political perspective. So yeah.
Kind of piggybacking off of that, when you first started out and you were thinking about getting people politically involved, what were some like solid concepts you had in mind for getting people involved? Like, what are some of the things that you wish people were doing or you wanted to do yourself?
Well, back then when I very first started, I remember I did a stream and I talked about like the future of the channel when I had like 30 viewers, or maybe like 20 viewers, even maybe even less than that. And my idea was that I would be able to get to a stage where I have got enough of a viewership that I'm earning a steady income from what I'm doing, and then I'd be able to put more time and effort into some sort of like more direct advocacy or some sort of political action, like maybe creating a guide for people of how to get involved in politics and talk about it more on stream and so on and so on and so on. And it's like people criticized Mike for this. And, I think that maybe there is some criticism somewhere. But remember Mike from PA said, I don't want to talk about local politics because people will stop tuning in.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's true. That's just true. People don't give a shit. People don't give a shit about that sort of thing. I think Mike's issue is that he tried to present it as, well, I'm talking to a bigger audience and that's more important. But that's bullshit. You don't want to risk your stream going down the toilet because you're talking about things that people aren't interested in. Especially if you rely on it for income. So I think the reality is, if you do want to focus on that, you're just going to be resigned to the fact that your channel probably isn't going to really go anywhere. And if you do talk about it and your channel is bigger, you're just going to end up cutting your viewership and hurting yourself financially. Which again, if you rely on it for your income, you're not going to want to do. Like, why would you do something which is going to mean you earn less money, unless you can afford to do that, right?
Right. Do you think...
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Like, if you make your whole stream about this boring thing that people don't want to watch, then you're kind of like handicapping your success from the outset. However, I wonder if there is an argument to be made about some kind of balance there, where like, if you're streaming 5 or 6 days a week, or in some case, like I recently talked to Zach App, he's streaming 7 days a week, 60 something hours a week. I think it was like 68 when we averaged it out. The idea of taking...
Wait, what?
Yeah, he streams a lot.
I know that person. Yeah. Jesus, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's an awful lot. So when I was talking with him about if you really want to accomplish real world change, why don't you dedicate some time to like being available via Discord and Discord DMing people and like keeping track of what they're trying to do? Like, okay, what's your zip code? Here are the 3 like places that you could volunteer near you. I'll call them and make sure that like they're ready to receive you and whatever. And on this day you can go in and I'll follow up with you the next day after that and whatever. He was talking about not having enough time for that. And then we brought up the streaming hours, and it's like, well, if you're streaming 68 hours a week, you could take 8 hours out of that, dedicate that per week to like the Discord thing, and you'd be Gucci. That's so much time to spend on Discord that I doubt you'd even hit it. So I wonder if there is an idea that like spending a stream segment every stream focused on whatever it is that you and your community are doing that are real. I wonder if that is a solution there, not focusing all of your content on that, because like you said, it'll handicap yourself. It's not what people want to watch, but like inserting it and sandwiching it between the stuff that people like. I wonder if that's where we should push people towards.
I mean, yeah, like sure. I'm sure that there's a way you could squeeze in that sort of content. I think the issue comes in when, if you're chasing, because you're incentivized to get viewers. The more viewers you have, the more money you make. Partnership is incentivized, etc., etc. I think you just end up in this cycle where every day it's about chasing the viewers and chasing the result and getting the best possible stream that you can. And I certainly found this back when I had this idea of doing this. Is when I thought about, well, when am I going to do that? It's like, well, I'm growing my channel. I want more viewers, etc., etc. And it's like, it just becomes something that's kind of a chore to do, And it's like, it's something that it might be the right thing to do to help the political side of things, but it's not necessarily going to be something that benefits your channel, right? So it becomes something that you kind of put off, and then you never end up doing it, So yeah, I don't know. I at this point, I'm just extremely black-pilled on the idea that even doing that would be worth it, because even if I did an 8-hour stream and dedicated my time to telling people how they could, do stuff in the local area, even if there was like an impact to that, like I don't even know how I'd measure that. I don't even know how I'd check if that was effective. And it just sounds fucking boring. I don't know.
Yeah.
Which is a failing on my part. I agree, I admit that, like, it's I wish I could be like, yeah, I'm going to fucking do this and spend this time doing that. But when you look at the cold light of day and it's like, well, what benefit is this bringing about? Maybe some benefit of someone doing stuff, but I don't even know if it's going to work. And I don't even know how I track the effectiveness of it. And it's kind of the fact that the biggest kind of political thing that I think has probably come as a result of this space is Destiny's canvassing, right?
Yeah.
And famously, that was, you know, a pain in the ass more than being something that he would be wanting to do again in anytime soon. Particularly after the second one for the, what was it, the Gudgel campaign, where he got kind of fucked over with people, you know, shitting on him over it.
Yeah. So to kind of break that down, like, how would you know it's effective? I think like these are the kinds of questions that I'm hearing like behind the scenes from streamers and from the people I'm talking with publicly. Like I've heard this now from you, from Zach App as well. I think taking some like basic business ideas like key performance indicators and using those to guide what you're doing is solid. So like with Zach App, he wants to do gardening stuff and he wants to help people do gardening. So maybe the number of people in a month or in a quarter that he's able to get confirmed that they have started volunteering, and maybe even the number of hours they're volunteering, or how many people have been able to start gardens or engage in like guerrilla gardening where they're dropping seed bombs locally that are like you know, plants and flowering plants and stuff like that that are good for the environment there. I think that would be his key performance indicators. And if you wanted to do something and you wanted people to volunteer in local campaigns or for local organizations, maybe you would measure it by like the number of hours that people have been putting into it. So I think figuring out a key performance indicator for that kind of project is the easier part. And then the second part, like how I would even do that, how I would go about doing that, I think a simple like 5-minute call to action, maybe 2 or 3 times a stream in between the content, where you just like go to your Discord, you talk about how people could get started in it and some success stories that are involved with it once you get the ball rolling, would probably be an easy way not to take away from your content or not to have things become boring. And you don't even necessarily need to be the one that runs it. So usually I find that with the Twitch viewers, there's a lot of free time and a lot of energy where they want to do something, but they're like chickens with their heads cut off. So they're just running around doing nothing productive, and they need somebody to kind of guide and lead them. I'd imagine if you gave somebody the task and put them in front of a spreadsheet with like Discord usernames and made them the point of contact, that it would be easy for one person in the community to keep up with these folks and make sure that they're meeting, you know, their personal obligations or their personal desires to go out and do whatever it is that you're encouraging them to do. So I think all that's possible. As far as the Destiny thing, like I think canvassing is like a really huge thing to do, especially when it's boots on the ground and you're expecting people to come out. He was doing a really hard thing. Plus he was making it super specific and super public. Like if Zach was encouraging people to do gardening, it would be difficult to like hurt Zach's operation because it would be so grassroots and so private. Like you wouldn't know the individuals unless you're a part of the organization that are helping with that stuff. So hurting the efforts, I feel like, would be a lot more difficult. And that would be the way I would see that happening. If a lot of it's private, then I think it's more difficult to hurt it. Whereas if you're a part of like a public campaign, then they have you know, a point of ingress where they can leverage whatever negative things you've been saying to hurt that campaign and by extent hurt you, right?
Yeah, I guess the thing that I think about all of this though is you have people who like they do, the thing is you don't even know their names on most of the time because they're like literal, you know, 10, 15, 20 of your Andes. And it's like they dedicate their entire streams to this sort of advocacy, or they claim to do all of this stuff. And it's like, even with that dedicated audience, I wonder what percentage of their audience actually does stuff. And like, would that flip over to like a political audience if you did it with a political audience? I don't know. I mean, at this point, I feel super cynical about all of it. So it's just like, I don't know. I just think it's all a waste of time.
Yeah, I think, and I don't blame
and I don't
you.
know how to get out of that. I don't know how to fucking get out of that. You know, and I think, right, we've got 2 years, you know, two years, 6 months I've been involved in all of this shit, right? And it's like, you can count on 2 hands the number of like meaningful political action that's occurred as a result of this that isn't just fucking, in my opinion, larpy shit. So, you know, I can't help but just feel cynical about the idea that this space is anything beyond just an entertainment hub for people who want to have politically themed entertainment content.
Yeah, like We're returning to like when people try and like make it their whole stream, they do run into problems with it, and it is going to tank their stream. And I think that that's probably the idea that like we need to move away from, is the idea that like you'll make it your entire stream or whatever, because then you're just going to tank your stream. I think what's a lot easier is like what I was saying earlier with like little 5-minute calls to action. Like we already.
Sure, but the thing is, would the 5-minute calls to action do anything? And yeah, I know you can just say, well, just try it and see what happens. I just think to like sponsorships I've done where the call to action is like really fucking simple. It's literally download this game and play it for a bit. And it, you know, you've got 300, 400 viewers, and it's like, you know, 1, 2, 3, like, you know, over a course of a stream, you'll have 20, 30 people say do it. And that's like you know, that's just asking someone to download a game by scanning a QR code on the screen. With this, you're doing only a 5-minute call to action, and what you're asking of them is to, I mean, I don't know exactly, but what, sign up with some local organization to get off your ass and go and do some shit in the real world. You know, it seems like, I don't know, maybe I'm just too black-pilled, but it seems like a big ask that is going to like have a meaningful impact on people actually doing stuff. Or we were going to be sat there going, oh God, he's doing his thing about fucking going and doing some shit. I'll just wait till he's finished. And then we go back to the content, you know? And the thing is as well, if it was such a good idea, why aren't loads of big streamers doing it? Why do no big political streamers do this shit? You know, why is it all just content?
Yeah. So I guess to break that down.
Sorry to be so cynical.
No,
but I don't know. I'm being honest. I'm being honest about my feelings. Okay.
Yeah. I guess maybe it's helpful to substitute some of my own experiences. So like when I do the calls to action about traveling and about like, hey, could you host me? That is a huge ask for people. But I've managed to, with every single Europe trip, book enough people to basically, if I really wanted to, do that the entire trip. You know, logistically, it's not always possible to do that because it doesn't make sense to go spend like 3 or 4 days here and then jump across the entire continent over to here, and like timing and stuff doesn't always work out. But like that is a huge ask, and a lot of people are willing to do that. And I think a lot of people are really willing to do political action as well. And to the point about the viewership and stuff, yeah, there are going to be some people that want to tune out from it and they wait till you're done. Granted, they don't have to wait very long if it's a 5-minute thing, but there will also be a non-insignificant number of people who might stick around for your content specifically because it's something you're doing in the background. Like, I think that you mentioned the canvassing in Georgia. That was quite some time ago, and Steven is still writing that kind of good PR from that for quite a while. And same with maybe Vosh doing charity streams, and even Hassan viewers talking about the charity work that Hassan has done. So I think it could actually be good for your brand as well. And as far as why don't the big streamers do this and stuff, I just don't think there's a lot of good examples of people doing it, which is why like we just kind of have to start doing it. Like I'm trying to do that now with like the BIA, this kind of organization in the Discord where I'm having people help me like write stories and do research and teach them like how I would do that if I was writing a paper or something, how to check sources, how to form arguments that are only based on what it is that you're watching or what it is that you're listening to or reading. And I've seen a lot of success in that as well. And I think if, it's not going to be for everybody, but if you're getting like 5 or 6 people, presumably, maybe we lean towards 5 as like, a conservative estimate. If you're getting 5 people to start volunteering on a regular basis every single month, I think that's huge, like, especially with our audience sizes. And, I think that there is an itch in a lot of us to do something more with this so we don't feel black-pilled like you do now. And, if 5 viewers a month, that's, 60 in a year that you get to habitually or, once every quarter to do volunteering. I think that's really big, and that could have an impact both like on your brand and maybe on you personally. And it can make you feel better about everything that you're doing. So that's kind of my thinking there.
So the thing is, because that's like you said about, your thing is you get people to kind of host you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that the issue there is that if you ask someone to host you, they're getting something out of the transaction too, in that they're able to hang out with you, Mr. Streamer Man, right? So there's quite a big, I guess, reward for the person that would say yes to that. And I think that's going to motivate people to do that more so than just saying, hey, go and give up your time for free to feel good about yourself.
Yeah, and you could definitely rework your call to action and what you're offering with the volunteer thing to make up for that, right? So like if you had a once a week Discord thing where for an hour or two you bring in the people who are confirmed to have volunteered into like a Discord call where they can talk with you, that hour of your time and those 5 minute segments could really be worth it, and that could maybe shift the balance for people, because then they'll get that personal interaction with you if that's the currency there. Though to be fair, a good number of my hosts have invited me over when they're like working a lot or they're not home. So like right now in Norway, my host is gone for 2 weeks and he left me with the house. We're probably going to hang out for maybe a maximum of like 4 days or something like that during the whole stay. So it's definitely an incentive for people, but people are still doing other things that kind of go against that idea as well.
I see someone in chat saying, does Bookie think he's going to get tried to do something like that? I think we're just talking about ideas. I don't know if this is like an intervention or anything, but it's just talking about ideas, I think. No, that's interesting. So, like, yeah, some people just, are these people that are like big in your community, or like how does it work?
Actually, the funny part is a lot of them are either VOD watchers or they don't watch anymore. Like my current host is like, I'll be honest, I don't really watch much anymore because I've started doing stuff for like the Red Cross and whatever. He's an older guy, but in part because of stream and in part because of personal stuff in his life, he decided that he was going to start doing training and stuff to volunteer for the Red Cross, and that's taken up so much of his time that he hasn't really spent a lot of time on the stream. So and I'd say that most, maybe like 80 or 90% of the people that have hosted me don't watch regularly, or if they do, it's in VODs. So I was surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe there's a way. I just, yeah, there's like an absolute shroud of cynicism that exists in my head over this topic, and some people really fucking criticize me for it, and it's just like, I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know what to say anymore. It is what it is in my head. But
well, like you were saying earlier with that chatter, like I don't think the point of this is to convert you. If anything, I want to try bouncing these ideas off of more people so that I can understand better, like, what are the barriers to that, like mentally, emotionally, whatever. Why are the reasons that we don't see more streamers doing it? And if it's something like, oh, well, if my whole content was that, then my channel would fall apart. Like, okay, well, there's easy counter arguments to that. Or if it's like, oh, it would take too much of my time. Well, if you stream over 250 hours a month, then you seem to have plenty of time to dedicate to this. Or, if it's about the money or something like that, like, oh, well, we can reduce the amount of time it takes up on your stream. So the point of this is more so to get ideas from somebody who is black-pilled about this. Like, I'm just interested in your perspective. And if you end up doing it, that's rad, but definitely not like the intent here.
yeah, I think the other thing as well that I found is like, it could be like frustrating sometimes, especially when you're the topic of conversation. But I enjoy talking about and covering drama as well. And it's like, I think that one aspect of it, and I imagine even people like Hassan and Vosh and others probably feel the same, but it's like you want to talk about what you want to talk about. Like the whole point of someone becoming a content creator is that you have that flexibility to kind of do what you want to do with your platform and do what you want to do with your time at work, so to speak. So the idea that you have to kind of do something that maybe is a bit more like a chore and not as fun to do, maybe that's a barrier too. You just kind of, oh, fucking hell. I know there's stuff that I should need to do. I need to sort out, which I just kind of put off because I can't be fucked to do it. I'd rather just find some new funny drama to talk about, or, look at Twitter and see what's going on there, when really there's something you should be focused on.
Yeah.
So procrastination can be an issue there as well, I think.
Yeah. And one thing I've been considering to help with a lot of this is make the systems so that they're kind of plug and play for different streamers, depending on what it is that they want to do. And maybe even start like a separate Discord server where like I will help find people from my community that are willing to help with the project, and you could find people in your community willing to help with the project, and we funnel them all into like the same kind of point of contact where it's like, okay, message this Discord account, tell them what community you're from and what it is that you want to do, and then we'll have like maybe a handful of people who can respond on that account and respond to these people or respond in that server. So like I think there are solutions for all of these problems. It's more so right now about like identifying what those hurdles are. But yeah, like you said, it could be boring, it could be a chore, but and you don't have to answer this honestly because I know they are your sponsors, but I also think it's a bit boring and a bit of a chore to have to do these sponsor plugs and stuff as well. And you do it because you want money, and that's going to be the incentive there. But on the flip side, I think people would be willing to dedicate like a 5-minute call to action because it feels good, or it's something where like it is the good that a lot of us thought we were going to do when we started streaming, and we just haven't done it, either because of procrastination or because we were black-pilled or whatever else. And I think that that can be fulfilling in and of itself. And we do already do stuff that's like boring on stream, or is stuff that we don't want to do. Like we're constantly making compromises in our content, even if it's broadly speaking like hour per hour what it is that we want to cover.
I guess that's such a lovely idea. There's a couple of things I'm going to say. I'm just going to be super cynical, okay? It is what it is.
I love it.
So the first thing, in regards to the Discord thing, the first thing I just think about that is, you know, I'm sorry to be the old man saying shit, okay? But that's the way I feel. I've seen it all before, okay? I've seen the Discords. Oh, we're going to organize this. Oh, we're going to organize that. And, you know, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed going into them when I first started, like, oh, yeah, let's go. We're going to do something here. And you just see it all start to fritter away. And then the second time, and then the third time, and the fourth time. And you just get to the point. And this is the thing I think people don't see, is you don't see behind the scenes. And you don't see the kind of, like, the crumbling away of that eagerness that occurs as you just see each subsequent thing happen again and again and again and again, you know? And it's just like, to hear someone say, well, you just start a Discord and you get people in that. I'm like, yeah, great idea. But in practice, in my experience, it tends to be that those things just sort of fritter away into nothing as people get bored and fuck off. So I guess if I want to be positive, okay, the thing that I'd have to say is like, well, what do we learn from the mistakes? What do we learn from the issues, et cetera, et cetera? And what I keep coming back to is that is not what people are here for on the whole. So the amount of people that are in for that are minimal. There's people that might think they're into it and try it and then get bored and fuck off. And then you're left with a few people who maybe really are feeling it, but they just end up fucking off as well because they realize no one's really that interested in doing that in this space. So yeah, I don't know. It feels like there's a big problem of like the kind of it's kind of all been done before. And the other thing as well in regards to the sponsorship thing is it a chore to tell people to download some fucking mobile game? Yes, it is. However, I'm getting paid fucking, you know, a 4-figure amount of a reasonable amount to do it. So there's a big incentive for me to fucking keep doing it until I hit the goal. Whereas, and also it's very obvious. So I say, download the game. Another person downloads the game. Bang, it pops up on the thing. Fantastic. Keep going. I've got a goal that I can track, you know? So that's something for me, having worked in sales, that I can look at very closely and deal with, and it makes sense to me. But then when it's just like, hey, go and volunteer, good luck, and then there's nothing to demonstrate that you're moving towards something, yeah, it just doesn't have the same feeling, you know?
Yeah, for sure. When you're talking about this frittering away, you're talking about like people over time drop into and out of doing the volunteer thing. Am I understanding that right? Or is it that streamers end up dropping it?
Well, okay. I'll give you a real life example, okay? So that we had this thing. This was back. Oh my God, it's so cringe to think about now. We had this thing back when I first started, okay? It was called Rev Team or Rev Team 7 or something like that, right? And it was like, oh yeah, all these content creators are going to get together and we're going to have this little group and we're going to support each other. And we're going to do content about the Rev Team. We're going to have a little theme song and all this shit. And there was like these content creators in the Discord. Everyone was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, okay? And they were like, oh yeah, let's fucking do this. They're in the Discord talking all the time, communicating ideas, stuff like that. And then there was like some drama and someone got kicked out for being a transphobe or some shit. And then there was some more drama and someone else got kicked out. And then, you know, people get less interested and this person leaves, that person leaves. And before you know it, you got a Discord with like 3 people in it. No one's interested anymore. And it ends up getting shut down. And that's content creators. You know, that's content creators. People have got something of a vested interest in getting involved in this sort of thing to boost their content or whatever. And then it just ends up frittering away to nothing. And I just feel like, you know, having that with just viewers, it tends to be even worse in my experience, you know? It's just, I don't know, that's what I mean. It just kind of, people just leave and, you know, you don't replenish the people and people lose interest and they just fuck off and go back to watching some Bloodsport shit.
I gotcha. Okay. And I don't want you to think that you're turning me off or anything by telling me these things, because I am here to hear them. Like when I hear this, my optimistic brain is thinking, well, this is like a bounce problem. Like people are bouncing from what you're asking them to do. And the solution there would be to figure out why it is that they're bouncing, right? So if it's streamers figuring out why they stopped engaging with the project, if it's they stop engaging with the project because there isn't clear direction on actually accomplishing things. And while it was fun to talk about ideas for like a month straight, it's no different than talking about the ideas on your stream. So it felt like a waste of time or energy. Or if it's something like, oh, well, I have no clear indication that this is actually converting people to be volunteers or accomplishing anything, then you would make clear to different streamers what it is that you are accomplishing every single week or every single month or every quarter. And that could help with that. But yeah, I see these problems as things to be solved and not necessarily like the death of the thing. But that's because I'm a bit more optimistic after seeing success in my community and in Steven's and in others, where I'm like, okay, well, I think that like if we could even get 1 or 2 people to start doing it or to become regular members from each individual channel, that could be huge. Because if we get 5 streamers together, that's like 10 people, and 10 more people volunteering is a hell of a lot better than the 0 that would have existed without it, right?
Hang on a sec. What's happening in Destiny's community?
Oh, I mean like his efforts at like IRL organization and stuff like that. Or like Vosh's with charity.
What's going on with that now, though? Does that not have the same frittering away effects? I mean, I'm sure, you know, I'm not trying to denigrate anyone. I'm sure there's some people as well that have kept going with their organizing or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to denigrate anyone, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know if there's like a massive thing in Destiny's community of people organizing on a political level. Is there?
There are some people that kept going after Georgia that I've kept in contact with, but it's not made to be a focal point of the stream. And Steven has kind of moved away from organizing it. And so I think like at the top level of things that need to be done, you have to have some people involved that are willing to commit for like a year straight before reevaluating it. And that's a position where I'm willing to occupy it, because like I've already done this stuff. So for me, it's like, well, adding 1 more Discord to like my list of to-dos every single day to like manage doesn't seem like it would be all that big of an ask in terms of hours of work per week. But yeah, I think the streamer losing interest in it, and we talked before about why that failed, like the kind of public facing and linking yourself up with a campaign let people kind of put a wedge there. And if they could put pressure on the Gudgel campaign or Mark Gudgel in particular, then that was their way of kind of destroying the entire thing. We talked how like Zach App or some other people, if you're focused on in private getting these people to do volunteering stuff and keeping up with them and figuring out what the hours they're doing or getting them to take pictures of what it is that they're doing so you could share those in these calls to action, that would be a simple way of kind of getting around that problem.
Okay, so I think that I mean, listen, it's difficult enough to manage my own Discord. I'm trying to restructure my mod team so I don't have to take any sort of direct role in managing day-to-day affairs, because it's a fucking nightmare. So, you know, managing a whole other Discord just seems like I mean, you'd have to have people that you really trust in there, I think.
Yeah, 100%. And if you don't have that figured out already, you probably wouldn't be the one that would be in charge of organizing the Discord. But if you were cool with doing a call to action for like 5 minutes on your stream, and I could get you bought into that, if I was running the Discord with maybe some of the same mod team that I found success with in the last 2 years on my Discord, then like I could definitely solve that problem in a way that maybe you would not be able to. So we would kind of figure out what the strengths and weaknesses are and operate off of those, I would think.
Okay. I just think you're really fucking naive. I'm sorry to feel if that sounds mean. I don't mean it to be. I'm sure I sound really fucking cynical. But like, yeah, I hear all this stuff and I'm just like, okay, like, yeah, this is not gonna fucking happen.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like pie in the sky. Like, if this was all such a fucking great idea, why is it not happening en masse already? It's because there aren't that many people that are interested in that.
Yeah.
And they just want to watch people fucking tear strips out of each other, or whatever drama's popping off. I don't know.
I think there's a lot of reasons why it doesn't work, and you're acutely aware of a lot of them. Like, you make your entire stream about this, you're going to lose your viewership and you're going to lose the kind of leverage on communities that would have allowed you to do this thing in the first place. You make it publicly about a single campaign and you allow people to kind of ruin that by simply trolling the one thing that you're trying to do. If you don't keep up with it, or you don't have leadership that keeps up with it, it's going to fall apart. If you don't have a clear like outline of what it is that you're trying to accomplish and you're not keeping up with those numbers, it's going to fall apart. If you don't have people that are managing a Discord properly and like religiously, it will fall apart, and you're not, and so I think all these problems are real, and you've seen time and time again why these things have failed for different reasons. And I just think that like somebody just has to dedicate the time to fixing them. And I'm not saying it needs to be the other streamers. What I'm thinking at this point is like, I would be willing to take a swing at it. And if it doesn't work, then I can be blackpilled like you too. But if it does work, and we do, and I do see the same success I've seen with like other stuff, like that's why it's not as pie in the sky to me, because I've done this with other things and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I have some hope here, because when I look at other things that I've tried to do along the same veins, they have been successful, even recent things that I've tried to do. And that's the reason why I'm considering it now, whereas I didn't before. For all the reasons that you mentioned. I used to be way more black-pilled, similar to you.
Okay, well, look, let's bring up the temperature of positivity in the conversation. Tell me about the success you're talking about. What are we dealing with?
Yeah. So the host thing that I mentioned before, I was shocked at just how many people all over the world have made these offers.
Okay, I'm sorry. Right, listen, we're gonna have to cut to the chase on this bullshit. You can't use the hosting as an example. Okay, it's not the same thing, right? You saying, "Can I stay with you?" and someone going, "Yeah, sure, sounds good," is not the same as getting someone to do some fucking charity work or whatever. Okay.
Fair enough. Let's move to the other one. So recently, I think in the last maybe 2 or 3 months, I've been working on this thing called the BIA, the Booksmarts Intelligence Agency, where we have people open source and contribute to stories and research around a lot of different topics, ranging from like things about the Supreme Court and Roe v. Wade, all the way to drama stories, like you said. So getting people who are interested in drama to help make sure that the drama content they want covered is on the stream. Prior to that, I had the transcribing and the commenting efforts with a lot of my reviews, and that was relatively successful. And then right now, and what's finally coming to fruition for me, another really good project has been the BGG website. All of these things had stumbles in the very beginning, but it was through like figuring out what the problems were and working those out with people, where like now I'm managing teams where if we were add up all the people, we're at maybe 20 to 30 different people, and it's going relatively smoothly. So those are maybe 3 good examples of where I've seen that success. Are any of those off the table?
We've got a bit of a problem here, my friend.
Sure.
Okay. The problem is you benefit directly from these things. If you've got a bunch of people doing shit for you for free for research, you're benefiting from that, right?
Yeah. And
so,
and like
right,
we talked
but that's
about,
not the same thing, because that's not the same thing as what we're talking about, is it? If you're benefiting from it, yeah, you're fucking incentivized to make it good so that you can benefit more.
Yeah. I don't know if this point got across when I mentioned it earlier, but like the benefit for me personally in starting something like this would be like feeling like there's some purpose to the streaming stuff that I'm doing, kind of like filling a void that hasn't been filled there for activism and stuff like that, like making use of these people that they're politically educated, they're politically motivated. It's just they're not taking the next steps to doing something. And that would be like an interesting problem for me to tackle. So that's kind of the incentive there for me. But when I'm looking at something like the drama stuff, like there have been plenty of projects we've worked on that don't come to fruition and don't end up giving me the benefit, though I am incentivized to do them. Same with BGG. That's been like, I think at this point, maybe a multi-year endeavor where I learned a lot in the first couple of times where it failed. And then, there is the ultimate incentive of the website at the end, but I'm not seeing that for like quite some time. And even once I get it, it's not like an immediate, like super positive thing relative to the hours that were put into it. It's more so like a learning process, because I'm interested in like learning how to organize people and learning how to manage. And like, that was the kind of stuff that I worked in academia in, like before I did streaming. And so that a lot of this is just personal interest in like learning how to do that stuff. Does that make any sense? Or
it does make sense.
Oh.
Okay. So there's a few things. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really enjoying this conversation, by the way, even though I'm getting a bit heated. All right. So the first point, I think, is that one big issue that I have is that I don't like the idea of asking people to do shit for me for free. And it's probably why there's a few issues with certain aspects of like what's going on. So like, I have always made sure that if I ask someone to do something specific for me, I always make sure that they're paid. With like moderators, it's kind of begrudgingly on my part, like, look, it's a fucking, I'll give you a moderator thing. I won't ask anything of you. Just turn up and moderate sometimes, like that's basically it. But you won't get paid. It's an optional thing, But the issue that you've got there is like, I kind of do that, and people accept it's a role where it's a man, they don't have to turn up, they can just come sometimes and stuff like that. But the idea of asking people to go beyond that and to like do a level of research and stuff, like if I'm going to benefit in some way, I'd find it very difficult to ask that of people, to be like, oh, can you do a bunch of shit for me for free so that I can have more research for my stream. And that's not a criticism of you. That's that's my own personal views about asking people to engage in a form of labor that ends up financially benefiting me. I find that to be at the very low level somewhat acceptable with like a moderator, but when it comes to beyond that, to say research, I wouldn't be able to do that ethically in my own mind unless I paid them to do it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And like,
how do you have an issue with that, or are you just kind of like, well, if they want to do it, let them do it?
I think so I'm a capitalist, and I haven't had problems with that too much with the other stuff that I've been working on, because I just have a similar approach to you. Like, I can't force you to do this stuff. If you want to volunteer and you want to help out with it, if you're personally interested in doing it, if you're like a lot of the coding people on the BGG team, they're interested in seeing, like, we even have people that used to work at Twitch. They're kind of just interested in seeing if they were to recreate something like DGG or something like a Twitch chat, what would go into it and how would they add certain features and stuff that they would like. And beyond that, some of them want this as a reference on their resume or something like that, to say that they worked on this project, have it be up and be public, and then that's something that they can have in their resume. So that's another thing that I've learned is helpful to people, is like when they need to do a required...
So putting them in CV exposure, is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that's one solid one. Although I have a lot less of these problems, and we're talking about something that is all around volunteering, which is where I think you would have less of those problems. So like, if the whole goal of the entire project is to get more people to spend more hours volunteering in their communities or on the stuff that they're interested in, or the stuff that you're interested in as a streamer, I think that's a way easier sell, because you're not, like you said before, you're not kind of doing it to pad your own pocketbook. You're not doing it to make a bunch of money off of the stream. You're helping people to do things they already wanted to do in their volunteer efforts that in no way come back to you at all. Only insofar as like you enjoy the idea of getting more people to volunteer, or you enjoy the idea of like making that a part of your community or a part of what you do with streaming, and you get to tickle that itch of doing something that you know is good, like wholeheartedly. Does that track?
I mean, I just the way I look at it is, when it comes to like moderators, that's very limited. What they just have to hang. If they hang around and chat a lot and are there to ban someone if they say the N-word, then great. But I think anything where someone has to take an amount of time to do something that they wouldn't like normally be doing, because I guess one question in this is like, you're saying it doesn't financially benefit you, but say the booksmarts.twitch thing. Like, even though now it doesn't financially benefit you, eventually it may reach a point where you're going to be making some money off of subs or something, surely.
Like subs in relation to what? Like subs during the segment where we talk about it?
Well, okay, on your Booksmarts website, is there a way that people can give you money?
There will be, yeah.
Right. So people are people are coding a website that will inevitably mean you make money off of it, right?
Oh yeah.
And people will have done that, and you won't have paid them for it, that have volunteered to do it, right?
Yep.
Okay, well that's fundamentally against what I believe, and I couldn't do that.
Yeah, fair
I wouldn't
enough.
be able to ask people of that.
And
that seems very unethical to me.
Sure.
But I don't want to turn this into, if you want to do that, that's up to you. But to me, I just would be like, no, I can't ask someone to engage in labor that would end in me making money and not pay them for that. That seems crazy to me.
1 sec. So yes, but the ask here wouldn't be for you to have volunteer devs working on a project where you're going to make money off of a website, right? Like to refocus on the volunteer thing, which is
sure.
Yeah. Do you have any like ethical qualms with the volunteer thing in particular?
Well, in terms of like asking someone to volunteer to something that is just like, hey, you should go and volunteer in your local area, here's how you can do it, there's not an ethical qualm there. I think everyone knows what's going on, and I'm not financially benefiting from that, so yeah, that's a different thing.
Cool.
So yeah, but I don't know, but the problem comes in anything beyond that, anything that is more involved. Even if I said, say, a Discord that was being run that was about some sort of like organizational thing, and someone had to dedicatedly run that. I mean, if it's just for charity stuff or whatever, then yeah, that's fine. That can all be volunteer stuff. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. And if that's the case, so you wouldn't have any qualms about the volunteer thing in particular, then that's one positive, optimistic thing from Chudlogic about the what might be a project. Because then it wouldn't be something that you would be ethically opposed to necessarily, because it would be people volunteering. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't try to like convince you to do like your own GG where you have devs volunteering time to that. Like, I now knowing this about your ethical framework, and I knew about it before, frankly, and I do know the exception that you make for the moderators, but still, like that definitely wouldn't be the ask of you, just to be clear.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm sorry. I was just interested in your views on it, but it seems like you're kind of like, well, if you're going to volunteer, let's fucking go. I in some ways, I wish I could think like that, because it would make my life a lot easier. But
yeah, if you want,
yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you wanted me to talk more about that, I could, if that's something that interests you.
No. I don't want this to turn into like some sort of debate about the ethics of asking people to do shit for you. It's just, I don't know, it's just interesting that you've got that kind of viewpoint on it,
Yeah, like, and it doesn't need to be a debate. Like, I think you said your position on it. Like my position is just like, I'm not forcing anybody to do it. It's completely voluntary. People can drop in and out of the project as they have time. Like, many a week, people have been like, yo, I got something going on this week and I don't have time for this project. Or we've had people that have been like lead devs on the project who've been like, oh, this is too much and I can't do it and whatever. And like, that's totally fine. Like, I don't blame and shame those people or anything like that. In terms of like why I'm okay with like using the labor for that or whatever, or even asking in the first place, it's because like volunteering in particular, I don't see too much of a problem with when it's something that those people also want to happen, and it wouldn't have happened if left to my own devices. So like there's no way in hell I could learn all the coding and write like my own GG. And so if it were not for the volunteer work of these people, it would not exist. However, if I was having people volunteer by buying and printing t-shirts that I was going to sell, it's like, well, you could do your own t-shirt thing. And you're having me do this thing where like basically the primary purpose of it is to make you money and whatever. And there isn't really a benefit to me. Like I could Hassan it and give them like t-shirts and say that I've given them the means or whatever, I'm not sure. Or I could buy them the screen printer, might be a more apt example. Those I would be kind of more cautious about. But when there's a clear benefit for the other person and they want to help with something, then I'm not opposed to it. I think what might be more ethically dubious, in my opinion, is like I've had one person in particular who reached out and they were like, hey, I need to do this internship thing for like my like art course in college, and rather than going out and like finding a job and whatever, I figured I could do that with you and be able to get through the semester and get my internship hours in and whatever. And between you and me, we definitely conflated a lot of the hours there and whatever. And I wrote them like a super stellar reference letter and logs and whatever of all the time that they had spent. But we did accurately like itemize all the stuff that they had done. But, that they had problems with the way that the stream looked. They didn't like the waiting screen and how ugly it was. They thought that there was more that could be done with it. And I let them basically take like a lot of creative control over whatever it is that they wanted to develop or work on. I gave them like a list of things that could be done or a list of ideas. And then they picked whatever would help them like learn about animation software or learn about this or learn about that, like they would at a normal internship, except it was like, a buffet table where they get to pick what it is that they want to do. But I guess that would, in my mind, be more ethically dubious than the BGG website. And those things actually don't have an immediate like economic benefit to me, but it felt weird having an intern for the first time. So there was that.
Right, so these people are basically like it's like more of an unpaid intern type situation. Is that
Exactly.
what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's probably the better way to put it, right? Because volunteer suggests it's for some charitable endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
That's been a bit picky, I guess. But yeah, unpaid internship, I think, makes more sense to me. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, listen, I feel bad. I'm not trying to like have a go at you or anything. We got different views on it, I guess.
No, I actually, in case it's not clear through my tone or whatever, I got no problem with any of this. I felt more uncomfortable arguing with you about plenty of other topics we've argued about. Like, this one's fine to me. Like, it's interesting to hear your perspective and learn more about it and then just provide mine. It doesn't feel like we're arguing a ton. To me, this feels casual, but if you feel like it's more hostile, like just
no, not at all. I'm fine. I just want to make sure. But the thing is that it's difficult to figure out in my own head. Is like, why do I? Because there isn't a person out there you could find that would say that I asked them to do something and didn't pay them what they wanted for it. And I wonder, do I stick to it so closely because this is something that I genuinely believe and I genuinely want to stick to it? But how much of that is influenced by the court of public opinion? Because having seen what happened to Hassan and knowing what happened, I am like terrified of that sort of shit happening to me. So how much of it is genuine held belief and how much of that is fear? Like, I don't even know how I'd be able to figure that out.
Yeah. I guess you got to justify it based on what you're giving back to people. And I think maybe what I would say is like, what's given back to people isn't always monetary. And I don't think it always needs to be monetary. Like in the case of the internship, they needed the hours. They didn't have, from my understanding, a ton of other options where they could have gotten the internship. They were doing a little bit last minute. And so, they got what they wanted out of it. I helped them with all the forms and all the logs and stuff that they had to do. With the BGG people, they're interested in the technology and they wanted to learn more about it, or they wanted to have a reference that they could use in their CV. So in their case, that's what they would get out of it. I think focusing on what people are getting out of it and then comparing that to the hours that they're working and just considering that it doesn't always need to be a monetary benefit to people, like how in volunteering, you know, an organization might be making money off of their charity drives or donations or things like that, and that money is going to people that run the organization, but it's not necessarily going to the volunteers. The volunteers are getting their own thing out of it, I suppose.
Okay. Well, that's I don't know what else to say. Okay, well let's move on to another topic, I guess, another element of this.
Yeah, sure.
You said you had some stuff.
Yeah, we could go into the Vosh stuff recently. If you want to go back to your Spice, we could talk about Spice more generally, the future of Twitch politics, or you could talk about your long-term goals if you wanted a more adjacent topic to this, but I doubt it.
Yeah, well, we can talk about the Vosh stuff. I mean, I actually had a bit of drama with Vosh recently.
What happened?
Yeah, it was very minor. Basically, my editor put a thumbnail out which said Vosh Vosh advocates for Republican genocide, and it was like a very spicy presentation. And Vosh messaged me and was like, "I'm a bit confused about your recent video." It was, you know, kind of like, you know, friendly, but like, what's going on? And I looked at it because I was kind of on a holiday, so to speak, and I was like, yeah, this isn't like I thought. This isn't even accurate of what I thought about the video. Like, my issue is that he's saying there is an LGBT genocide and we should engage in some form of violence or whatever to deal with that. That was my issue. I don't think he was calling for Republican genocide. He was doing a bit of like wink, wink, nod, nod, you know, Republican senators, like, you know, but I don't think it was explicit like enough to say that in the video. So, and then his fucking subreddit was popping off about it as well. So I ended up just messaging DK and saying, look, man, you got to roll back the spice a little bit on that. I don't think that's really accurate. And it got changed and everything was cool. And I just said to Vosh, yeah, my editor went ahead with that and not really what I would have put it as. And that was kind of it settled, really. And it's funny because like a lot of the comments in the Reddit were like, oh, Chud's just a drama guy, like having a go at me. And it's like the way I dealt with it was like to not farm drama at all, because that really isn't necessarily what I want to always do. Like, I could have dealt with it in a way to just maximize how much drama there was around it and just been like, made a video like, fuck you, Vosh, and this is true and you want this and blah, blah, blah. But I just think I couldn't do it because it didn't seem genuine, you know? So that was kind of it.
So then I guess just to be clear, you don't think that Vosh is advocating for Republican genocide?
No, I don't think he's. I think that what he's the worst he's doing is with a bit of a wink and a nudge, talking about like hurting Republican people as like a form of self-defense, almost like they're coming for us. We're going to fuck them up first. I think beyond that, it was, you know. My biggest issue with it is I just think he's making claims which aren't true. Like when he's talking about how there is, or on the precipice or whatever language he uses, of a genocide of LGBT people. I just don't think that's true. I'm very skeptical about that claim. And I don't think he's supplied enough kind of evidence or you know, aside from pointing to some shitty bills that are going through, I don't think he's really supplied much evidence to really suggest this is happening. Particularly if you look in America now, I'm sure that most of it is all pride based, like, you know, people probably are worst maybe cynical about it, or worse than that, homophobic. But generally speaking, the fact that the country is celebrating pride is probably a good sign that there isn't like an imminent LGBT genocide. I don't know.
Okay. And where do you think the issue is coming from on like the messaging here for him? Because a lot of people do seem to think that's what he's advocating for. I think even Steven has said something close to as much, if not that exactly. Like, where do you think this is coming from?
I think that I think what it is like there is. I think that people find, obviously there's a level of hyperbole that all streamers have. But I think fundamentally what it comes down to is I think sometimes we find it difficult to say that bad things are happening without going to extremities. So we can't just say, you know, these bills are going through, and it's pretty troubling that these are on the table and that there's these kind of sentiments that are cropping up. You know, that's not juicy enough, or that's not like strong enough to really say that how bad this is. So you maybe take it a bit further, Before you know it, you're talking about Nazis and genocide. And it's like, you know, there's probably somewhere in between everything's fine and Nazi genocide shit that you can come to highlight how bad and severe this is. And I think the other thing that as well is like, and this kind of links into my other beliefs, but it's like, what's it all in purpose of? Because what, aside from voting at the next election, what action can you take? And I guess maybe that's the other problem, is like a lack of like power or control over it. So you kind of just say the best thing you can think of, which is, I don't know, get a gun and, you know, protect yourself, you know, which is kind of just general good advice, I guess. But like, what more can you do, really? Like, there isn't really anything you can do, unless you want to talk about some sort of more radical action, which Vosh kind of hints at, but doesn't really fully go on board with. So yeah, I don't, there isn't really much you can do, is there?
Yeah. And like, we're kind of hitting on why I want to try out this other project about the volunteering and stuff, is because like, if we had like people that were good organizers and stuff like that, we would have an alternative that isn't like get guns and, you know, pray for the best because the country's going downhill or whatever. Like, I think we have a lot of inspirational people that we've kind of turned our head away from for one reason or another, whether it's counterpoints in his mutual aid type stuff, or it's Riley Grace Rochon going to, you know, the things that are happening about laws in Maryland, or these other people. Like, there are other things we could do, but they're not pretty on stream and they don't get you the clicks and the views and whatever. So they're definitely less enticing. And if other people haven't figured out how to do it, then it's not really a tool in your toolkit. You'd have to forge it yourself, and that's not worth the effort for a lot of people. So yeah, it's just the direction it goes with the kind of state of things right now, is there isn't like immediate stuff that that you could do, for sure. But like you said, I think go in the hyperbolic direction and kind of overblowing what's happening. That's definitely a choice that people are making, that streamers are making. And like, we kind of need to keep bonking them on the head when they do that, because it's not even good for the cause that they're promoting. I don't think. I think it stigmatizes more people against it.
Yeah, I just, you know, I mean, the thing is if someone makes like a spicy joke or something, I don't really mind. And you know, I'm quite cynical about the ability a streamer has to influence people to do certain things. I just think that the idea that you need to go and arm up beyond just a generic, oh hey, which I think Vosh said his position was in the end. It's just like, go and buy a gun if you're worried. Like, I mean, I don't know. That seems fairly reasonable. If you're in America, you got a Second Amendment. Yeah. Why the fuck not? But it's just when it's wrapped up in the idea that there is some sort of imminent genocide, it just strikes me as, you know, a little bit not a good idea. I don't know.
Yeah, like kind of adjacent to that, I've so far only reviewed like the talk that Vosh had with Rosarist. I think like putting the domino of a Republican victory in 2024 and setting that domino right next to, or only a couple of pieces away from, like the dismantling of democracy, I think that's like a really dangerous thing to do. And I think that's at least my focus with what the problem is there. But I've also not seen his other comments on the topic. Like, my understanding is he had a conversation with somebody else where he was a lot more hot-headed about it. And I think that's where some of the problems come from. Maybe you could fill me in there. Was there some other conversation that he had with somebody, maybe about fascism or something, where he went a bit further than his takes in the Rose Risk conversation?
Yes, that's exactly what happened. So he had a conversation with a SocDem called Luke, I believe. And this is where he expressed, you know, a more extreme position of what he said with Rose Risk. Because the Rose Risk conversation, I think broadly, I watched it and I was like, yeah, this is pretty reasonable. Like, this is not so bad. And then but then he said, oh, well, this is what I said before, or something to that nature. But then I was thinking, is it? I felt like, is it what he said? Because I felt like I had a much stronger reaction to what he said before. And I find this is an issue that I have, is that, and and this is why I need to write more stuff down. But I'll watch something, I'll have a certain impression or feeling about it, and then obviously I'll move on. And then a bit later, someone will be talking about it, and they'll be like, "Oh no, it wasn't that bad," and it makes me doubt myself, and it makes me doubt my initial reaction because I can't remember exactly what was said. But then you think back and you're like this is a best example I can think of really is like the Noah Samson thing. So Noah Samson was like super obnoxious in a video that he did about Debate Bros, and then he made another video and acted like he wasn't, and I was like, no, you were, I'm sure you were. And I watched some of it back and I was like, yeah, you were a total dick. And it's like, I think people have this habit of they will have a position in a video or a content they make, and then they'll soften it, but won't really admit that they're softening it. They're like that was position all along. And I find that really frustrating because I try and be as honest as I can about my view or how I think about something. And when someone else doesn't, I feel they're not doing that. I find it very difficult to deal with because I just kind of expect people to like accurately represent what they've said or what they've done or what they believe, at all times, and not change it based on the conversation they're having.
Yeah. That and I think it's probably okay to change it, but you can't gaslight somebody about whether or not it changed. Like, if you're going to change it, then give me a sanity check and let me know that what you said before is not what you're saying right now. But I guess this is something I'm black pilled on, even if I advocate for it, because I think a lot of streamers know that if they walk it back, the punishment for walking something back seems to be a lot worse than the punishment for like trying to manipulate your way through it or just doubling down on a take that you might not even believe in the veracity of anymore. Like, I know I've been slapped on the wrist quite a bit harder, backing stuff down and being like, oh, okay, well, there I'm being hyperbolic. Yeah. Like, I don't mean that. And maybe if I would have just tried to weasel my way through it more, or if I would have just doubled down on it, I feel like the pushback would have been less. So I worry that people are incentivized to do the opposite, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. I'm no angel. I'm sure that I've been guilty of that sort of thing in the past. But it is just frustrating because it's like, the term gaslighting gets kind of overused a bit, I think. But yeah, it does make you kind of doubt. You're like, what? Like you think, was I wrong? Like, did I fuck up when I watched the original thing? Mm-hmm. And then sometimes you watch it back and you're like, no, I didn't. You have absolutely changed what you're saying now, and you're not being honest about that. So it makes it seem like you're irrational. I'm irrational, but you're the one that's actually done something wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it wasn't like super egregious with the Vosh thing. It just was a bit annoying because I was like, I'm sure it was worse before, but yeah. But yeah, overall, I think that I mean, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there'll be the trains getting loaded up with queer people before we know it, but I just am very skeptical about the idea of this genocide thing, and B, yeah, I agree that like with the Republican thing, are there some nutty Republicans? Yes, but I think there are also still Republicans who have got this kind of like commitment to the civil religion of America and do believe in the Constitution and do believe in the mechanisms of government, even if they've got political disagreements. And I think making them all in the same camp as they're all unhinged Republicans that want to undo democracy, and that's going to happen in 2024. It just comes across as fear-mongering. And even if people don't do anything about it, I think one thing I really don't like is this idea of using your content to make people afraid. Like, I just hate the idea that there's people that are sat there afraid and worried when they probably don't need to be. It's like, be aware enough that you take whatever action you can, but don't be like fearful and afraid. That's not a good thing for anyone,
Yeah. Like, especially if you're blowing it out of proportion. Like, I don't have a problem with people going on and talking about like, dude, the climate change papers say that like cities are going to be underwater. That's fucking scary. Maybe we should be making steps to fixing this. But like, when you're kind of overblowing and creating, I think, a really convoluted narrative about how things are going to get like 100 times worse in the span of like 8 years or something like that, then we're running into some problems with that. And that's fear that's coming about through like an over exaggeration or a really tinted lens of what the truth is. And I think that's worrisome, especially when maybe like you are somebody's main or only source of the news on these things, and they take your opinion like super duper seriously, and they assume that you're doing that homework and that what's being presented to them is real. Even if you might criticize those people and be like, oh, you shouldn't listen to Twitch politics, then, you fucking idiot. Why are you getting your opinions from here? I still think like there should be some responsibility on the streamer, at least socially in the community. Like, we should keep bopping them on the head when they do it. And about the Vosh thing, I'll be doing like a line by line through that, where like I review it off stream and I look at the whole transcript. So I'll keep an eye out for what the statements were in the past and see if they're like significantly different from the Rose wrist thing. It sounds like you did that yourself. Did you look back on it and see like, oh, I'm not crazy, this was a lot worse when he said it before?
I think, yeah, I can't remember exactly. I think that maybe I just watched like a little bit of it and was like, okay, well, I don't think I did like a massive detailed look into it. I kind of covered the Razor's conversation and moved on because I had other stuff I wanted to talk about. But I think what I need to do is, I need to either, well, what I want to do is if I've got a chance of speaking to someone whose content I'm covering, or like it's going to be more straightforward to get a hold of them, is to write stuff down. But I haven't started doing that yet because I'm an idiot.
It's the boring part.
It is the boring part. Yeah, that's true. But it's very easy to do when you're watching a video. You can literally just have a notepad up and put in quotes of what you want to maybe talk about with them. But yeah, I think that I didn't really look into it in much more detail. I just kind of was rest assured that what he'd said was pretty, beyond what he was saying with Rose Wrist. But
yeah, like I might go back on that kick. I think you remember from the Mind Waves days where I was a bright little young book, and I was like, you all should be taking notes. If only you took notes, this stuff would go a lot smoother. Maybe I'll go back to that, because I don't think it's a huge ask. And like you said, we're already pause champing through the whole fucking video. And if we're watching it off stream and it's at like 2x or something, I think it's even easier. With YouTube transcripts, like there's really not a ton of an excuse not to, but it is a bit boring, I suppose.
Well, no, I think, if it is an important thing to do if you are in any way going to engage with the person that is on the video, because then you can give them direct quotes, and then they've got a choice. They either have to say, yes, I did mean that, Giga Chad, or they have to say, no, that's not quite what I meant, and clarify, and then you've got the clarification, Whereas at the moment, it's kind of like you can only really talk about how you felt about something because you can't remember the specifics, Aiko says that she remembers how disappointed you were in her because you didn't take notes. Because she didn't take notes, sorry.
Yeah, but that was mostly because my dumbass, and I'm definitely not doing this anymore, spent like hours with Aiko talking with her about it and helping her figure it out. But I don't invest myself emotionally or temporally in that way anymore, so it doesn't happen.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is like, I've got no, I know there's a lot of people in that watch me that like there's this whole thing in Destiny's community that about the Vosh manifesto, and that's a big thing at the moment. People keep memeing about how it's not coming out, and there's people that don't like Vosh. Vosh is a big reason that I got into streaming. So even if I've got like a disagreement or an issue with him, like it's going to take a lot for me to kind of like turn on him and be like, yeah, fuck this guy, and make loads of content shitting on him, because I've got no kind of cause to, even if he does say things which I think are wrong or I disagree with, or even are, excessive or bad or wrong or whatever it is, it's not something where I'm just going to kind of randomly turn on him and shit on him,
Yeah. Do you ever feel concerned about shitting on the bigger people that are in your orbits and stuff, or is that not really a concern given your stream size now?
I mean, obviously I'm only human and I get angry sometimes, but I try not to like just shit on people. I might be a bit choice in the language I use, but I try not to like unnecessarily shit on people, or like, I might call them a dickhead or a bitch or an asshole or stupid or something like that. But I do try my best to just give an accurate representation of what they've said, or like what I think they've said, or my interpretation that's fair, and react to that and talk about that, rather than just randomly shit on people, So yeah, I think like with Hassan's a good example of this. Even though I've got some issues with some of the stuff Hassan says. The other day he said some stuff about Ethan Klein that I agreed with. So I was kind of like, yeah, I kind of agree mostly with what he's saying here,
Yeah.
So I try and approach it from the point of view of like what my genuine beliefs are, what they're saying, whether I agree or disagree, regardless of who it is, and going from there. So I think if it ever does come to a point where a bigger streamer, say, watches some content I've done about them, yeah, there might be some choice words sometimes, if, maybe. But I don't think they could come away with the perspective that I'm just kind of like randomly shitting on them, It's going to be that I've got some real big disagreement or some issue with something they've said or done,
Yeah. Kind of bringing it back to something a little bit related to that. What is your process with your editor? Like, do they send you, and I presume the answer to this is no, do they send you the thumbnails and you approve them like before they go live, or like what's the workflow there?
So basically, when it comes to DK, it goes like this. I stream and he will find what he considers the best content, edit it, do a thumbnail, do a title, and put it up. Occasionally, if there's something that's particularly juicy or spicy that he knows I might have some sort of issue with, he'll message me and say, I'm thinking about this title. Sometimes I might go, oh, yes, fine. Or other times I'll go, yeah, no, that's too much. I don't want that like on the YouTube channel or whatever. So he'll change it. But that's only for like things that are maybe particularly close to me. Whereas most of the time, probably 9 out of 10 videos, he will just make the thumbnail, do the title, do everything, and then just put it out. Now, obviously, sometimes I'll see on the things, I check YouTube every so often and see what he's, put up and stuff. And it might be that I see it and go, oh, I'm not sure about that, and end up messaging him. But most videos are going to go out without me having any kind of direct insight on the title or the thumbnail, or any of the editing, really. That's it, basically.
Okay. So it's like
what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, so it sounds like it's a pretty hands-off affair. My thoughts on it are that it doesn't take... I mean, okay, so before I say this, I'm not trying to get you to change the relationship there, because it's working, and that's what's important. Like, I guess getting titles and thumbnails approved is not like a super time-consuming process most of the time, depending on your availability, I guess. Like I do that and have done that, especially since we had an issue with Mr. Girl in the thumbnail. I don't think going back that it would have changed anything. Like I still would have approved the Mr. Girl thumbnail. But I'm definitely more hands-on with the titles and thumbnails as of late. But you have a system that's working for you, so like I wouldn't advise to change it. That's just the way that I do it, I guess.
So that's interesting. So I think this probably comes back to maybe like because the way I see it is DK knows YouTube better than I do, and I want DK to have like. I want to be someone who it's not like I'm the boss or something like that, right? Even though that is the more traditional structure that would exist. It's that he manages the YouTube side of things. And if there's anything that I think is particularly wrong, I'll obviously bring it up. But I just kind of want to give him the autonomy. I like the idea of giving people autonomy to do what they're going to do. Because at the end of the day, the way I see it is, if I'm going to be involved in something, I might as well do it myself because, I'm a bit of a control freak. But if I've got someone there who's got the expertise, it makes more sense to just hand it off to them. And then if there is any big issues that come up, it can just be dealt with on an as and when basis. Because out of hundreds of videos, I don't know how many, like about 100 videos now that have come out, there's been like more serious issues that I've had to deal with on like 2 of them, which is the Vosh video and the Dario video that came out a little while ago. Other than that, there's been things which I've been worried is going to have an impact, but I've kind of just thought, let's see what happens, and it hasn't really been that big a deal. So sometimes it can be that maybe I'm just worrying a bit too much about it, but actually when it comes out, it's not a problem, and people are just kind of like, accepting of it and watch it, and it helps the video. So yeah.
Yeah. I guess if you were to have more contact with them, you could glean some of the information, insights, and decisions that they're making about the title and thumbnail, and that might be helpful for like future content maybe. Like I know for sure talking with my editor and then having my editor talk with other editors like August and stuff, there's been a lot that we've learned, and like a lot of like information sharing behind the scenes about like how to edit things more efficiently, or how to design thumbnails more quickly, or branding, or these other things. And so that there's the benefit that I see in the communication, like especially if you feel like you don't have the insights that DK has, like being able to learn more from DK might be a benefit of that. But again, like I'm not like advocating you change it or anything, just trying to figure that out. And if for
No,
the most
sure.
part, like they always
Yeah,
hit it out of the park, then that's grand.
yeah. I mean, there's definitely like you know, we have constant communication.
Mm.
You know, we're always talking about whatever's going on, and you know, content and stuff. I'll communicate the best content I think that's around at the moment. But there's been times in the past where I've said, "Oh, I think we should do this content. I'm really keen on it," and we do it, and it doesn't really do anything. and often it's like when he's got an idea about something and we kind of roll with it. That's the content that tends to really fucking pop off. So it's like, you know, he does have a real eye. It's like I just, you know, I think that letting people do what they're best at is how you can make things flourish, and that's how it's always worked for me in the past. But yeah, there's definitely like communication we have already, but I just don't think I could have it set up where I have that much control over what someone else does, where it's like I've got to approve or disapprove of any thumbnails that come out, even though it reflects on me. And also the other thing as well is like sometimes it's kind of fun to have a bit of drama that comes off of that, you know, because then it's something to deal with. If I wasn't away, I would have probably milked the Vosh stuff a bit more. Not in a way that was shitty, but just I would have made more content about it. Been like, oh god, you won't guess Vosh messaged me about this, and oh god, DK, what are we gonna do? Da, da, da. But I wasn't streaming, so it was kind of a bit of a missed opportunity, you know. So sometimes, even though it's a bit annoying and stressful to deal with some random drama, it can add a bit of spice to have that bit of like uncertainty that something might come out that causes me a bit of trouble.
Yeah, because if it doesn't end you, I mean, it could certainly benefit you. Even if it's like a misplay or you get criticism or stuff like that, it could still benefit you in the end, which is like the trippy thing about the drama and the spice is like the spice works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, definitely it does. Do you know there's some sort of study or something that shows that if a customer has a bad experience, like that reduces their satisfaction by like say 10%, right? But if I'm using simple like terms here, but if you deal with that complaint or issue in a really good way, it can actually then end up increasing their satisfaction by 10% over what it was before. So, you know, that kind of, by that logic, even if people are pissed off with you about something, if you did, and this isn't like something where I'm conniving and like, oh, I'm going to do something stupid to like do a good job of dealing with it, but it just highlights that, yeah, even if you fuck something up, if you deal with it in a really good way, it can mean that it ends up with a better outcome than if it hadn't happened in the first place, you know?
Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it gives you that opportunity. It's almost like a whole new topic that you get to cover, and a new opportunity to cover it in the right way that like it does something good for the brand, like handling controversy well and coming out looking good at the other end of it. Like you said, could be like a net positive overall. Like, oh, I remember when, you know, Chud has his faults. He gets this and this wrong, but he generally handles that really well. Like that has a benefit in and of itself. And maybe some people overlook it and are too cautious with their content, maybe.
Yeah. And I think that's something that definitely I have made the mistake of before. Is that being a bit too sensitive, or not sensitive, but like, yeah, being a bit too concerned about what's this going to look like? What's that going to look like? Like I remember the first video that I specifically remember DK doing for me was a video basically shitting on Bad Bunny, right? And at that time, like she'd been a bit shitty. She'd like quote tweeted some shit about me, or retweeted some shit about the grooming allegations from ages ago. And I was a bit like, oh god, I don't know about this. Should we do? But DK, you know, put the video out, and at the time it was like absolutely smash hit video that really popped off. And it's like, yeah, you know, and really that was kind of like, I think with DK, it's really unlocked my channel to be able to do more drama content, because I know that he can turn it into a really good YouTube video. Whereas before it was like I had to do more structured segments, you know. So now I can be a bit more loosey goosey with how I do things, and you know, it doesn't have to be that it has to be a super structured segment. I can just talk for a couple of hours about an interesting topic and it could become a good YouTube video, you know?
Yeah. Out of curiosity, where does DK's YouTube knowledge or expertise come from?
Oh, he used to do like League of Legends stuff. Like he used to be like a 200 viewer Andy League of Legends streamer, and stuff like that. So he's got like a lot of background in esports and stuff.
Oh, okay, that's sick.
And basically he was like, you know, Destiny viewer, Relly, watched me, and he just messaged me and said, hey, if you did this with your YouTube videos, they do a lot better. And I was like, okay. And then we started talking, and I realized he was like an editor, and he seemed to know what he was talking about. And I think the thing is like, if someone wants to do something for me, they've got to kind of make themselves present a lot. Like you've got to be in the DMs and saying, oh, you know, I can do this for you and I can do it well. And that's the biggest problem I notice, is that people aren't like persistent enough. Like there's a bunch of artists I've had in my time where I've been interested in doing something with them, but they've not chased the lead enough, right? So I just kind of, they end up going down my DMs and I forget about it and I can't remember their name and then it's gone, you know? So I think that's a big thing. If you're like an artist and you want paid work from a streamer or content creator, you've got to be like fucking on their case, you know?
Yeah.
Not in a way that's like constantly 5 missed DMs, but just like a couple of days later, oh, hey, just checking in, what, you know, wondered if you wanted to set up that chat so we can talk about this thing we wanted to do together. You know, that can be really valuable to actually getting you across the line, because streamers have so many messages, and even at my level, like by the time I end a stream, often I'll have got so many messages through. The person that messaged me at the start of the stream is off my screen on Discord, you know, and it's sometimes just bullshit that isn't even relevant or important, but you just forget, oh, I need to message that person back about that thing, you know?
Yeah, you have to chase down those leads. Like if you're an artist, you're making your money on commissions and stuff, like to an extent that is your work, that is your business, and like staying on top of DMs and leads and stuff like that. I think that's good advice to any artists that are listening to this, for sure. Because your clients are not the ones necessarily always like, you know, chomping at the bit to work with you. I think you have to do some work to like close the sale with them, especially with streamer people. Like we get so many DMs and Discord shit and like, you know, chat messages and drama and whatever. Like our brain is like so many places at once that like the friendly reminders aren't annoying or anything like that. I mean, they could be, like you said, if you have like 5 unread things in a row, that's kind of like cringe, but I think we need more help than people realize with like reminders and stuff.
Well, yeah, if like, you know, if an artist messaged me and said, hey, Chud, I hear you've been thinking about doing some merch for a long time, but you never got around to it. Here's some examples of my work. And then they were like, you know, I will charge you X amount to do this much merch, and I'll arrange all the back end stuff for you, and I'll do the store. And it was an amount that was affordable. I'd probably just be like, yeah, okay, let's do it, you know? You know, if someone was that direct, like... And I think people are scared to do that sometimes, you know? And it's like, I get these emails sometimes from companies and they're just like meandering, like, oh, well, we're this company. And I stop reading. I'm like, I'm not interested. Like, you know, tell me what you want to do. Tell me what, for a sponsorship, what do you want me to do? How long do I need to do it for? And how much are you going to pay me? And that's it. That's all I'm interested in. I don't give a shit about your fucking VPN company. Okay. Who fucking cares? It's not about that, is it? It's about like, what do I need to do and how much will you pay me? And it's like, it's the same sort of thing with artists. It's like, you don't need to give a big old story. You just need to say, this is my work. If you like it, this is what I would charge for this, this, and this. And then, you know, I think that works a lot better for me anyway.
Yeah. How do you handle the sponsorships that don't want to give you a number and they want you to constantly make up the numbers and make up the integrations and shit like that? Like, how do you handle that?
Yeah, I've had a few people like that are like, you know, how much would it cost for this on your channel? And it's like, I feel like they're kind of trying to take advantage, because, you know, to be honest with you, especially with like YouTube, I don't know how much it is for a 30-second spot on, you know, I'd have to ask DK because he probably knows more about it. And, you know, I feel like it's a bit trying to take advantage because some streamers aren't very savvy, so they will give away sponsorships on the cheap, you know. But yeah, I mean, I tend to basically, I want people to tell me how much, because I'm not an expert on how much it would cost, but I just think, based on what they're asking me to do, am I happy with this? And if it's yes, you know, you always want to try and squeeze a bit more. Generally, though, if it's like an amount you're like, okay, that's kind of, you're comfortable with that, you might be wanting to do a kind of light push on maybe getting a bit more. But generally speaking, yeah, you kind of want to get from them, I think. No, you tell me how much you're willing to pay me. And then if it is really low, normally just like doubling it or tripling it and saying, no, this is what I would want for it. And then hopefully you'll meet somewhere in the middle. I don't know. That's kind of a rough guide, I guess, of how you would deal with it. But yeah, I think that those people that ask you, it feels like they're trying to somewhat take advantage of the fact that you're probably not going to know. So yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I've had ones that go like 15 emails deep where they're beating around the bush with like just asking a gazillion questions and never giving me any answers. Like, bro, just name your number and what integration you want. Like, I'm not going to come up with this for you. I'm not like a marketing lead for this brand or whatever. Like, you know your budget. You can look at, you know, the metrics, and if you need any, I could provide them to you. But like, that's your call to make. It gets kind of annoying when we're like 15 emails deep and I still don't know what it is that they want to pay for what they're asking for. It's been really annoying lately.
Yeah, definitely. I think the streamer world is rife for companies to come and take advantage, because especially at the smaller end of the spectrum, a lot of people don't have like any experience in the business world, and you know, I think it was actually Destiny that said this, or I remember him saying this. It's like, you've got to operate like everyone is trying to take advantage of you, because they probably are, you know, and you've got to be quite savvy to be able to navigate these kind of offers and stuff like that. Like, the biggest thing was the Artesian Builds thing, where they do this, they were doing this ambassador scheme where it's like, you advertise our shit, and if someone happens to buy a PC, we'll pay you. And maybe you can make that work, but generally speaking, if someone's getting a space on your channel to advertise their shit, that's something you should be charging for, even if it's a nominal fee, because they're getting access to your viewers. You know, that's how advertising works. You know, you pay for advertising space and hope that people come through off the back of it.
Somebody in your chat mentioned spending, and I assume they mean this about artists and not streamers, and my question will be about streamers. Spend 50% of your time on your art, 50% of the time on the business and networking side. What percentage do you feel like of your time do you spend on like the business and networking side versus like live time?
Not enough is the answer. So I used to kind of let it, basically for a long time, it was all consuming, and I would just be constantly, whenever a message came in, whenever an email came in, constantly checking, constantly replying, constantly responding, constantly accessible via DMs. And I think that recently I've realized that that just isn't sustainable. You can't be available all the time. And if you like try and contact a big streamer, you'll notice that like they don't message you back straight away. Like, they're off doing shit probably, you know, not being at their desk all the time. So what I'm trying to work towards, and what I want to do, is have it so, you know, I start at say 10, which is 4 hours before my stream, and I spend 3.5 hours doing whatever shit is required for the day, looking at content to review, or responding to emails, responding to DMs, whatever it is, and then go into my stream and then switch off afterwards. I'm not quite there yet, but yeah, I think that like streaming is somewhere where you're gonna probably have to do long hours. But yeah, I think 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, dedicated more so to like admin, or, you know, working out what fucking new emotes you're gonna do, talking to an artist, doing this. I don't know, like there's loads of shit that can be done. So yeah, I think that probably of a day, 30% probably needs to be dedicated to more of the business management, the kind of stuff, if you want to take it more seriously.
Okay, 30%. Gotcha. Do you do any kind of like time tracking?
No, I tried it and just didn't bother with it. And I need to have it where at X time I sit down and I do shit, and then after my stream I spend 30 minutes and then I'm off, and then that's it. Because this is something I think that if you're a new streamer trying to take it more seriously, don't be online all the time. You know, have time where you're fucking away from all this shit, because it will drive you mad otherwise, you know? Constantly being plugged into all the bullshit that's happening.
And
yeah, I don't know. It's, yeah.
Because you'll good
yes.
humor.
Exactly. You'll become a doomer like me, and you'll be fucked.
Yeah, but not a successful doomer. You'll become a, I quit, this fucking sucks, you all suck. You'll be that kind of doomer.
Or you'll be the yo-yo doomer that quits streaming and then comes back in a couple of weeks, then quits streaming, then comes back in a couple of weeks. See that quite a lot.
Yeah. Although, I mean, with some of the people, I am happy they come back, but it's a vicious cycle, and it's sad to see because what leads up to that down period must be rough on them. And it probably makes the things they are doing in life like less enjoyable because their mood is ruined and shit, and it's sad to think about. But
yeah, I mean, the thought of like of giving up streaming, that like, God, it would be. I'd feel a bit embarrassed, to be honest. I'm not saying they should feel embarrassed, but like for me, I mean, if they're like not full time or whatever, that's fine. But like, yeah, I'd feel like Jesus, like fuck, I've fucked this up. And you know, I think if you're doing it part time, that's whatever, it doesn't matter. Or you're just doing it as a hobby. But I think for other people, it's kind of like it draws you back in. You know, you're like, oh God, there's this drama happening, all the shit I want to talk about. I'm going to do a stream, and then you do a stream. But you know, streaming's not good for your mental health. People underestimate it, but it really isn't. You know, it's I think any sort of thing where you're the center of attention doing this sort of shit is probably gonna fuck your head up in some way or another.
Yeah, if you're not doing a good job of managing it, you're kind of leaving it up in the air. Like I see people in my chat and in your chat mentioning this happens to me. Like, yeah, for sure. I think it happens to most of us that at points it slips. In terms of like quitting for some prolonged period of time, not really for me personally, I don't think. Like there's time I take off when I move and stuff because I move countries like every 2 or 3 weeks or something. But like knowing that you're gonna take the time off and knowing it in advance and not having that be an emotional decision is like way different from like you hit some fucking breaking point and then you quit. And like beyond that, I think having doomer moments on stream and like talking seriously with your viewers or whatever about like your future in streaming or whatever, while still like not the greatest, and I do that, I do think that's very different from like saying you're gonna quit and then quitting. Like I don't know, like I think have you had moments where you're streaming where you're like, dude, if this doesn't hit these marks or I'm not making enough money with this right now, then like I can't keep doing it? Like
so I am always someone who will always ask people for money every stream, and I'll make a kind of joke out of it. Unfortunately, like I've got myself to a position where, like, you know, I've made what about $30 today, which is like not a lot of money, but like it's not a massive deal. I'm not like panicking about it, you know. And, you know, fortunately now I'm working to a position, especially with some recent sponsorship, where there's going to be a bit of a cushion, which won't last forever. But I just know that if I have the odd off day, it's not going to be the end of the world. But yeah, I do think there's some moments where, I mean, viewership in particular at the moment is kind of a bit trickier for like a number of reasons, I think. So there's some streams you do and you're like, oh, damn, viewership's down a little bit. And you're kind of like, oh, but you know, you just got to kind of ride the wave and know that the peaks and troughs are part of streaming, and viewers go up, viewers go down. There'll be something that happens where a bunch of people come back and want to see what you got to say about it, you know? And you just got to kind of ride the waves as they come and go. Some people panic, and like there's certain streamers who like Haas is a great example of this, where Haas had this kind of like dip in viewership, which is just a normal part of streaming. But he kind of freaked out about it and was like saying he ended one stream because there weren't enough viewers and this kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, that isn't like the right way to go about it. You know, you got to just try and manage it as best you can and accept that peaks and troughs are just part of the business. It's like anything, you know, you have a shop and shops have busy periods and quiet periods, and you might have a quiet month and you're like, damn, things are a bit quieter this month. You know, don't let that turn into 5 quiet months. You know, understand that it's maybe a little issue, figure out if there's anything you can do differently, implement that and move on. You know, panicking and shit is like the worst thing you can do if you're like a self-employed person, I think.
Yeah, letting the emotions guide things is not good. I think probably the best advice is to like diligently track like how many subs you're getting, how much money you're making a month, what your viewership per stream is based on the topics. Like, I think the ideal advice, if we could like Thanos snap someone to follow it, is to like track all that stuff and look at it periodically. Like, spend that 30% time you talked about before, in part at least, looking at that for maybe 10 minutes and like logging it and being like, all right, this stream I didn't make a lot of money, but this time last year I also didn't make a lot. Or, oh, but there's not drama this week, so that's probably why. Like, you can make more rational conclusions about what's going on when you're tracking it. You have like a log of what's been happening. And if you don't, then you're leaving it all up to emotion. And it might not even be stream that's pissing you off. It might be something in life. Like, I get really stressed out when I travel a lot, for instance. Like, if I'm not getting a lot of sleep too, like, that'll impact things. And you kind of don't want to leave it up to those human elements. You want to kind of rely on the numbers and the history. And the only way to do that is by like keeping track of it, because that's not where your brain is going to go when you're emotional about things or you're having a bad week. Like, you're not going to be like, oh, let me just sit down and take a look at my numbers and figure out why it is that this is like this. Like, it's not really the way that humans work. So you got to do your due diligence in the good periods as well as the bad, probably.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the thing is people don't. I mean, I think people here get it on the whole, and most people do that watch this stuff, but some people just don't get, and they just I don't know what they think. They think it's just like you turn your stream on and you turn up and you just fuck around for like 8 hours, and it's like, well, somewhat true, you do fuck around, but like there's so much more to it when you're doing streaming as your sole source of income. You know, it's very different to if you're just a 30 viewer and you're doing it as a hobby. And it's kind of like,
have to go.
It's kind of like, so you have some people that write as a hobby, right? And because some people write as a hobby, or if anyone thinks they can write, people view it in a certain way. But you have professional writers who their profession is to write shit. They write a movie, write a book, whatever it is, you know? Mm-hmm. And that's a very different ballpark to just doing it as a hobby. And I think that one issue you have is people just don't take streaming seriously as a profession because they see it as a hobby, or they see it as something that people do. You know, I get lots of things, oh, can you make money doing that? And all this other shit that people say to you. And it's like, yeah, that's, you know, like anything, you've got the hobby that people do, but then you've got the doing it full time and doing it as a self-employed thing. And it's, you know, a very different thing that you do, really. You have to think a lot more about it, and there's a lot more on the table, a lot more that can go wrong, you know?
Yeah. Once you're taking it seriously financially, you got to make sure your mental is in it as well. You got to start treating it differently. And that's like a hard transition. Like, I think that happens to people once they get like to past the partner point, because the partner thing is like an easy thing to focus on and getting the viewers and whatever, even if you're not making a lot of money. Then after that point, you're just kind of like floating in space and you have nothing to grab onto or like, you know, orient yourself with. And so at that point, like, all right, if you're going to do this professionally, like, keep an eye on what matters. Like, how much money are you making doing this? Is this a hobby? If it's a hobby, you have to worry about a lot less. And if you're treating it as a hobby, don't get mixed up in your brain treating it like it's a job. Like, don't worry about the viewers too much. If this is supposed to be a hobby and supposed to be fun, don't worry about subs. Like, don't worry about donos. And if your mind is worrying about the subs and the donos and shit, then like, well, it sounds like you're thinking about it like a business. So maybe you have to start treating it like a business and kind of make the decision in your brain if that's what you want to do or not, and then stick to whatever decision it is that you make about that, you know?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, you know, it's it's why it's important as well that if you do have a desire to go, you know, full time with it, is to make sure you're in a position where you can actually do that. Like, I remember once I saw some streamer complaining that Twitch don't give a big enough cut, and that she's been a full-time streamer for a year now, and it's like, you look at her views and it's like 50 views, and you're like, yeah, don't try full-time streaming on 50 views. Jesus, that's like, unless you've got some massive Oilers, but even then that's a big risk, because your Oilers can dry up and fuck off, and then you're screwed, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah.
And don't pick problems that you can't solve to focus your attention on. And this goes for anybody, regardless of like if it's about a job or life. Like, don't stake all your happiness and your fulfillment on some shit that you have absolutely no control over. Like, don't make it about like the cut that Twitch gives you, because you have no fucking way of changing that. it was how it was when you started, and it will likely continue to be that way until you're huge, at which point maybe it matters even less to you. Like, I think focusing on the shit that's outside of your control is like a bad habit I see a lot of people get into with like all sorts of things, whether it's politics or business or whatever else. Seems like.
Yeah, that's so true. You know, yeah, you see it constantly, and that's the one of the big problems with some of these smaller streamers is the absolute laser focus on all the shit that they've got literally no control over, and the endless complaining about it. Yeah, it's like, what's the point? Like, yeah, sure, have a whinge, have a moan to your friends, but people just post constantly on Twitter about this, that, and the other, and you're just like, geez, like, focus on what you can control, bro. Like, that's gonna turn out much better for you in the end, and you're going to be a lot happier too, because you're going to feel like you got more power over it. You know, if you're just worried about the little that Twitch pay you, in your opinion, and you're focused on that, it's just like going to make you super negative. You know?
Yeah, for sure. And all that energy you're wasting on this shit that you're not going to be able to change is energy that doesn't go into like fixing what the problem was. Like if you spent all that same energy on like making the stream better, getting more views, figuring out more like revenue sources, responding to emails, any of the administrative stuff that we talked about in the background, like you probably would have gotten more return on the dollar for that emotional energy that you're wasting on this other shit. And again, that applies whether you're a streamer or you have a regular job. Like if you're wasting all your time thinking about political stuff you can't really like change, or you don't intend to change, like what else in your life is suffering because of that? Like you probably know what makes you happy, or like what you enjoy doing, or like what's important, what are the real things you need to focus on. And like this might even be a distraction from like confronting what you actually need to work on. And part of that frustration might come from knowing that you're stressing out about some shit that has nothing to do with what you need to be doing. Like if your growth is what's stressing you out and you're at 50 fucking viewers and not making enough money, like your problem is that you're at 50 fucking viewers and not making enough money. Your problem isn't that Twitch isn't giving you a bigger revenue split, right? Like you're kind of putting all this baggage onto some shit that you can't fix to maybe feel better about it or do less, and that's not productive.
Yeah, definitely. But that's, I mean, we've got this new show which me and Ryder need to catch up about it, but we're doing this thing called Streamer Nightmares, which I think is going to be quite fun. Don't know if you've seen it.
Ooh, no, I haven't. What's that about?
So basically, small streamers can apply. At the moment, it's like 10 viewers average, roughly, or around that figure, and we're going to maybe change it. But in any case, they can apply and say, hey, you know, my stream isn't going how I want it to go. What do you think? And we kind of like watch their content and we review it, and we see what we think is good, we see what we think is bad, and we give advice about it. And that's it basically. It's like we talk to them, we go and watch the content, we then talk to them directly. And the idea is it draws a bit from Ramsey's Kitchen Nightmares, giving people some shit for doing stupid stuff. So it's kind of like that's the entertainment part, hopefully. If someone's doing some real stupid shit, or they're arguing with like what they think is going to work when their stream's like shit, that's hopefully going to be the content that comes through there. So, but it should be interesting as well, even if you're not that into. I mean, obviously people that watch Ramsey's Kitchen Nightmares aren't restaurateurs. They don't give a shit about good restaurant practice. They just want to see some contention, or maybe they've got just an interest in how a restaurant runs. So then maybe they've got some interest in how a stream runs and what you should do to grow it and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully it should be good.
Yeah. Who are like the main judges involved in this right now?
Oh, it's just me and Rhizome, that's it.
Oh, okay, just you and Ryza. Okay. Because I know that Gappy V, I don't know if you've seen, like he does a lot of advice for streamers on like his Twitter and stuff. Like, have you reached out to him at all?
Well, this is like a passion project for me and Rhizome, but I think in the future it would be good to like have like guest judges come through and stuff like that. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah. Because having one person be like the super duper positive, like that one lady from American Idol, I forget what her name is. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like maybe having one of those would be cool. But that's awesome that you and Rhizome are doing a passion project. Maybe that'll help with your doomerness. You'll be able to do something you really really want to do that's not like drama all the time or whatever. That sounds like it'd be fun.
Yeah, I think to be honest with you, it's nice to kind of do something where, even though it's not like some directly political thing, it's like using some knowledge that I've got to maybe help someone else out in some way. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think that could be good.
Yeah, like Rhizome's grown pretty well since he started, and he didn't start all that long ago. So I guess he would be a good person there.
Oh, that's not quite true actually.
Oh, really?
There's a bit more lore there. So basically, Rhizome started his channel ages ago, like years ago, and he was doing the kind of like little box in a camera, watching a Jubilee video and talking about it, and he had like 10 or 15 viewers. And he realized that his stream wasn't quite what he wanted to be. So he took 3 months off and he kind of like did a bit of a blueprint, right, what's the situation here? What's this? What's this? And he figured out what he wanted to do with his content. So he came back. He had a really fucking nifty 3D overlay thing. He had loads of like chat commands and loads of interaction from chat that you can do, loads of cool graphics, all this other kind of shit, right? And basically, he sorry, what is going on in chat? Why is there this fucking weird bullshit argument going on about kissing? Can we just sort that out, please? And yeah, basically he came back with all of these ideas and he came out really strong with his stream, and people now watch him because of all these new ideas that he's implemented. People are, oh, what's going on with this guy? And he's become like, and there's some other stuff happened to him. He had like a debate with Hassan, the Red Hassan debate about the cracker thing. So basically there was this kind of other stuff that happened too, but he kind of took that and capitalized on it with his new ideas and content. And now, yeah, he's like, 200 plus viewers, I think, in the course of a few months, when before he was away, he was getting like 10, 15 viewers a stream. So it just shows that, like, it's not always going to work necessarily, but at the very least, having some ideas and trying to implement things and change things up are potentially going to have quite a profound result on your viewership, rather than just kind of, doing the same thing or like just doing what everyone else is doing,
Yeah. Huh. I guess I'll see how a few of these go. Maybe I would apply just for shits and giggles. I think that would be fun. When do you do the first one?
Oh my God, wait, I've got it. We've done the pilot episode and we've got lots of things we want to kind of change and adapt. Because what we want to do is like more of a series of it. So we'll do like 6 episodes of it. We could do celebrity streamer nightmares. And then we have people that are a bit more, prominent already, and they come on and have their streams assessed. That would be fun.
Ooh.
But yeah, I'd love to have you on there. You could obviously be on the celebrity one, okay?
Oh, wow. Thank you, Chud. How flattering.
No worries. It's all good.
Yeah, that'd be fucking fun. What are I don't know if you could leak this or not. Like, what are some things you guys learned from the pilot episode that you'll be implementing on future ones?
So, I think we want to have an application process. The person we had on was great. No, their name was stupid. Namane or something like that. But oh God, they DM me. I just remembered. I need to remember to DM them back. But yeah, basically Namane was good. I think that like that was the only person that ended up coming through, and it was a bit short notice. So we're gonna have more of an application process, so it feels a bit more involved, where basically people have to like apply like you would apply on a TV show almost. So you have like an application form, and you got to film like a little thing where you say why you want to come on, and then we'd make content out of reviewing that on stream. So we'd watch the streamer's stuff, we'd look at the application, we'd kind of tear it apart a bit and like have some memes. So yeah, we want to kind of create an application process out of it. And I think just like making things a bit more structured, so we know where we're going from point A to point B. Those are kind of the main things we took away. But yeah, there's loads of stuff we want to do to make it like a really good show. Like we want to have it where, it's a show that's on every time on a certain night, like a normal TV show. So you kind of turn up to watch it at that time. So yeah, hopefully it should come out good.
That'll be fun. Do you have like a backlog of people interested right now, or is building that up part of what you'll do after the pilot?
So yeah, me and Rhizome need to catch up about it because he's been busy in the run up to the school break. And I've been away. But yeah, we're going to catch up and really finalize some stuff. But we've not got anyone yet. We haven't really done much like outreach or marketing or whatever you want to call it to get people to apply. So, the next step is to really get in place what the application process is. And then we're going to go from there. So yeah, it should be good.
Sick. Well, definitely keep me updated. Like, bothering streamers and DMs is necessary to get them to do stuff. But like, I would be super interested. It sounds like a fun project. And when the first one comes out, if you could remember, DM me it because I'll definitely watch it. It sounds like fun.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we've been talking for 2 hours.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good spot to close it up on, probably.
I do think so as well. Did you get everything talked about you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, basically. Because
Okay.
a lot of what I wanted to ask was actually answered even with this last thing. Like, I was curious, like, what are some medium to like long-term projects you're working on? And it sounds like this streamer nightmares or streaming nightmares is going to be one of those things. So I'm excited to see it. And I think we'll have plenty of time to talk about Spice and your opinions and stuff like that over time. I'm just
Yes.
yeah, I'm trying to get out of my shell more and do more talks like this. Obviously, like talking with you is not so much getting out of my shell because we have before, but like I don't think I collab enough. Maybe that's like a streaming nightmare tip that I'm not following because like I think you need to collab and market more, and so I'm trying to do that by like reaching out to the people I know already or that I watch, and then kind of expanding out from there to find new streamers to make friends with or market with. And thank you for helping me with that. I'll get better at it over time. Be more interesting.
No worries. No, it's thanks for coming and being a little pill of joy in my pit of despair. I really appreciate that. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. It was fun. Thanks for talking to me, dude.
It was good. We'll speak again.
Cool. Sounds
Soon.
good. Do you want to promote yourself to my people in case they don't know who you are? Get your shill in.
Yes. Hi, my name's Chudlogic. I'm a British guy that I talk about shit on the internet. Come and watch me. Chudlogic on all good social media platforms. Now you promote yourself to my audience.
Hi, I'm Booksmarts. I look at conversations and I give people advice on how they could have gone better. I also do art and video games occasionally. So if that interests you, feel free to stop by on YouTube or Twitch.
Okay, thanks, mate. Good to talk. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, talk to you later. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Well, there you go, everybody. That was Chudlogic. You can find Chudlogic on twitch.tv/Chudlogic. No numbers or any nonsense at the end or the beginning of that username. Chudlogic, all one word. Fun talk. I think that one was interesting and fun. And I really do think that like I will only get better and better at these conversations with other people. Like I kind of mentioned to Chud at the end there, I don't do a lot of this. It is definitely out of my element to be talking with people and whatever. I just figure I want the stream to grow more and take it more seriously and kind of follow the advice that I was already talking with him about with streaming, and B, I really, really enjoyed talking with, and I keep mentioning this. I don't know when the video will be done. Please bear with me. I swear to God, I'm working on it. Of the interviews that I did in person in Sweden with the Swedish people and asking them about different cultural stuff or what it's like to work at this association bar that they do where everybody is a volunteer and they're all students, and some of them have worked there for 5 or 6 years. Like what's involved with that? How do you motivate people when there's no pay involved? What is that culture like? Like what would you tell American people about such an organization? Because we don't have a lot of stuff like that that's not like a nonprofit or something like that, or like a volunteer organization. So I had a really fun time doing those interviews and mix that in with the need to market myself better. And you have a winning combination for trying to do that more on stream. So thanks for listening to that. We'll kind of continue the cycle by opening up the phone lines on the Discord. You can use !Discord to join, and we'll kind of pile you all into one channel where there will be a screener person. That screener person will ask you what it is that you'd like to talk about or what your question is, and they'll let me know what that is. They'll do a mic check with you, and then leading up to you coming on the stream, they'll tell you, hey, mute the stream. Mute the stream so that we don't have this awkward 2-minute silence where you're listening to me, 20 seconds delayed or whatever. So just keep that in mind. They'll kind of run you through that. I think we have Saint Nick to help with that today. Yeah, that's what I plan to do for the rest of today's stream. We'll see how long we have people engaging to do that for. Let me go ahead and make sure I message Saint Nick about that. Okay, so I'm going to hop in the VIP Discord room. I think. Oh wait, no. I'll hop into the five heads room. Okay, so I'm in the five heads room. So the place that you will go is the live wait room. It is at the very, very bottom of the channel list on Discord. Again, if you have a question, comment, concern, you got a problem with me that you want to address. I know Daniel Brockman in the YouTube chat had some choice words about marketing strategies and stuff like that. Daniel, if you want to come on, feel free. Just join up in the Discord, voice up. I'd be happy to talk with you about that. There was a lot I wanted to say in response to you that I just kind of wasn't able to do because I'm talking with Chud. I want to type paragraphs to you. Yeah, so if you wanted to do that, if there's a suggestion for the stream, you got a problem with me, there was an argument you didn't like, something you want to see, advice on a previous conversation or a previous review that we did. Of course, we've covered Vosh recently, Mr. Girl, Brittany Simmons, a lot there. I don't often do this, so we'll just see if people show up for it. I'll go ahead and do an in the announcements channel so that the whole Discord will know. And I will add everyone because I am shameless. If you want to join the Discord, Q and... Oops, that's not the and side. And A, join the live wait room channel and... tell Nick what you'd like to discuss. All right, and then I will respond to Nick as well. Let me go ahead and respond to Nick here. All right, so Nick should be set up with all the instructions that he needs, and feel free to migrate on over to Live Weight Room if you'd like to do that. We may get no people, and I'm completely prepared for that. It just means that I get to start stream early, make myself some food, and enjoy some time with the cats who actually need to be let inside. So I'm probably going to go let the cats inside, refill my water because I am all out, and then we will hop into it with that kind of stuff. Looks like we got Marco Polaris in the live weight room. We'll see what Marco wants to talk about, and we'll kind of go from there. Let me see. So in VC, but for typers or live discussion? It's called VIP or something. Okay, so that should be all figured out with Nick. Looks like we got a couple of people in there, so we will at least be able to do the segment. While Nick gets that sorted out and asks me with what it is that you guys would like to talk about, I'm going to let the cats in and grab a little bit of water. I will be right back. I will not leave you in the dark without anything to listen to. I don't want to Helen Keller you right now. So sorry for the ableism. I'm working on it. I will go ahead and open up SoundCloud. Actually, let's do what PictoChat recently sent me, because PictoChat has actually worked on a couple of new tracks, and I definitely want to promote them for him. Picto, of course, has been like a huge music supporter of the channel. If you have any music that you work on that you'd like to share on the channel and you'd like to, share with me, I'd be happy to have it on. We don't have too many tracks to go through or anything like that, so I do appreciate when people give me something to listen to. This is going to be email exchange by PictoChat. Enjoy, and I'll be right back. Oops, I've managed to not make it back in time. My apologies. The second cat didn't come inside, so I went and opened a window for her. All right. I am ready to go. I don't know about you guys, but I am all set. I'm all ready. Wow, we have a lot of people in that live weight room. Very, very cool. Let's see. So it looks like he's posting it in the live discussion room. All right. Looks like we got Good Dog the Dog asking. Well, I'll bring them in here to ask it. Good Dog the Dog probably going to be ready in just a second. 3, 2, 1, and I will bring them on. We'll see how good this winds up. Let's bring him in. Hey, Good Dog the Dog, you are live. What is your question?
Hey, so I have a question and a suggestion for your stream. You can cut me off from all the beauty watchers. That's fine. My question is, I think you see yourself as somebody that other people on Twitch, you're demonstrating good ways to communicate. So if they're looking to communicate better, you hope they look to you. Who do you look to when you're looking to improve your communication style?
I think that I look to people that are really enthusiastic about what it is that they're doing, because I think I base it off of what are the problems I'm running into and who do I think solves those problems. So like, I think sometimes I can be more doomer than I would like. Like even my mom tells me that. She'll call me and be like, oh, hey, are you going to quit? You said you were going to quit last stream and whatever. And it's like, oh yeah, that is a problem. I need to not do that. So I look at people like, Adam Savage on YouTube. He's enthusiastic in like every single video and like super positive and whatever. I'll dip into Dr. K like backlog content anytime that I feel like I'm kind of losing sight of purpose or something like that. And then lots of the science creators on YouTube as well are like super duper positive. So those are the kinds of people I look to, but it depends on what issue I'm having. Like if I feel like the stream's not educational enough, I'll watch like educational YouTubers and educational streamers and like take notes on what I would want to do better or the kinds of ideas that I'd like to present. And I think that puts fire under my butt to improve a bit.
That makes sense. So that's who you look up to now. Did you have anybody as a kid who you looked up to when you're kind of developing your communication? I know as a kid, there's certain writers. I'm like, oh, this person knows how to communicate. You had anybody like that?
I thought about communication a lot less as a kid. When I was in high school, I thought about it a lot more. I think one book that was really influential for me was How to Win Friends and Influence People. The latter part of that sounds like super manipulative, but the book basically lays out, I think it's like 5 main principles about how to communicate with people for better outcomes, like not being critical of people, like not saying bad things about people, using people's names a lot, smiling. It's like really basic stuff, but the examples given in the book are the helpful part because they kind of demonstrate like when did these principles make a difference in a situation. Like one that sticks with me off the top of my head is I think somebody who wound up being president later was in the Air Force, and a technician that was working on their plane fucked something up, and they fucked up in a way where like, oh, this would destroy the aircraft. Like I would be dead if I didn't catch this thing that you had done wrong, or if it had gone even worse. And what the president did is he was like, I'm going to actually put this person in charge of my plane every single time. And they're never, ever going to make this mistake ever again. And so it's a bit like, maybe like an aggrandized story or something like that. But I think that being positive with people and giving them the opportunity to do better, especially in like a professional capacity, is a lot better than like punishing them or criticizing them or belittling them for what it was that they did wrong. And so it has a bunch of little stories like that, which will apply to or be mirrored to like different problems you're running into kind of like throughout your career or throughout your life.
I like that story. I've heard good things about that book. I like that story. Sometimes if you treat people like they're already living up to their higher selves, sometimes they'll surprise you and meet you there. So I get what you mean there. So that all makes sense. Can I give you a stream suggestion, or is it questions only?
No, feel free.
Cool. You said that you're trying to like talk to more people. I think you should make a real effort to talk to Brittany Simon, and I think she would probably do it. She seems like she takes a lot of conversations. I think that her conversation with Mr. Girl and the Levels video are not really good representations. I think she's a more nuanced and interesting communicator than that. I think you'd have some interesting things to talk back on, and nobody has been able to have a good conversation with her about the level stuff, and I think you would.
Okay. Do you happen to know if there's a particular way of contacting her? Because she has a business email, and I use that, and I've never gotten a reply to my email.
I don't know. I do not know. I see she takes a lot of streamer conversations recently, but it might just be the business email. But I hope you do that.
Yeah, for sure. I'll put it on the consideration. I'll look and see if there's like a Discord or some other way. I think I did check Twitter DMs. I don't think they were available at the time, but I'll try and see about her Discord. Maybe that's like a more active community, and she might have open DMs that I could reach out to her through. If I did, beyond Levels, what are some like interesting topics you'd like to see the two of us talk about?
I think if you wanted to watch a video to kind of get a feel for what you two could talk about, that's good. That would be interesting. You ought to watch her video with Lauren Southern. I think it shows an interesting way to engage with people who obviously disagree with you, but kind of on the winning friends manipulating people thing. She interacts in a way where they clearly build a rapport and they like each other. I think you'd find it interesting, and you might have interesting debates on communication styles and optics and things of the sort.
Okay, sick. I'll note it down and try reaching out to her again.
Bet, man. Well, thank you for taking the question.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming on.
All right, man.
So that was Good Dog, the dog, with a couple of questions and a suggestion. Very, very cool of them. Again, if you would like to come on the stream, all you need to do is do !Discord in either of the chats. I do read both of them at the exact same time. They have the exact same commands for the most part. And scroll all the way down to the channel list and join the live wait room. Tell Nick what it is that you would like to talk about, and then Nick will at me in a little conversation thread we have going. Let me know what your question is and give you some basic directions on how to be ready to come on the stream. Let's see here. We have Ace and Deuce, who is streaming right now, so that's good to keep in mind, who, well, I won't spoil it. Let's see what Ace and Deuce wants to talk about. I'll go ahead and drag them in. Hey, Ace and Deuce, you are live. What did you want to talk about?
Hello there. I should also say that I'm also live on Twitch. Is that all right with you? I'm just gonna, I won't unmute my stream until I get the okay from you.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for the nice etiquette and letting me know.
I just really wanted to be sure. Like, I know that I made a realization a little while ago, like a couple days ago, that like even when people are doing like these open call-in streams, they don't have an expectation of privacy necessarily, right? Because like, yeah, I mean, like it's open call-ins, right? But I mean, I still feel like I should give you like the respect of telling you, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It's like, so yeah, I was just like, I just really appreciate you having me on. I'm really new to your stream. I really just met you today, and I just wanted to learn like a couple things about you personally. Like I just saw like I saw in your description, the first thing that jumped out to me was that you used to be a ghostwriter for college students, and I wanted to ask you what that entailed, because my first thought was like, is that just helping people cheat? And I'm like, that can't be the case, right? That's not something a person would be like openly saying, oh, I used to do that.
You would actually be surprised. It is helping people cheat. A lot of it, though, it's a bit more nuanced than that. So by the time I had stopped doing that and I started doing Twitch, I was helping mostly graduate students, so people working on their master's or their doctoral. But it's not as simple as like helping them cheat or 100%ing their stuff for them. So there's a lot of work that students are working on, especially in their graduate program, where they're showing up to classes, they're meeting with advisors. Oftentimes they are conducting the research. What I'm helping them with a lot of the time is writing those papers is very like technically specific. So you have to have some understanding of the way that everything is meant to be written and the way that you would interpret what people are asking of you. So
all right.
Yeah. So if you
I can understand that.
Yeah.
Like I can understand that it's like it's a much different skill set to be able to properly write the things into an essay format, or write the things into the proper format, whatever that may be, versus actually doing whatever task is required for that. You know what I mean? Like, say you're like doing some kind of chemistry thing, but you also need to write everything down. Like, there's two very different skills there.
Yeah, so there's definitely that, and there's a lot of tutoring in between too. Like I try to make sure they know what we're doing and why we're doing it, and like why we're handling edits a particular way, so that they have that information when they move into the professional field.
And personally, I feel like, in general, that we don't necessarily need to have all those skills necessarily, right? Like, if someone's like insanely skilled at, like, in that example, like the chemistry side of it, they don't necessarily need to be able to write it down. They just need to be able to communicate it well enough to be able to write it down, you know? Yes. To be able to get it written down, you know?
Yeah. And like, how do I write it down in a way that will get me to pass this so I don't need to pay for another year of schooling?
Oh, yeah. I'm not even saying just that. I'm just saying just generally in a way to, like, that it's, that there are people that are better at communicating ideas. There are people that are better at like, you know, exploring those ideas. I mean, like, that's just functionally a fact, right?
Yeah.
It's like, and I have to imagine that would be something that's very helpful just generally. And I have to imagine that, like, that's already the case, right? Like, not all scientists want to sit there and write their own, like, papers and shit, you know?
Right. That's for sure.
But I don't even know why I'm just rambling about this at this point, but I mean,
it's what we do.
I just want, that's what I always do. I mean, frankly, that's what I always do. Like, that's the large majority of my stream is just getting stoned and just rambling about whatever topic somebody's brought up, and then it usually turns into hours long of doing that and tangents and playing videos. Like, not honestly, my stream is like my mission statement that I say for people is that I do whatever I feel like to entertain myself and try to make it entertaining for others. Like, that's the hope. Like, that's the hope. Like, that's what I've said from the beginning, and that's the goal. I don't want to do anything more than that. You know, just my goal is to try to make it entertaining for others and just do something that I enjoy doing. You know?
Yeah, like, nice and simple. Like, I'm here to, you know, share what I love with you guys, and if you vibe with it, cool. If not, I'm working on it. I'll get it more.
And we're just sitting here. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that I sit here and I just, like, the whole thing is that I love just doing things that make me uncomfortable and exploring new shit. So, like, that's all my stream is, really. It's just doing new stuff. It's fun. It's just an excuse for me to do my crazy ideas. Like,
what turned you on to today's stream in particular? Like, how did you get here?
Oh, frankly, what happened is, like, I have this thing where I call into, like, any stream that I see a call into. And I saw that you were doing call-ins, and then I just stuck around for a little bit there, listening in, and it was just like I was very interested by the, by a little bit. I only heard a little bit of the conversation because obviously I was streaming, but I mean, but I was interested in knowing, like, I want to actually go back and probably watch the VOD later on, because, like, that Chudlogic person seemed pretty interesting, and I was just like, I wanted to ask you, like, where you even met that person from, because, like, that just, like, I would love to, like, get into that side of Twitch. Like, that's a side of Twitch that I've been trying to get into with my friend. I have a friend, somebody online, who's kind of been my, like, foray into that space. And I've been trying to, like, get into, like, that politics debate side of Twitch, and I have no idea how to actually go about doing that.
Yeah, I think you'd be surprised at, like, how many people are very happy to, like, fill their schedule or pad their content with, like, an interview or two. So I think reaching out to a lot of the people in the space is good. And the way that you would find people that are in the space is kind of log on to Twitch at different hours, click on the different streams that it recommends to you, or start with a few that are in the space. Like, if you go to Chudlogic, you'll see him covering drama about all sorts of people in the space. And then, yeah, just, like, follow them so you know when they're live, and then use !Discord or /Discord in a lot of their...
Yeah, I mean, that seems like... Yeah, I guess that's, like, pretty much, like, that's pretty much the way I was going about it to begin with. But I didn't, like, you actually brought up a good point that, like, just going into, like, a stream, like this Chudlogic person, and going from there, being like, Chudlogic viewers also watch, insert, like, 4 of these different streamers. They're probably also going to be in that same arena.
Yeah, for sure. and seeing whoever they cover, whoever they interact with, like this is why I advocate a lot of streamers make a YouTube, because then it makes it easier to know what that person is about. Like Chud has like an extensive like content library, and you could be like, oh, here are some names that are coming up that might be interesting as well.
Personally, that's something that I keep pushing off doing, because like my computer, it really struggles just even streaming, and I know that like editing is so fucking frustrating with my computer.
Yeah.
So I just always push it off, and I have so many like short videos that I've saved to do that with later, but then I just push it off because editing is such a hassle with this laptop.
Yeah, I think my advice would be remember that a lot of things can be upstream in terms of like communicating problems or issues you have with streaming. So like my relationship with my editor, a lot of the time I'm asking like, what will make your job easier? And they have a lot of answers. Or in your case, even without an editor, like what makes editing easier? Well, if you're able to condense what you're saying into like a 10 to 20 minute version of it, or do a TLDR of what it is that you just covered, then that can be edited and set aside.
I was really considering doing that exact thing of doing like, I've seen like other streamers do it where they just like, like randomly go off into like the like introduction of the YouTube video, They're just like, okay, we got to shoot an intro, and then they're just like, and then they just do the YouTube intro live,
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's probably the right way to go about it, honestly. Like, because like I've been thinking about like how do I actually like preface these things? Because like I've done a couple of weird things. Like I literally did like a weird demonic ritual to like resurrect my broken laptop screen. I was just like, I have no idea how to like format that into a YouTube video.
Yeah.
It's like it's one of those things. It's like It's because I think that's also just due to lack of experience. But now I feel like I'm focusing too much on myself. I apologize.
No, you're good.
I want to learn more about you.
Yeah. I mean, if you have any other questions, we could go through those, or like questions about streaming.
Oh yeah, I love just talking about streaming. Honestly, this is like my favorite thing to do. Legitimately, like the thing that I love doing is streaming. Like I will talk about this nonstop. Like it is my favorite thing to do. Like I could sit here and talk about streaming for days if you let me. Like it's legitimately a thing. Like I have too many people that just like tell me to shut up because I will just keep talking about it.
Well, if you have any other questions related to streaming, we could go through those if you want.
I mean, like, I'm trying to think, like, what else is there? Like, because, like, there's, like, I already asked you, like, roughly how to get into, like, the debate side of Switch was something I've been really interested in. I mean, I think, like, what else is there? One thing I was interested in is that, like, just, like, your choice in tags, dude. That's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because that's the thing that I always talk about. Living in a board game cafe. Oh yeah, dude, that's amazing. What the fuck? I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. Basically, like
I thought that was just your house.
No, every couple of weeks or whatever, I stay with different viewers who offer to from like all over the world. Like right now, I'm doing a big Europe tour, and so right now I'm at a host house.
Dude, that's amazing. I would love to do that. I've thought about that exact kind of thing a lot. Because like, I've thought like get an RV, go cross country, like that kind of thing. But like the RVs cost way too much money. But like I think the way that you're doing is probably the most feasible, right? Is be like, all right, just get a car and get there, or get a train and get there somehow. The cheapest manner of getting there, get there, and then you can just stay there and not have to worry about like living costs for a while.
Yeah, I think the travel costs end up adding up over time. So do like the random costs you run into while traveling. But like, yeah, you definitely save a bunch on accommodations. Another option is like if you were to rent Airbnbs in different places all over the world too, those can be reasonably cheap in a lot of countries. Like you could pay like $1,100 to spend like a month in Romania, and you're also not having to pay for furniture, not having to pay moving costs, not having to pay for toiletries. So like,
dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, it ends up being cheaper than you would think.
And like the wall behind you also just is visually very perfect. Like this is amazing, right? Like just the perfect fucking wall for the background. Like just solid, just wall to wall games. Just like
Yep, and it keeps
just
going
had to
off
note
camera in both directions.
I love it, dude.
Yeah.
I love it. It's amazing. It's like, and like they're not even bad games. Like a lot of them are real good. Like Ticket to Ride, great game. Battleship, solid game. Monopoly, game to end a lot of families. Like it's like Cluedo, pretty good game.
Yeah, they're all solid choices. He's my host is definitely like a board game aficionado for sure.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh my god. That's one thing that like I know if I had a disposable income, I would just end up like filling my house with like these fucking games, dude. I would just have no space to live. I would just have only boxes of games. I would just make my bed out of boxes of games. Like I'd go full on hoarder, and like I'm gonna go full on prepared hoarder. I'm just gonna take out everything. I don't need anything but the boxes of games.
Yeah, it's about the displaying them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you have anything else you want to talk about in particular?
I apologize about that. I had someone speaking to me in real life there.
No, you're good.
But yeah, it's one of those things. Like, I've been streaming outside for the like every time that like it feels weird because it's not been for the last few days, because I was streaming for 8 days straight outside on my deck. Then I had my laptop screen break one morning when I woke up. Like my laptop screen was just straight up busted.
That's not good.
And like, so yeah, it's still fucked up. Like from the left side of my laptop screen is just all screwed up. I can't even see it. It's fine. It's like for like the left tab, like the leftmost tab in my browser. I don't know what the fuck that is right now. It's like it's like that's there. Okay, I don't need to worry about it. But that's there, and it's just like. But now that really caused a bit of a delay because I was just like, do I even keep streaming with my laptop like this? And then I had like a couple of days of that. And then I had like horrible timing in between where it was like each time it seemed where I was like, oh yeah, I'll fucking do it then. There's either a thunderstorm or some other dumb chaos in my house that caused a delay, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because I live with other people, so it's how it goes. But...
Yep, other people invite chaos.
Yeah, it is how it goes. It's just like that's the whole reason that I've been streaming outside, is that because I normally don't stream during the daytime hours, because I know that the people I live with would, you know, be awake and moving around and talking to one another, and then I'm just kind of in their space in a way, and they're also being loud. It's not appropriate for me to just ask them to be quiet the whole day, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I moved to do this outside thing. It's been really fun doing it, and like I basically set it up in a way where I'm comfortable doing this like indefinitely now.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a subathon, but like I'm ready for this thing to go as far as it'll go, you know. Because like I set up my tent, like I basically set up a bed that's like almost as comfortable as my actual bed now in there. It's nice.
Yeah, it sounds like a cool setup.
Yeah, I got it all set up. It's all already set up, and I got like specific rules set in place for like safety for my laptop and me. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. I apologize for rambling about it. I keep feeling bad that I'm rambling about myself. I just tend to do that.
No, you're good. I hope you get your laptop fixed soon.
Oh yeah, that's one thing that's gonna cost like a good like $150 or something like that. It's like it's just not some. It's like from what I was saying, it was like $100 or $200. But like one of the models, I wasn't even sure if it was actually the model I need. But it's fine. I gotta find the actual model number and do all that. But yeah. It's a whole thing. It's just like I just don't even have the money to like do it right now anyway. So I'm just gonna like work with what I got, you know.
Yeah. Alternatively, I mean, if you get a external monitor like what I have here, like one of these will cost less than that. You could use that.
One thing I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna do. I might actually do it today. Is like I have this old laptop that is broken that I'm gonna turn into an external monitor. I'm just gonna buy a freaking control board for it and just wire it in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because it'll take like I got a soldering iron, and I can just get the control iron. And control board. It'll take fucking 5 minutes to put together. You know?
Yeah.
Because like the one thing that's the problem is I don't have like a backing for it, so I'll probably just keep it on cardboard. Or I could probably like take out the Dremel and like keep it in the laptop frame that it was already in, and just kind of like glue the control board to the back.
Eek, neither sounds ideal, really.
I mean, it'll work. The thing is, like, it just gotta be something that I can like stand up, you know, and like won't like fall over too easily. That's the hope.
Yeah. Well, did you have any other questions you wanted to go through to stop you from rambling?
I apologize. Yeah, it's how it goes. I tend to ramble. I apologize about it. I really appreciate you having me on for like and allowing me to for a little while here.
Yeah, no problem.
Also, I just saw that you play Faster Than Light. I fucking love that game. Good God.
Yeah.
That game has sucked me in for years. Like, I can't stop playing. Like,
I think I played it like twice, and that I was pretty much over it. So I might not be the best person to talk to about. I'm more of like a dungeon.
I saw that you had it in the description, so I was like, that game sucked me in hard.
Yeah.
Oh my God. But I will see you in the future. I will come back to your stream and as soon as I can. I really appreciate you having me, and I once again apologize for fucking taking up too much of your time.
No, you're good. If you come up with anything else, you catch another one of these, I'd be happy to have you on.
Oh yeah, I would love to call in whenever you're doing it.
All right, awesome. Well, I'll talk to you later.
And thank you very much for your help, by the way. I wanted to say that again.
Yeah, for sure. Anytime we're doing call-ins, or if you want to go on the Discord and go in stream discussion or anything like that, I'm always around and checking that.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It was wonderful talking to you.
Yeah, you too. I'll talk to you later. Boop. All right. So that was Ace N Deuce, spelled Alpha Charlie Echo November Delta Uniform Charlie Echo. Looks like we got at least one more person that wants to get in here. It's actually the person who is helping me today with screening these questions and these calls, and is somebody who is an integral part of the Booksmarts Intelligence Agency. I'm going to go ahead and pull him in and see what it is that he would like to talk about. Again, if you'd like to join, feel free to join the Discord, !Discord. Scroll all the way down the channel list, go to the live weight room, join in there. And the person that we're bringing on now will be able to onboard you and figure out what it is you want to talk about, and make sure you're all set to go. So without further ado, we're bringing in Saint Nick of my Discord. All right. Hey Nick, what is up?
Hi, I'm Nick for everyone. I didn't know I was so integral to the BIA.
Yeah, well, that is the public facing image.
I was going to ask you, my first question is, why do you dislike conversations which so heavily like revolve around philosophy or these abstract concepts? I feel like you've expressed your disdain for these types of conversations in the past.
Yeah, I definitely have. It's tough because it's like a multifaceted thing. So number one, I think that oftentimes the people that like to talk about philosophy are also people that divorce their philosophy from the way that they like pragmatically engage with things, or the way that people in general pragmatically engage in things. And so the kinds of people interested in that are typically in their own head about like the way that they're functioning and the way that other people function, in a way that kind of, the longer they spend on it, the more divorced they are from like the way that they're actually thinking or acting, or the way that other people are thinking and acting. And go ahead.
So you would characterize like people who think a lot about these philosophical systems or how they work, essentially like the more that they do this, it's like a self-fulfilling thing that, like, let's say I was thinking about philosophy in order to like solve some sort of ideological issue, but the more I was to think about that thing, the more the putting that solution into play becomes like a distant thing.
Yeah, like I think 80% of your focus should be on practically what are you doing, and the 20% should be on like the philosophy or the ideation. But I feel like that's often shifted for the people that like that topic of conversation.
Do you think it's a negative thing, or do you think it's like a positive thing to essentially dislike these types of conversations so much?
I don't think it's like cut and dry that way. Like, I'm sure that the people that like those conversations could point out a million positives of them that I would probably agree with. It's just that, like, we only have a limited amount of time on the earth, and I do plenty of dangerous things and could, like, die any day. Like, I could show up to a host's house and they murder me in my sleep, or I could crash on the motorcycle or whatever. Like, I try to take my mortality, very seriously. And if I only have so much time, I really don't think I would want to spend it too much on those topics unless it's really revolving around like practical decisions. And even then, sometimes the practical conversations kind of drift from like how I'm actually going to act, like engaging in a conversation about veganism or something like that. And it just ends up feeling like a waste of time. And I would say that that's bad.
Okay. So this kind of idea or behavior has also kind of trickled down into the community. There are a lot of users who kind of dislike this more abstract, or what's it called, philosophical way of going about arguments or thinking. And I personally dislike it because I feel like a lot of where political ideas and religious ideas come from is either subconsciously through a lot of philosophies that are ingrained in us through our culture. And so a lot of the times disagreements, in my view, don't actually start at the point of disagreement, but rather start at a more deeply like philosophical flaw or disagreement or rupture between these two people. So yeah, I kind of wanted to get like, what's your view on that?
I'm sure that people like, when you open the door of philosophy, you will certainly find in the immediate vicinity a lot of problems that you'll have with other people. It's just if we turn around and we open the other door of like pragmatically, what are you doing? Or like, what do I disagree with you on that you are doing now? I just always find that that's a more fruitful thing to engage with. Like, there certainly are a lot of problems that are philosophical in nature. I just find that like if you were to spend the same amount of time digging into the philosophy as you would digging into like practicality, you would get more bang for your buck personally, because at the end of the day I care more about like what people are pragmatically doing than how it is that they think about what it is that they're doing.
Okay. And then my last question was going to be, is femboys or tomboys?
Femboys.
Okay. I see. And also the users I do want to call out are Vels and Claire. Vels and Claire, they hate these abstract conversations and they would rather die before entertain them. Okay. That's basically it.
Well, that's a better way to spend their time, in my opinion.
All right. That's all, Buck.
All right. Sounds good. I'll put you back in that room.
Thank.
So, sorry, I cut them off. That was Saint Nick of the Discord. If you ever stop around in any of the channels in the Discord, including general, off-topic, drama, stream discussion, the BIA chat, of course, the VIP chat, any of them, even the voice channels, you'll probably have run into Saint Nick at some point during your adventures in the books Discord. That is Saint Nick on the Discord. Now their name on the Discord is Nickel in brackets, which I don't know what the story is behind that, but you'll see them around. They're a pretty big part of the community, even if they don't have the hugest, as huge a contribution as to BIA as I made them out to have. I just got here. Is it any kind of question? Yes, Wolfgang, it is any kind of question, suggestion, request, input, whatever it is that you'd like to talk about, I am open to it. All you have to do is go on the Discord, which Wolfgang, of course, you are familiar with, and go to the live weight room voice channel at the bottom of the Discord. Join there, explain to Nick what it is that you'd like to talk about. Nick will at me when you're ready to go, and you've had it explained to you how you can be ready to go, and then I'll drag you on and we'll talk. I do have a couple of questions that I am getting from the chat, so I'll go ahead and fill some airtime with that. I heard somebody asking about DMT. I have never done DMT, never tried DMT. I have heard about DMT. I used to listen to a lot of Joe Rogan, and I had friends that did do DMT. And, I'd say that from the outside perspective, it's kind of a crazy drug that it's weird to see people do and go through. The things that they say don't make a ton of sense, but I'm sure in their brain they're having this wild, wild ride. So while I have not done DMT, I am familiar with it. I am familiar with people that have done it. And I don't really think two ways about it. If some people want to do that to expand their consciousness or experience a different thing or a different plane of existence or however the fuck they want to describe that, yeah, power to you. Although I would also say that if you're going to do something like that or do something like LSD or mushrooms or these sorts of things where that is your intention, I would suggest that you journal it, keep track of what it is that you learned or the aliens that you talked to or the conversations you had with the beings inside of your head. And that way you can get the most out of the experience. So that's what I would say regarding DMT. Let's see. Did someone say Joe Rogan? Yes, I did. Let's see here. I guess Daniel Brockman. Oh no, you misunderstood. Okay, Femboys unsubbed. I mean, I got nothing against Tomboys, but in a battle of the two, I'm gonna probably pick Femboys every single time. In anime and stuff, I do appreciate Tomboys. I guess probably not in real life too much necessarily, but definitely in my animes. So Ace and Deuce wants to come in again with random art inspiration. If you'd like to join and if you'd like to do the onboarding again with Saint Nick, feel free. I would be happy to have you on again if you have something specific you'd want to talk about. Although I will be more on top of you about rambling. We'll work together to solve that issue should you come on again. Thanks for entertaining that question. Not a problem, Shandi. If you want to ask your question in the chat, then feel free to just do it at Booksmart so that I can find it easy and put that at the front of your message. And I would be happy to add it to my little list that I have here in front of me of different things that people are talking about. In case you didn't know, I'm a huge advocate of note taking. So the entire time I was talking with Chudlogic, I was doing like a page full of notes. And as I'm talking to y'all now, I am taking notes on things I'd want to talk about or questions that I'm seeing. I am a huge advocate for notes. My favorite note-taking software is Notion, but nothing can beat a good old pen and paper, although it's not indexable, it's not searchable. So there are some problems with it that lead me to use Notion more. Some support for the channel, and I do want to give a thank you to the other people who have been supporting the channel. So CMG with their 4th month using their Prime subscription. If your Amazon Prime is not connected to your Twitch, what the hell are you doing? You get a free sub every single month that you could use on the channel, and that does support us and helps me keep making the content that I'm making and doing the things that I'm doing. So if you like what you heard today, you want more interviews, financially supporting the channel is a good way to keep that going. And let's go ahead and shout out a couple of the financial supporters that did their donations while I was talking with Chud, so I can give them a lot of attention. We had Connection Killer with $20 who says, much love from all the VOD watchers. In case you didn't know, VOD watchers, my V Omega Lil D Giga Chads, you can support the channel at any point in time and likely still get a shout out on stream if that's something that you're interested in by clicking !dono in my Twitch chat, which you can access even while the stream is offline. Alternatively, if you are a huge Giga Chad and you are watching this or listening to this in the future on YouTube, you can go into the description of this video and there should be a donation link in there. When it comes to the Streamlabs donations, which is the link that's in there, Streamlabs doesn't take any of the money. PayPal does, depending on how I extract it from PayPal or what the amount is. But, Streamlabs definitely won't. That's the biggest cut of the pie that I can get. So if you want as many cents of that dollar to go to me, that would be the place to do it, just like Connection Killer did. We also had $10 from Saiku, who says, have to go. Have a good stream, everyone. I'm happy that on the way out, you threw $10 at me, probably in quarters, just to have a heavy little bag. And I appreciate getting domed with that bag of quarters. I really do appreciate it, Saiku. It's with your guys' support that I'm able to keep going on this channel and keep doing what I'm doing. And without further ado, without more shilling, I will get back to the content. Apparently, we have Wolfgang in the wait room, who was previously in the YouTube chat, expressing an interest to come on. So we will bring Wolfgang on and see what they want to talk about. Hey, Wolfgang, you are live.
Oh, wow. I guess it's my time to go.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to try and summarize this in a very short way. Recently, I was in Eurodite's Discord channel, and an interesting conversation popped up about everything, everywhere, all at once. I'm trying to figure out how to word this without making it really long, but there was a contention over if general audiences watching the movie would walk away having a full understanding of the deeper meanings and like both the surface level story that's going on. Someone made the premise that if the movie has such a high score with viewers and websites like Rotten Tomatoes and such, it must be because the average general person can walk away from that movie and get a complete understanding of everything from the surface level story to the deeper meanings. My take is that general audiences, for the most part, are really stupid and you have to treat them like babies. However, the beauty about Everything Everywhere All at Once is that if you watch it and don't understand the deeper meanings, the surface level story is still so well done that general audiences are going to walk away and give it a 9 out of 10 without understanding anything else. So I was curious if you have any particular opinions on if audiences need to walk away from that movie understanding everything to give it such a high score, or maybe that's not necessary. Just kind of your thoughts on that generally.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's the case that just because we see that it has high scores, that means that everybody understood all the things about the movie that you understood as like an educated moviegoer or somebody paying like super close attention. And I don't even think you needed to have necessarily vibed with like the main theme of the story, like the theme of family or something like that. I actually think it's like such a fun movie. It's such a fun like action sci-fi indie sort of movie that I could see you enjoying it even if the themes didn't like, you know, tickle the particular itch that you have about movies. So I think that we probably see those high ratings for a variety of reasons. Like the movie is good on its own, setting aside the themes. It's shot in a very interesting way. It's a funny premise. The jokes could definitely land. So I could see somebody just liking it as a comedy and still rating it like pretty high. But for the people that want to look a bit deeper, there's definitely stuff there that they can chew into. And so that might be why critics and the average moviegoer alike do enjoy the movie, because regardless at which level you're watching it at, there's something there for everybody is what my thoughts are on it.
Yeah, I was thinking something very similar. I guess the conversation started out as a look into the philosophy that the movie has. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but kind of seems like the movie has something to say about life mayhaps not having necessarily like meaning and you finding meaning for yourself. And it seems like the conversation was being approached from that angle. So I was surprised because hearing people talk about the movie, it seems like it's a good, in my personal experience, a good split in the middle over who understood those deeper themes and who just thought, wow, I could relate to this daughter in this movie. I could relate to not being understood by my parents or something like that. And it seemed to me like there was a much stronger case for the average person relating to these characters more so than looking at the deeper philosophies of the movie. So yeah, I would agree with you 100%. Giga Chad, thanks for agreeing with me. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm happy we agree. Yeah, I definitely think that like you could also see yourself in the characters like you mentioned. It's just like at so many levels there's so much fun to be had with that movie and so many ways to enjoy it that I just think it's like all around a really great movie for people, and a lot of people are probably going to come away really liking it.
Yeah, I hope people manage to buy the Blu-ray or the 4K to support the directors and everything, because I know there might be a rip online. I have no idea. I haven't gotten it myself. But I hope people buy and support the movie quite a bit. So there's me shilling out for it. Now for the real question about playing Monster Hunter, Booksmart.
Yeah, I have it downloaded. It's on my computer, so I just need to find the people that were talking shit to me about it and then bring them on and talk with them through the game as I'm playing it and explain why it's so bad.
Gotcha. I was actually expecting you to move me as soon as I brought up Monster Hunter, but good for you for sticking to your guns and, you know, swinging. Yeah, I'll be there. It's gonna be good. We're gonna have fun, Booksmarts. All right, have a good one, buddy.
Yeah, you too. Bye. That was Wolfgang, another frequent user of the Discord. Might not see them around quite as much as Nick, but definitely a key part of the Discord community, and I'm happy to have them have come on stream. Again, if you'd like to join, if you'd like to, share a question about anything, whether it's a movie like we just talked with Wolfgang about, streaming like we've talked with Ace and Deuce about, or just have a general suggestion like the very first person we spoke with, I'd be happy to hear you out. It's Discord Collins. Feel free to mention whatever it is that you want to mention within the realms of the TOS of these websites that constantly want to ban us. Let me see here and see if I have anything else. What is the deeper meaning? Yin and yang, nihilism versus the importance of human connection, consumerism? I don't think that there's any one deeper meaning to the movie necessarily. And I think with art in general, different people are going to pull out their different stuff. Like the last time we did something like this, we did a segment called What's Your Problem? Where we brought people on, we talked about what are their problems with me, with my content, with my ideas, stuff like that. And somebody had come on asking about a take that I had about Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is an anime. Yes, I'm a weeb. And deeper meanings being stuff that people are projecting onto it a lot of the time, unless it's like particularly overt. And, my take about this movie is the same as my take on that series. So if you see something deeper there, that's great. Everybody is going to have their unique experience with these films or with these bits of media, whether it's a book, a anime, a TV show, a movie, right? And everybody gets to see their own thing. And that will change over time. If you've ever had the pleasure of reading a book when you were in high school or something like that and returning to that as an adult later on in life, you might have an incredibly different and maybe more nuanced, hopefully, take on the bit of media that you're consuming. And that's always a fun thing. That's why when I read books like what I have in front of me right now, let me go ahead and pull it up. It is quite a hefty book, so might be a two-hand endeavor here. I have this, which I will make sure is in frame and in focus. I have the Dune trilogy, The Great Dune by Frank Herbert. So this is going to have all three of the books here, which are on the back here. You got Dune, Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune. And I'm making my way through this. And as I do, I tend to take notes on all sorts of things that catch my eye, and I try to, when a chapter had a particular influence on me, write about that in the book. And I tend to use different kinds of inks or different kinds of writing mediums as I take those notes, so that later on older me can go through the book and kind of go through that experience again and maybe add the things that stuck out to him, to future me. And as time goes on, I'll kind of be able to see over time what it is that grabbed my attention, maybe look into why it grabbed my attention. And that's kind of an interesting part about consuming media that I like in particular. That's also why, as I mentioned before, I'm a huge advocate of taking notes. And especially if you take notes in the book or you take notes in a note-taking program and you hang on to those for long enough, you could reflect on what it is that you thought before and how that changed over time. So in short, everybody's going to consume media in different ways. Everybody's going to see different things. Even if the director or the writer or whoever made the media intended you to view it one way, that doesn't mean that it is the way to view it, right? So if you felt like consumerism was the message in Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is a fantastic movie, I would highly recommend that you go see it, especially if it's in cinemas near you. And if you have the opportunity to buy it on DVD, I would also recommend doing that instead of pirating it, because it's good to support these guys. I want to see more movies that they create with bigger budgets. I mean, they did a lot with what they had on that movie in particular. So, yeah, you'll consume media however you want. You'll see the messages and the meanings that you see, and nobody's more right or more wrong than anybody else. And if we do end up arguing about that, it's mostly for fun. Just keep in mind that, like, my take is this one that I'm giving you right now. And if in the future you see me shitting on somebody who has a bad take on a movie or something like that, it's more in jest or more for fun or more for content than it is like that I genuinely disagree with them or genuinely think that they're viewing the piece of media incorrectly or something like that. Everybody's going to have their own takeaways there. Let's see. Do I want to pick from the Discord or do I want to pick from chat? I'll write down the chat one. Okay, so I'll keep that on my notes from the chat. And again, just at Booksmarts and then write whatever your message is, and I'd be happy to add it to my notes here. Just put your at Booksmarts at the very beginning. God, I love that film. That film was very, very good. Would highly, highly, highly recommend it. All right, let's see here. Okay, so Vels, our resident moderator, although sometimes Vels doesn't do, the most spotless job of moderating. Vels wants to talk about something. Maybe I'll drag Vels in here and see what they have to say. If you enjoy anime, you are viewing it incorrectly. See, that's a take from Dan Hardy that does not reflect the take of this particular media consumer, although it is how it is, Even Dan is not necessarily incorrect in their take of things. Who knows? Dan might be God, and Dan might know the true truth behind everything. So I am going to bring in Vels and talk with them. Hey, Vels, you are live. What would you want to talk about?
Hi, bud. So the problem I have, similar to a Discord conversation that you participated in with Hugh the other day, I feel like people want to use the most extreme words for every problem they're confronted with, not because it helps the problem, because it feels righteous and good for them to use those words. And I think it's actually severely detrimental to the problem. And I'm having trouble empathizing with people that do that. And I like to empathize with people. I like to understand people. But I'm becoming black-pilled on language.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to hear that you try to be empathetic, you try to understand people, and that you recognize you're at the edge. As far as people that use like hyperbolic language, or in the specific case that we're talking about, it's about using the word genocide for things that might stretch the definition of what that means. I generally advocate, and you don't have to make this clear to the other person that you're talking with, like overtly, is to get the definition or whatever it is that they're using for that particular word or for that hyperbolic phrase or take, and then just kind of resign yourself to whatever it is that you learn through that explanation. And you don't need to say like, oh, I'm ignoring your use of the word genocide because I think the way that you describe genocide is not true. It's more so about figuring out what it is that they actually believe in a way that you can kind of chew on and understand and empathize with, and then engage as if that's what they're talking about. And if you run into problems and stuff, you of course don't need to carry on the conversation. If it frustrates you too much, if it makes you doomer on people, you could choose to disengage. But generally speaking, that's what I try to do, is find some definition or some understanding of their ideas that kind of meshes with how I could interact with it, and then try interacting with that and see if I could get away with it. Is that helpful at all?
Yeah, I think so. That's basically what I've been doing. I guess maybe I just find it like frustrating on like a wider level, because I don't think it's like their approach is especially helpful, right? To the thing that they are very concerned about. I feel like it's that what they're doing is actually counterproductive. And I guess the wider implication is that it makes me feel like they don't actually care about the thing that much. They just want to like give the impression that they care about it a lot.
I mean, it could
basically they want a virtue signal.
Yeah, or it could be that they care so much that they are explaining it the way that they feel it. And the way that we feel things can often be way, like, so many levels separated from the actual thing that we're feeling about. So it could be that, like, you see something like the persecution of trans people, or legislation specifically directed against taking away rights of trans people, and to you that feels so egregious that the only word that could fit for that in your head is genocide. And so for those people, it would seem that they do care about the issue. In fact, they care so much that they're emotional in the way that they're engaging with the topic, to the point where it's detrimental to the larger conversation or their language specifically. So I don't often jump to that they're virtue signaling so much as like, oh, you care so much that you kind of missed the mark on this take because of that. That's how I try to view it charitably.
Oh, that's a good point. That actually does help quite a bit. All right. So passion overrides logic.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah. And like you can find the bits of logic hidden within the passion, which is why I tried to just ask people to explain what it is that they mean, and then I just look for that nugget of truth in there, and then kind of deal with that. And maybe you deal with the passion also. You handle it in a separate way, right? Like if there's a way to diffuse that or to correct the language, I think a first step in doing that is understanding what they're talking about, taking them seriously about it, meeting them at the level of passion that they're at, and then moving from there. So if they're describing what's happening to trans people as a genocide, being like, oh, okay, like, yeah, what's happening to trans people in this country right now is terrifying. It's incredibly scary, and it is setting us down a road where like worse things could happen to people. And I could definitely agree with you there. And then you move on from that point so that they understand that you see the severity that they're kind of loading into the topic with a word like genocide, and then you kind of move past it after that point because now they know that you're on the same page as them, and at no point did you necessarily disagree with their usage of the word or anything like that, but you're communicating like, yeah, I understand you, and see where it can go from there.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. I guess that really covers about it, I think. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for hopping on, Vels. I appreciate it.
Thanks for talking to me, buddy. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
All right, and that was Vels, moderator on the Discord. So if you ever see Vels around, help Vels out. That motherfucker's dealing with some shit. And I've been on their case about moderating people more harshly. They've been one of the main enforcers in voice chat about things like the ableism, which has kind of gotten out of hand on the server, but I think that we're reeling back in a really effective way right now. People taking mental shortcuts with the words that they're using. For example, if you feel like the way that somebody is engaging in a conversation is abnormal, or you feel like they're kind of missing the, subcontext of what people are talking about or stuff like that, it might be easy to say, wow, that's really autistic. You're being autistic. That's an autistic thing to say. But what autistic is it's your shorthand for saying, like, I feel like you're off base with this. I feel like you're not picking up on what's happening here, right? It's not a productive way of engaging. It's a mental shortcut you take that when you get in the habit of doing it can be like detrimental to larger conversations you have or your conversational approach more broadly. So lately I've been encouraging people or discouraging people, I should say, from using words like autistic, schizo posting, those sorts of things, dehumanizing people, that kind of stuff, because ultimately it's kind of like what I just talked with Vels about. There's a lot of emotional language there, and I think it's your responsibility to kind of unpack that for yourself and to engage in a way that is constructive. And if you can't, then it might be best not to engage at all. Nobody has a gun to your head and they're forcing you to continue a conversation or to be brutally honest to the detriment of everybody else in the call with what it is that you feel about what somebody else is saying, right? So moderation is another thing that could kind of stop that in the interim. And moderation itself is ideal, and that's what we're encouraging people to do. But unfortunately, in the meantime, while we're trying to get people on that same page, we're going to have to moderate them externally. We're going to have moderators continue to warn people, and when they get too many warnings, time them out and give them a break and time to think about what it is that they keep doing that is problematic. And so that's something we're working on in the Discord, and Vels has been a huge part of that, and so that's going to stress them out, reasonably so. Let's see. Well, Nick has another thing. If Nick wants to come in here, they can at me and let me know, and I'd be happy to bring them in again. But we have somebody, Flash Haze. Before that, I will answer a question that I got in the chat. So if you'd like to also ask a question in the chat, feel free to start your message with @booksmarts and then write whatever your question is. This one's coming from the chat. The question is, what kind of like activity or thought experiment is something that has led to good things for you, or has had an impact, or you think would be a good experience for people to go through? Maybe that's kind of tangential to the philosophy question. I would say that for me, a study that I have heard talked about on podcasts, I have also like personally engaged with, both in reading about it and in thinking about it myself, that's really handy, is what you do is, and it's a psychology experiment, what you do is you give people a bunch of different objects, common everyday objects like a pen, and you ask them on a scale from 1 to 10, how well do you understand how this thing works? And often with things that people engage with every day, that's not too complicated. It's not something on its face that's complicated like a smartphone, but is more in the lines of like a pen or a toilet or a light bulb. People will rate themselves very highly at understanding it. So then what you do is you ask them to explain to you, as if you were an alien, how that thing works and how you would construct it. And you have them go through that exercise, and it's painful and difficult, and it forces somebody to kind of face the reality that they don't actually know how it works. Then after asking them to do that, you ask them to rate again how well they understand how this thing works or how it's built or how it functions. And then you get a much more honest response after somebody had to confront how well they actually understand the mechanisms of that particular device or invention. I like to use that when I'm thinking about conversations and stuff like that. How well could I explain the points that I'm putting forward? And if I can't explain it very well in context and in using quotes and moments from a conversation, it may be a variety of other things that are triggering that for me. It could be an emotion or a feeling. It could be that I have a problem with their general style. It could be a gazillion other reasons why I have this conclusion about what it is that they're doing. And instead of kind of jumping to that conclusion, assuming it's right, assuming that I have all the pieces that I could rope together to explain why I believe that, instead of taking that for granted, I try to think about what are the nuts and bolts of this that actually lead to that. And a lot of the time it's emotion. A lot of the time it's not the arguments they're making, but how they're making them. And if it's something like that, then you kind of make the decision, do I put forward the opinion and be honest about what's leading to it? That, hey, the way this person engages makes me feel this way, and that's why I feel the conversation went this way, or I feel that this is the problem. Or do you kind of zoom out a little bit more, like I do when I do line by lines off stream, where I'm looking at the whole transcript of the conversation and build a list of quotes, a list of kind of building blocks that I then look at and I evaluate the importance of and use that to draw my conclusions. Look at the nuts and bolts and see the way the actual machinery is working, and then make your determination, right? Understanding all the pieces of a pen, how they fit together, how they function with all the other pieces, and then rating your understanding of how those pieces are going together will lead you to a more accurate answer about how well you understand it than if you were to take shots in the dark and make a guess about that up front. So that's personally an idea or a thought experiment or whatever you would call it that I personally find valuable and has left a lasting impact on me. So hope that answers that. I do see more questions from the chat. I will be adding those to a list. Don't worry, they're being logged for the most part, and I will put them on a piece of paper and respond to them in between my my conversations with people. Let me see. I think we'll bring on Flash Hayes, who has something they would like to talk about. I'm going to go ahead and drag them in and see what that is. Hey, Flash Hayes, you are live.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm actually doing really well today.
Awesome, awesome. What did you want to talk about?
A while ago, you mentioned something that I expect you to fill in the gaps because I don't remember it exactly. But my question would be, would you wipe out all human life if it was instant and painless?
Oh boy, this thought experiment again. So this is a really early one from the Booksmarts lore days, where I explained to people that as empathetic as I am and whatever, if I had the option to kind of reset intelligent life on Earth by getting rid of all humans painlessly in an instant, I would likely click that button. The reason why I think that is because I've been on acid trips and in dreams and in other, realities where I've thought for all intents and purposes it was reality, and I have always clicked the button. I haven't been in a situation like that in a while, but I would presume that I would still click it. I probably would still click that button. Yeah.
So is that tied to any sort of like logical reason, or is this more of like help me elucidate this perspective? Yeah. What is this button that you'd click, and why?
So, I think I've basically explained what the button is, because it would just wipe out all.
I guess you're right.
Yeah. The reason why I believe, and it's more of a feeling than like a really thought out thing, is that I worry that humans, as they're currently going and as our history seems to indicate and the technology that we possess right now, could very well ruin the Earth for all possibility of intelligent life to thrive on the planet again and do it right. So to work in tandem with nature and to support the other creatures on the Earth and to expand beyond the Earth and really be kind of set up for making sure that this little fire of intelligence, or more accurately, this little fire of life continues to, putter along. I really am concerned with the way that things work, with the way governments are set up, and with the way that people think that we might not be that. And if we're allowed to continue to go on, that we may destroy the possibility for life in this corner of the universe to continue going on. And I think it would be better to take the chance that something else would arise that would be intelligent, would be able to kind of fix those things, whether it's because of their biology or their culture or their intelligence. And I would wipe it and give it a reset and give something else the opportunity to take our place.
Okay. When I look to the past, it truly seems like things have only gotten better every year with some obvious caveats. I think the amount of suffering has really plummeted with time, with medical advances and technology and stuff. I think for the most part, even though we've done a really poor job at adapting to things like climate change, I think you'd have to be crazy to look at that kind of issue and not see the level of dedication to it, or maybe I want to say in like a couple decades, there have been like sweeping changes to the way the world, and it hasn't been enough, obviously, but the way the world has kind of responded to that crisis. There have been huge amounts of like money poured into these kind of giant climate projects and stuff like that. So I kind of view the history of humanity as like iteration and like failure, but repeated improvement. And when I talk to even like older people, it seems like they wanted for a lot, had very little, like not even running water, that kind of thing. I've kind of watched like what I think is like social progress, technological progress, and I think a lot of our problems now stem from like the abundance of everything, funny enough, and we haven't found a good way to balance that. But do you think you could have hope that we could find a way to balance that and iterate on this, that there's not something that's inherently wrong with like humanity itself or like human beings, but that we could perhaps like ascend past all of these problems of the past and create like a beautiful world?
Yeah. I think it's also important to note that like, while I have that belief about that opportunity and what I would do if I were given that opportunity, the way I practically execute it in life, and this is part of why I feel less inclined to have philosophical conversations, the practical way I engage every day.
Oh God, you went quiet for me.
Oh, am I? Am I quiet for everybody else? Testing. No, I appear to be fine. So I'll just keep going. Like there is hope. There are medical advancements. There is some progress being made on climate change. What I'm most worried about is that the existential negatives, the existential problems that we face, I don't think I have a lot of hope that we overcome those necessarily. So the idea that if we had the wrong two countries go to war and they're constantly doing this thing of going on the brink of it, and putting leaders in charge who could in an instant wipe out like a lot of the biodiversity on Earth, I think those are the things I'm more concerned about, like not necessarily progressing in medicine or progressing in charity or progressing in like climate change and stuff like that. What I look at is the immediacy of the destruction of like all of Earth as we know it. I don't think that humans would ever like get wiped out. I think we're very, very selfish and we will continue to act in our self-interest, and that's reflected in these developments in terms of agriculture, medicine, stuff like that. I just worry that we ruin the Earth for what could have been for so many other species and so many other things that could take our place on top. And that's more of what I'm concerned about, is like nuclear war or pollution to the point of killing off a ton of the biodiversity on Earth, or unintentionally destroying intelligent life when we find it. That's the kind of stuff I'm more concerned about, and the reason why I would probably
What does the button do? Kill all humans.
And yes, to be clear, the button would harmlessly in an instant wipe out all of the humans, hopefully including myself. Although if my punishment were to walk around the Earth alone for as long as I would stay alive, then it is what it is. That's what the button would do. Does that address your questions and stuff?
Hey, buddy. It just wanted to let you know. It seems like Flash Haze crashed out because of heat issues.
Oh, okay, no worries. Oh well, I'll assume that they could watch back the VOD and they probably got their what they were asking for. Yeah.
All right, I'll jump out. Have a good one.
Thank you, Vels. All right, and I will grab a question that I did see. I'll do the follow-up question from CMG, big supporter of the channel. Thank you to CMG. You're doing God's work for the rest of the people that enjoy this content for free by donating money to the stream. CMG asks, if the button is pressed and there was a 0% chance another intelligent species would arise, would you still press it? No. Or is it predicated on saving it for something else? It is predicated on saving it for something else. So if you guaranteed me no other intelligent species would arise if I wiped out humans, I wouldn't do it. Because I would rather chance it with that than chance it on life exists somewhere else in the universe and hopefully they do it and whatever. It's more so about the existential threat that we pose to the possibility for other intelligent life. And I do worry that if we are ever exposed to another kind of intelligent life, whether that's aliens or some kind of intelligence that we discover in octopuses or mold or fungi or something else, I worry that in our fear and in our lack of understanding that we would stifle or destroy or enslave whatever that thing would be. And, you know, as a side issue, I worry that that intelligence and maybe a part of intelligence is this inherent selfishness that would lead to them destroying us as soon as possible. So it may just be a problem with intelligence. I don't pretend like I have the answers to that, but hope that answers your question, CMG. And I will also answer Daniel Brockman. Do you know how to draw a simple line sketch of a bicycle? Yeah, probably. Because I've done it before. Booksmarts, I'm really, and this is from I would prefer not to, in the Twitch chat, I'm really interested in your debate review elimination process. Sometimes I hear you saying, I heard that one was rough, and I think it sounds perfect to review, but you have a different approach, it seems. Yeah, I do. So, A, I have to consider, am I willing to sit through this for long enough? B, if it's a line by line that's done off stream, like with the Mr. Girl thing that I'm working on, hopefully tonight and tomorrow, is this something that I have something to say about that would be important? Or am I just going to repeat for the umpteenth time that this person does XYZ, or here is XYZ problem that everybody has? Those are two huge things. So am I interested and motivated long enough to continue working on this and see it through? Because odds are, or, you know, odds could be, that if I cover something and it's just a React thing, or it's just a Joker review or something like that, I might get roped up into a larger conversation about that topic. I need to make the assumption that any kind of coverage that I do about anything could blow up and then turn into a weeks-long arc where I have to talk about it to a gazillion different people, or I have to defend the statements that I would make. And especially after the problems that I had with DGG and Destiny, which a lot of them were my fault, and I do, you know, take it on the chin about that. If that is going to happen, I need to make sure that it would be worth it happening, right? So these are the kinds of things that I'm thinking about when I'm doing a review. So that's why I picked the Mr. Girl thing to talk about, because I would really like to look back at the video and compare that to what Steven and him are talking about. I'd like to look at what are the questions that Steven is asking and how is Mr. Girl answering them, right? Or like the Vosh thing that was mentioned with Chudlogic today. That interests me because it's like, what is, if any, the difference between the way you kind of major positions in conversation A with this this other person that he had spoken to before Rose Wrist, and what is the differences, if any, between that and the conversation answers and positions that you put forward when you spoke with Rose Wrist, right? That's why early on into the stream we covered a lot of Vosh. I'm not covering a lot of Vosh because I think he's popular or I think I could like get a lot of money out of it, right? These aren't really the driving factors behind covering these sorts of things. In the back of my mind now that I'm taking stream more seriously, it's definitely something that I consider, but a huge part of it is, does this line by line add anything to this conversation? Could it clear something up that a React Andy could not clear up by watching it, right? And as Chud mentioned, if Chud is react ending and he's not taking notes and whatever, he might not be able to remember some of the things that happened, or he's not able to cite what it is that changed between one take and the other take. And there's a lot of uncertainty there. So solving that through a line by line is very tantalizing. It's something that I think would be good for the format. So those are the kinds of considerations I make when picking something that I'm going to watch. Not necessarily that it's rough and that I could give advice for it. It goes a few levels deeper than that, right? Because if somebody has the same problem every single time they engage, and I've said it before, then it's not super productive to do it again. So it's definitely not the only dimension that I look at that through, and hope that answers your question a little bit more. So let's go ahead and see who else we have to talk to. We have Old Melder. Let us go ahead and drag Old Melder in and see what Old Melder has to say. All right. Hey, Old Melder, you are live.
Hello. Can I just say before I ask my question, your background is aesthetically giving me mad garage stream vibes from early on in the stream.
Oh yeah, this kind of wired shelf thing is a lot like the garage streams from way early on in the streaming.
Yeah, back in the Joe Biden stutter long form video.
Ah, what those were the days.
Yeah, how positive it all was.
Yeah.
So my question is, so as I understand it, you began ghostwriting for PhDs at a relatively young age. How old were you when you first started doing that?
So, in terms of like PhD level, because I don't think I've ever worked on like a philosophy degree with anybody at that level. The first thing I did was a doctoral in behavioral psych. That was when I was maybe 17 or 18, round about there.
Right. Because to me, it's interesting how young you were at that time. In part because I'm curious about what skill set you thought made that viable for you at such a young age, and then as an extension to that, how much you think that was a novel thing for you to even be able to do, or how much you think that in reality a lot of other people would have been able to do it had they just, maybe gone out and done it, or spent like a little bit of time actually learning about it.
Yeah. So in terms of the skill set, at that point, I had been doing essays regularly for people at like a reasonably high level. And I had done the individual portions of what would be your thesis. So the individual chapters, like your introduction or your abstract, your methodology section, your lit review section, your, your review of the data. I had done these individual sections, and I realized when the offer came to me to work on that, oh, hey, I've already done these individual pieces. And if the requirements are the same as what the individual pieces requirements are, then all this is like 5 papers wrapped together into one, right? Because it would be the introduction, these different chapters that had often been given to me piecemeal were just going to be all together. And I know from the beginning what it is that we're covering. We had all the data done, that they had their results and what they wanted to talk about. It just needed to be put into paper form. And so that's kind of what led to that in terms of a skill set. And for do I think the average person could do it? 100%. I think that most graduates would be able to do it if they paid attention. I think that following instructions to the T and breaking down a prompt into the pieces of what is being asked of you is a skill that I seem particularly good at that other people struggle with. But of course, from my perspective as somebody that kind of naturally seems to get it, it seems very simple to me. Like, oh, all this is a long checklist of things that you need to do. And then you have a style guide to guide how you would write that. And if you fuck it up at any point, you have a bunch of people that review the document and then give you feedback on what it is that you messed up on. So you have the bumpers there. So yeah, I think the average person could do it. Frankly, I think that like the average honors English high school senior could probably do it as well. They just need to kind of be instructed in a productive way on how to do it. But I definitely don't think it's outside of the reach of the average person, because for me, it's just nuts and bolts of breaking down what's being asked of you and then collecting that information, presenting it the way you're being asked to.
So you said that breaking down that problem, that you found that you seem to find that easy when other people seem to struggle with it. Why do you think that you find that easier than other people? Was it just a learned thing, or do you think that just your brain is wired in just the right way that makes that kind of naturally easy for you?
I think that I don't stress myself out about it the way that other people stress themselves out about it. I think it's panic and fear, and particularly fear of failure, that leads people to overthink the problem. And having this one level remove where like I'm being commissioned to do a draft, that there's reviews or edits done on that draft, I'm not penalized for it. It doesn't cost me more time in university if it comes back that way. If it's completely wrong, then it's completely wrong. This person understood the chance that they were taking. They knew about my educational background and how old I was and stuff like that. So yeah, for me, a lot of those problems that would normally face a student in terms of stress and stuff like that didn't exist. As far as like, am I unique in that regard? I would say that when I worked as a dispatcher in restaurant delivery service before we had like Grubhub and Postmates and Uber Eats and all that, I think that helped me a lot with managing stress. I was able to kind of separate myself from the situation and look at it as like, hey, if there's a problem with this order, if it gets there late, a lot of this is outside of my hands. If a driver runs into traffic, then all I do is inform the customer. It's not on me. This isn't something I'm personally tied into. I worked with this guy who sat next to me, and he would stress about everything. He would constantly comp people on their order, which means he would give them a huge discount or free food. He would pull his hair out and curse and blame the drivers and blame the customers, and he would really get personally invested in the outcomes of things in a way that I didn't, because I just realized how much of it's outside of my control, and realized that if I'm in a calm position and if I'm able to just keep my cool on the inside, I'll be better equipped to handle whatever happens that oftentimes is outside of my control. I'm able to be nicer with the customer on the phone and not ruin the relationship because I'm staying calm and I'm able to communicate effectively what's going wrong with their order. Or with a driver, no amount of yelling at your driver is going to make them go any faster to go deliver the food. And if you do pressure them in that way, as we did at some points, they might get into an accident. They might miss something when they go to pick up the food. They might have a negative interaction with the customer because of that. And really, you're doing nothing but hurting yourself by kind of feeding into this anxious monster that's inside of you that is trying to say that any little failure reflects negatively on you with all these orders. And I think I took that experience with me into essay writing and kind of realized, like, at the end of the day, this person is cheating. They're paying a high schooler to do their college level essays. If anything goes wrong here, I don't need the money. I'm a high schooler. I could just refund it to them if I really feel bad about it, if I feel guilty about it. And so there was a lot there where I was able to kind of separate myself from the process. After I had done it for a while, I kind of reinvested myself into it and tried harder to do a better job and learn more about it and whatever. But yeah, at the time, I think separating myself made it easier. And if more people did that, just looked at the nuts and bolts of what's being asked of them, then handling each of those piecemeal is a lot easier for people.
Okay. If that colleague you mentioned earlier, the one who's ripping out his hair and causing all sorts of problems for himself, he's stressing himself out from like the big picture and unable to get down to the small picture. He comes to you and he says, hey, you're doing so well, you're so naturally unstressed here, I want to get to where you're at. Do you think you can give him advice? And if you do, what kind of advice would you give him?
I could definitely give him advice, but I couldn't guarantee that I would fix the problem, because the ball's kind of in their court for that. I can't log into their body and play the game for them. The advice that I would give them is to think about, where are you personally investing yourself in this, and can you de-invest that? So if you think that you're like, what are you thinking? Do you think you're going to be fired from your job because this negative thing happened? None of us get fired for these problems. Do you think you're going to get written up? None of us get written up. Do you think that like acting in the way that you're acting is going to solve things? Usually it doesn't, right? So I would tell them to kind of take a step back, look from a third person perspective and see, is what you're doing actually even helping, and is it necessary? And then to kind of cut out those negative behaviors as it becomes apparent that they are negative, and then to just really look at what's being asked of you, look at what you can do, look at what's inside of your control, limit the scope of that a little bit further. You know, don't think that you're a superhuman that will do everything right, never make a mistake or whatever, and then solve for problems as they come up. Like when I was talking with Chudlogic, and it comes up that, hey, people lose steam when they see people leaving a project, discords are difficult to run, etc., etc. I just view these as little checkboxes and problems to be solved. Like, oh, well, when you break it down individually, all these things either can be solved or I already have a solution to them, which makes the idea of taking up the project a lot easier. Like, I have a decent Discord moderation team, and I am able to get people to respond to call to actions. I know how to do call to actions. I think that I could manage these systems and operations based on my current skills, like breaking down the problems into things that you can actually solve and really looking hard at those problems and seeing if they actually exist, and then moving forward step by step and realizing you're not going to have the answer to everything at once, and that as you solve these problems, new doors will open up in front of you with brand new problems that you'll have to figure out, and that the whole idea of this game is to get better at problem solving, because that is the only skill you'll carry over from one thing to the next, and they will never stop coming. I think that's the mindset I would tell them to get into.
Awesome. I think that's all my questions that I've got for you.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, I just want to say, just as a brief note, I love the work you do. And I think that your long form live streams continue to be some of the absolute best in this space, and I look forward to them.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the compliments. I hope to keep you around for longer, and if you ever see one of these again and have questions, feel free to jump in.
Great. Thank you very much. Awesome.
Have a good one.
And you.
All right. And that was Odd Melder, who I'm going to just throw back into the live weight room. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming on, Old Melder. I'm going to check and see if we had any questions in the Discord, which we do. Another one from Daniel Brockman. Let's go ahead and check that one out. Would you prefer to leave a Garden of Eden, but of a minimal but sufficiently large group of humans to breed a healthy new humanity, or would you rather delete all humans? Oh, I don't even know if I understand this. Leave a Garden of Eden of a minimal but sufficiently large group of humans to breed a healthy new humanity, or would you rather delete all humans? I'd probably want to live in the Garden of Eden, no? I'm not crazy. What about other apes? I don't see why it would be different for other apes. Right? Because I'm not personally tied to the idea of being a human, right? I'm not like... I'm not like, I was born and I think I'm a human and I know I have to be a human. And if I was in a not human body, I would feel so weird about not being a human. Like, I wouldn't really care. So I guess the same answer would be, my answer for the humans thing would be my answer for the apes thing. Let's see. I think that was it from the YouTube chat. I'm talking about the button. Well, you're going to have to ask again and reformat it for the button, because that was not in the question. Let's see who else we have in the voice chat. We have Florent. Let us go ahead and see if Florent is ready to go. They appear to be muted, so I'm going to assume not. I will move on to Sheeptar then, and we'll go ahead and drag Sheeptar into here. All right. Hey, Sheeptar, you are live.
It was Florent up next, not me.
Oh, that's okay. They weren't ready to go.
Oh, okay. I got it. Let me mute the stream. All right. How are you doing today?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. So I had a couple of different things I wanted to go over. Would you like to skip over some of them or cut it down to a smaller amount?
No, feel free to do long form.
Okay, love it. So I guess first of all, I just want to touch on your content and the stuff that I've watched recently. I took a break from the community for a while. I used to be a part, and then I left around the time that Mr. Girl stuff was going on, and I left like a lot of online communities when that stuff happened, just because it made me uncomfortable. But
fair enough.
And I've seen a lot of your recent stuff, and I really, really appreciate what you do. Like your discussion with Zach App and reviewing the Rose, Wrist, and Bosch conversation recently, the counterpoints discussion and with your problem video, and even going back to older stuff, like watching the Drama Detective discussion about reviewing Hunter Avalon versus Redacted from PA. I really like your interview style, the way you handle debate and discussion and how you analyze things. It reminds me a little bit of like therapy when you like interview people, because you're asking open-ended questions and helping them to sort through their thoughts and find like the path forward, and you're really patient with people, which it's really nice to see, because a lot of online content creators aren't like that. When they get in a discussion with someone, they've already got the idea in their head of like what the other person is thinking about, and then they don't really actually hear the other person, and they start talking past each other, and it's stressful. But you don't do that, and so it's really refreshing to see your stuff.
Thanks.
I also really like your analysis of like political positions and creators' takes and disagreements with each other, because you don't just like take a side or like go one way or the other. It's like the stuff involving like Vosh and Steven, for example. Being a good faith critic can land you in a really tough spot with everyone on all sides of this stuff, and I just want to express how grateful I am that you jump on that grenade for everybody, and it sucks for you, but you know, we all get to benefit from that.
Yeah, it is rough, but I'm happy that enough people appreciated that I can make a living out of doing it.
So yes, that was the appreciation part. Now I'll stop being a simp. So there's a pattern that I've noticed in like debate streamer culture and the Bloodsport stuff. I think I've figured out sort of part of why it is the way that it is. And maybe this is just me doing like a tiny brain thing and thinking that I figured something big out, but but I think that it comes down to like people like to watch somebody who's more capable than them stand up against the things that they don't like and can't stand up to. Like, for example, I'm somebody who I don't handle confrontation very well, and it's very stressful for me. Brief story is I once like witnessed a hate crime thing happening. Some woman was cussing and screeching at some guy and treating him terribly, and he ended up leaving the situation. I tried to confront her about it, and just knees shaking, you know, knees, what is it, the Eminem thing, arm spaghetti or whatever. I feel like that was me. I couldn't handle it. And so like seeing somebody like Vosh or Destiny or you or anyone else like stand up to somebody that's being shitty is like really satisfying. And I think that it scratches an itch like deep in people's souls. And I think that's part of why, one of the things that drives, and I'm not saying it's a good thing that people do blood sports, because I see all of the harm that it caused, but I can see the motivation and like why people enjoy it. It's like a siren call kind of. But also it's really frustrating to see, and I see that like when you're reviewing these debates and you see people talking past each other and having these misses, they have this focus on a narrative, kind of, is what I think happens, and they see the narrative of what the other person is thinking about, and they see like how they perceive what the other person is saying, and they don't really actually listen to the person. And I've noticed you call this out a lot when people are having discussions that you're reviewing, but it's like they once they've written off in their head what the other person thinks, and they're like, oh, this person just thinks this way, or they're this, or they're that, or they're just being bad faith, or they're just Fed posting, for example, from the Rose Wrist versus Vosh thing, right? It's very much like they write off the other person, and then they sink into it. And Destiny does this too, and it makes me really uncomfortable when I see it. But they do this thing where they just write the other person off, and then they start just denigrating them as hard as possible, like, you retard, like, you're fucking stupid, and all this other stuff. And it's like, I wish that they wouldn't do that, because it's a kind of also seeding optics too, because even if that were the case, the moment you jump that ledge, there's a part of the audience that wasn't on the same page as you when you do that, right? Not you, obviously, but them, when they jump that ledge, and like the part of the audience that wasn't with them when they made that decision is going to feel like bad about the conversation that they just watched. I don't know.
Yeah. I think to comment on that a little bit, I don't know necessarily if it's specifically that it's this more capable person or that it's their champion or something like that. To me, and this is only a slight difference, it's the person does what they want to do, what they wish they would do in the same situation. So that's why I think sometimes people say on the surface that they care about reasonable discussion or hearing people out or yada yada yada, but if you hear somebody on there who is in your mind irredeemable, they're awful, they're insufferable, whatever, you all of a sudden change what that take is, and you're able to stomach calling them the R slur or being rude to them or whatever, because that's what you would want.
For using that word.
No, you're good. That's what you would want to do. Like, that's what you want to hear them do for a lot of people. And that's why they could continue listening despite this dissonance between what they say they want creators to do and what the creators are actually doing. And I think also that the confronting people and whatever, we get really good at it because we get lots of practice. Like if we didn't have as much practice, we wouldn't be good at it. Like I've no doubt that part of the reason why some people would think I'm like well-spoken or whatever is doing essays, is like I said before, the dispatcher work. It's working as a security guard. It's making a habit out of talking to random people all the time. It's traveling the world and like dealing with people that are culturally way different than me all the time. Like it's exposure constantly to these things that lead me to engage in the way I'm engaging in. And if you don't have that immediately, I think that's like completely normal. I think that is the case for most people, like you said. And it's just a lack of like engaging in that. Or like with the situation with the lady you were talking about, like if you don't have a lot of experience engaging with people in those like high tension situations, I don't even know if debaters or Twitch streamers could do that in real life as well as they can do it behind the screen and in front of a microphone and a webcam, because they're two way different environments. It's way different to confront someone in real life, especially someone that's doing what that lady was doing, than it is to like, you know, do it behind a keyboard and in this environment in particular. So yeah.
Yeah, I understand and agree. Thank you. Is it okay if I bring another topic up?
Yeah, feel free, as many as you want.
Okay, so the next one that I wanted to go over is like it being Pride Month, just like 2 days ago. The shit started hitting the ads on YouTube for any of these political streams and whatnot, where Matt Walsh, the piece of shit, was doing stuff with his What is a Woman documentary, and he's starting to advertise it at the start of Pride Month, which is on purpose. And I just think I wanted to touch on some of the insidiousness of like the bad faith influencers like him and Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson. And like I'm not remembering his name right now, and even if I did remember it, I don't really want to bring it up, but the guy who goes on college campuses and like air quotes interviews leftist students who haven't thought their ideas through to try to make them look bad. I think you guys probably know who I'm talking about. But anyways, these people, what they're doing, they're not just spreading an ideology that like does harm, but they're intentionally feeding into like the victim mentality of their audience by giving them bad rhetoric that invokes negative reactions from their friends and family when they repeat those arguments to people they know. And it isolates them from their friends and family. It isolates them from people who would be able to talk with them about those issues and would be able to teach them about trans people and be like, yeah, it's not as weird as it sounds. It's not a big deal. Like, people are just doing their thing. And I think, like, for example, if you were to ask them, like, well, what is a man? They know exactly what they think a man is. They would give you a description of somebody like, I don't know, Arnold Schwarzenegger benching like, 800 pounds or something. And it's the same thing for like women. They understand what gender roles encompass. They know that it's more than a person's biology, but they ask the question in bad faith, because they want to cause harm, is what it feels like to me. Like they don't like the way that other people are different. They don't like people not towing the party line or whatever and being loyal and following what they think everyone in society should follow. And it's really upsetting for me.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think so you talked about how like you think in everybody's mind they have an idea of what the gender roles are and stuff like that. I think that unfortunately when a lot of other people are asking these questions on these campuses and stuff, they're convinced of the exact opposite, that these people don't have answers to those questions because they've constructed a mental model by force and not in a very like diligent way. And they have a feeling that like if they just pick it apart a little bit, it'll all fall apart, and that people actually haven't thought through their ideas of what gender and sex are all the way, that they're copy pasting opinions of other people in the same way that you're saying that like, through these arguments and stuff, people are copy pasting opinions. And I hate to be the both sides guy, but I think that that's happening with both the sides. Like, I think
I see what you mean. Yeah, like students who haven't thought their stuff through then speak to these people and represent the ideas badly because they haven't thought it through. I'm sorry.
Exactly. And when you're talking about giving these arguments to people and whatever, it brings me back to like an interesting explanation of things that I'd never thought about before I had watched CGP Gray's video on it. His video on internet virality, and really looking like
I love that video.
Yeah, for the people who don't know what we're talking about, it's CGP Gray on YouTube, CGP Gray, he talks about internet virality, using virality as the main word to focus on, as if it was of a virus. So looking at internet ideas and funny memes and stuff like that, or arguments that are popular, or like drama or whatever else, as like viruses. And virality is a measure of how well those viruses are able to be transmitted across various different people, in that a viral idea is one that is able to infect the minds of lots of people and spreads really quickly and takes root. And sometimes those viruses spread quick and they die. Other times they're a lifelong thing. But thinking about virality in terms of viruses. And I think that that's the case with these arguments and questions and experiences. Like, if you remember a video where for 30 minutes straight a bunch of college campus people were not able to answer this question, the idea in your head that these people don't actually know what gender is, they're pushing forward a half-baked idea that they're trying to enforce on the rest of the population through cancel culture and whatever else, like, then that's really going to stick with you, and then that becomes a viral idea that's infected your brain. And it applies the same on the other side. If you view anybody that makes like a misogynistic joke or misgenders a trans person, or is God's honest truth transphobic, then you think that they're all the things that that person told you that they are, or that they're irredeemable, that they're a degenerate, that they are the reason the country is held behind, etc., etc. And it's just, I think, a feature of the internet or the human brain, or however you'd want to break that down personally.
Yeah, I got you. I'm sort of trying to keep track of everything at once because I'm bad at that. But I get where you're coming from with that. I think that people on the left also don't really, at least some of them, don't really think through these ideas or have the ability to argue those things very well. And I think that writing everyone off who asks those questions is really bad too. Because there's three kinds of people who do ask the, like, what is a woman, or what about trans people? There's normies who genuinely don't know. There's misled normies who've been listening to people who say stuff about it in bad faith, or like those video recordings of like them interviewing students on campuses. Those are deceptively edited, right? They don't show the students that do know what they're talking about. They don't show the students that make good arguments. They only show the ones that they can make fun of because it's good content. So there's like the normies, there's the misled normies, and that applies on the left as well.
Let's have a smell, right?
And then there's the bad faith, like shitters, who are genuinely, intentionally, like they know that they're being bad about it, but they're doing it on purpose. And it's not fair to write everyone off as them just for asking that question.
To the Chudlogic people just joining us, we're doing Discord call-ins. Right now I'm speaking with Sheeptar. Sheeptar has asked me a couple of questions about, internet debate culture and how do we view debaters maybe a little bit as like champions for our cause. My idea was that it's kind of, they just do what we wish we could do in an argument, what our like shower argument self would come up with, and sometimes that's productive, and other times it's just writing them off and calling them the arsler because you think that they're silly and stupid and shouldn't be engaged with. And then we kind of moved on to talking about these YouTube videos that put forward these arguments, like through the Change My View panels that are done on college campuses, or Ben Shapiro answering Q&As, and they give people these kinds of viral ideas. And think about virality as like a virus that gets in your brain and spreads to many, many people and really takes root in folks' brains and then spreads like wildfire. And that a lot of these arguments or a lot of these experiences or moments that they share on their YouTube or on their stream are things that people will remember forever. I'll remember forever that I just listened to 45 minutes of all the liberals or all the socialists on a college campus that can't even define gender, when gender seems to be a huge thing they care a ton about, or that they fell apart in 3 questions when asked about gender. And I don't know if Sheeptar has anything else. Did you have another thing you wanted to move on to?
Yeah, a little bit, if you're willing to get into it. Addiction is kind of a big thing. So I think I have developed my perspective on addiction over time, a long time. I used to think, like a lot of people, that it was just this thing that people were responsible for, and that, they should just make better decisions and stuff. But I after experiencing some of it myself with like games, and not so much alcohol, that was more some people that I knew in my family and stuff, but that it's more than just a physical addiction. It hacks our behavior and our psychology to keep us coming back for relief from the suffering that we're going through in life. And I think that like suffering and struggle begets addiction. So like seeing the reason that like you see generally people who are generally poorer tend to generally have more addictions is a byproduct of like their socioeconomic background and their life experiences, and that judging people based on the quote unquote air quote like decisions that they made, as if it really was like a completely uninfluenced decision, isn't really a fair way to look at it. And I think that I wish that more people thought this way about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we definitely do view, or some folks do view addiction in a very one-dimensional way and view it as simply like choices that are being made all the time, and don't really think too hard about how habits work, how, how addictions aren't always physical, how routine is a huge thing that's a part of like the human experience and is reflected in addiction particularly. I don't think I have a good way of solving it other than like getting somebody softened to a point where you can talk to them about ideas that they're not invested in. So for instance, if somebody is huge on like, well, people that take opiates, they should just stop taking the pills, and yeah, they'll go through withdrawals, but that's going to be a necessary thing that will never go away the whole time they're addicted to it, and they need to suck it up and go through that withdrawal. Then moving off of opiates and moving to something else, maybe something related to them, like you talked about video game addiction being one thing for you that is personal and that you could see. Going to a different topic where they're less emotionally or politically or philosophically invested might be the good place to start, to pick a soft target for inserting some doubt about that understanding of addiction. But that's all I could suggest.
Oh, okay, so like engaging in the conversation using a different subject that they're less triggered by, I guess you could say, to like get them aware of the ways of thinking or the ideas about it.
Yeah.
There's a really good example of that actually in the show cartoon Hilda on Netflix. If you haven't watched it, you should. It's really wonderful and wholesome. But there's a part where one of the characters is like, has always had like this perfectly organized life and a really clean room and all of this stuff, and doesn't realize that something's been doing that for them. And so then when something goes wrong and stuff stops working, they're like, oh my god, like how am I going to keep doing all the things that I've been doing? I've been so successful because I haven't had to worry about cleaning my room or taking care of this other stuff. And one of the other characters is like, yeah, well, maybe now that you got a messy room, you'll get bad grades just like me. And it was like it was like this little like discussion on privilege in a way, that they just kind of touched on the subject in a different way than like people usually talk about privilege, because people usually talk about privilege in terms of like race and stuff, and that's a really charged topic for a lot of people.
Oh yeah, like I had a conversation. So my host in Norway is not presently here. He's on vacation, but he put me in contact with a couple of his friends to talk to and to show me around to hang out with. And we went on a long drive where we talked about all sorts of topics. And one thing we touched on was this idea of privilege a little bit. And I was telling him about how my dad, as we were growing up, my grandpa was homeless and he died homeless. So he was at the beach one day and he slipped down a flight of stairs at the beach and hit his head and didn't get proper medical treatment because he's homeless. They didn't really care too much. And then he died.
That's awful.
Yeah. And so my dad would talk a lot about you are only a couple of steps removed from having your whole life be fucked. Like your grandpa was homeless, so and you could be homeless. Like your mom and I could die in a car accident tomorrow and your life would be radically changed, likely for the worse. And that would be a ripple that carries out through your whole life. You could get addicted to something, whether when you're a kid with smoking or whatever else, or when you're an adult with, like, you could get in an accident on the motorcycle, you could hurt your leg, you could start taking opiates for the pain, and then you could be addicted to opiates, right? Like, you are only ever a couple of steps removed from your entire life falling apart. And because of that, you should have sympathy, empathy, and respect for people whose lives have gone down that route. And you need to not other them. You need to not alienate them. You need to not think of them as some subhuman thing, because the reality is that we're all just a couple steps removed from that happening to us. And in a country in a country like the U.S., where we don't have adequate access to healthcare, to mental health services, to welfare, you could be in a place where even the government won't help you the way it will in a place like Norway. You could get an abusive relationship where you fall in love with somebody that ruins your life. Like, so many things could happen, and the trap may close itself before you even realize it's happening. And by that point, you will have wasted so many years up to that point, and your life will be more difficult for the many years to come. And so just think about that whenever you're seeing somebody in a position like that, and really evaluate the feelings you have about that person, because you can often see yourself in that same position with a little bit of creativity. And that always stuck with me. And I guess now looking back on it, it is kind of a conversation or an idea around privilege for sure.
Mm-hmm. That was really awesome. Thank you for your insight on that.
Yeah, no problem. You have anything else you wanted to talk about?
I'm just going to round robin really fast because I don't want to take any more time. I feel like other people have been waiting a long time. Briefly touching on the addiction and games stuff. League of Legends is absolutely an addiction, and it is like being in an abusive relationship. It kind of reminds me of the alt-right playbook video about how hate groups are like an abusive relationship. You keep going back to it for comfort, but it just makes you feel worse. I feel like League of Legends is like that for a lot of people, myself included. I love it, but it's bad for us. And then other quick round robins. If you like science fiction, action, and progressive stuff in general, Murderbot series by Martha Wells is amazing. You should read it. Let's see other points on here. Oh, if you're ever in California, passing through like middle of the state-ish area, hit me up. You can stay over if you're needing a place. It's a good way to split your drive up in half from like the Bay Area to Tahoe. And the other stuff is just getting into more discussion topics, so I'll hold off for now and maybe come back to another group discussion sometime.
Sure. And about the stay thing, if you just email me with your Discord information and with the offer and stuff, then it'll be logged in my little email folder with all that stuff. And then I could definitely circle back around to it if I'm in the area.
Okay, I'm making a note right now. Email Booksmarts with invitation to stay Discord info. Got it.
All right, awesome. Good man taking notes. I do appreciate that.
Thanks, yeah. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, not a problem. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for coming on.
Talk to you later. Mm-hmm.
So again, that was Sheeptar. And Sheeptar is a member of the Discord. If you would like to come on, you have a problem with me, I know a lot of Chudlogic people came in here. Thank you for the raid, Chudlogic. I do appreciate it. I just didn't have time to interrupt in the middle of that discussion, so I hope you can understand. I do appreciate it. I do love you guys, even if sometimes you call me the Arsler, and I don't like that, and I've made that clear. It's cool to have you guys here, and if you've stuck around this long, then that's wicked. If you have a problem with me, which you may if you're in the Chudlogic community, feel free to come on. I'd be happy to talk with you about it. So whether you have a problem, question, suggestion for the stream, anything at all that you'd want to talk with me about, feel free to hop in the Discord. You can get that by doing !Discord, or if you're watching the VOD, join the Discord community. You can get that by the link underneath this YouTube video, and then you would just scroll all the way down the channel list to the live weight room, join in there, tell Nick what you would want to talk about, and Nick will at me letting me know you're ready to go. You know what you would need to do to hop on. Oh wow, that's huge. That's huge, from Daniel Rockman.
For alcohol use disorder in particular, look up the Sinclair method of using an opioid blocker like naltrexone 1 hour before you drink, every time you drink. It works and you don't need to make any effort. Just take the pill.
There you go. A little bit of worldly, sagely, alcoholically inspired advice from Daniel Brockman. Thank you for the 200 Swedish crowns. I do appreciate that. In case you're... I won't give the conversion rate. I don't think that matters to people. But now I do know what SEK is. I'm intimately familiar with it, having visited Sweden maybe a week or two ago. I was in there. I was in, what was the city called? Linköping. I was in Linköping, and that was fun. Before that, I was in Malmo and Gothenburg on my way over there. So I'm familiar with Linköping, and now I am familiar with SEK. Thank you for the support. I do appreciate it. If you'd like to support the channel, that's the way to keep this voice going, keep this stream chugging along. Without support, I am not able to keep doing this, okay? So, whether you're a VOD watcher, a VO Megalod Giga Chad, or you are somebody in chat right now, if you've appreciated the coverage that I've, given on different topics, or you want me to keep going so you can make fun of me, or you just want to kind of show that you're happy about it, pay me for the hours of content that I give you or whatever, that is super duper appreciated. It all adds up. It is all helpful. It all keeps this train on the track. I'm also looking at my Restream chat. If you have a question, then you can, of course, at me in the chat and then give me your question. A question from my mod that is not technically about anything related to anything. Have you updated the dono goal? We don't have a daily dono goal today, but we do have our ongoing dono goal for the deposit on a new streamer house. I hope to move to North Carolina and get a 2-bedroom place and have a studio where I could record and hopefully stay there 6 months to a year so that I can have a little bit more stability in my life. You know, I don't think I've had a stable place the entire time that I've streamed on Twitch. So, you know, I think it's about time. I've been traveling since I was like 18 years old. And, you know, I'm getting to be 25. I'll be 25 on the 16th of June. It's getting to the point where, like, I need a little bit of stability in my life, okay? Doesn't mean I won't keep traveling. I'll definitely do some motorcycle trips around the East Coast. I haven't seen a lot of those states, a lot of those cities, so I hope to check those out. Maybe meet some viewers along the way. I know a lot of you are Americans, and you haven't had much love with me visiting you and saying hi and getting drinks and whatever else. So if you are on the East Coast or you are in North Carolina, Andy, email me, booksmarts@twitch@gmail.com. Let me know. I'd be happy to hang out with you once I'm back at the end of July, and hopefully we'll hit that deposit goal. I'm sure that we'll hit it. We have a wonderful community of people who like to support the content. So yeah, in terms of the dono goal is that. I don't have a daily dono goal for today because I just figure with the interviews and stuff, if you're donating, I can't always give attention to your donos, and that's why we're also doing Discord call-ins during this part of the show, or this kind of show. I'll eventually get better at having it be a segment in the middle of an otherwise normal show, but for the most part right now, it takes a lot of energy out of me, and I'm not good at it, so I like to give my all to Chudlogic to talk with him for 2 hours, or give my all to Zach App to talk with him. I'm not a great multitasker, so I just try to be good about that. I got a little bit of air down the tube when I drank that water. My friends are bullying me for being gay. Please give some tips. Well, hop in the Discord call line, and I would be happy to talk with you about that. Let me see if there anything else that I missed in the chat. I was abused at book smarts and English grammar and writing. I'm actually good at, but I'm fucked on the spot. I don't understand a word of that. I don't understand the correction that you gave me your question from before, so you get skipped. You get skipped for the 3rd time in a row. Now you have been skipped because you're not writing a question that I can understand. All right. Found you from Destiny, not a DGGer. You're a nice guy. I like that you aren't an egotistical thunder cunt like some people become in the debate sphere. Well, I'm probably more egotistical than the average person, given I'm a streamer and I sit in front of these lights and this camera and talk to myself for hours and hours on end. But yeah, compared to people in the debate sphere, maybe a little less so. I'm happy that you appreciate it, and I'm happy to have you in the chat, Shandi. I'm happy you found your way here. There was one other question. I think it was about my look. If you mean the stream setup, that's cool, but I can't take credit for it. I'd have to give credit to my host in Moss, Norway, who has graciously allowed me to stay with him for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, which is awesome. After this, I'll be going to the UK, Manchester in particular. So if you're in Manchester, you're near it, you're in the UK, you want to hang out, definitely email me, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. And again, if you'd like to ask a question or talk with me, feel free to join the Discord through !Discord. Go to Live Weight Room and let Nick know what it is you'd like to talk about, and he will let me know when you are ready to go. Next person up on my list, but first, from Jay. YouTube has a bit of a delay with the super chats, but let's wait for Jay to have their message play. Thank you for the $9.99, Jay. That is super cool of you. Wow, it still hasn't even showed up in my feed yet. You may have manufactured this. This may be a fake dono. Probably not. It'll come through. There it is. Late.
Hey, buddy.
Late but not never. Hey, what's up, Vels?
I just wanted to let you know that
Appreciate
Florence
you.
is ready.
Thanks for doing this call.
Don't get skipped.
Keep being awesome and have
cool.
lots of success. Lesson 3.
Oh, that's right. I totally would have skipped Florence. Florence was not ready the last time I came around to them, so I didn't answer their thing, but we will cover Floret. And I will read whatever the hell that donation message was from Jay, $9.99. Appreciate you. Thanks for doing these call-ins. Keep being awesome and have lots of success. Less than 3. Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for supporting the channel. It's because of viewers like you that we can keep this shit going, because if I don't make enough to live, I am smart enough to do something else so that I can live. And it's supporters like you that pay for the free content for everybody else. We are like your local PBS station, funded in large part by viewer contributions from viewers like you. Thank you, Jay. All right. Let us circle back around to Florent and see what Florent has to say. Hey, Florent, you are live. Florent, you ready to go? And Florent is not ready to go, so I will go back to my chat. The temptation to be an asshole and to completely skip Florent is definitely there, but I will not do that. I will give Florent another opportunity to fix their shit. And we'll move on to Midju? Maybe Midju? I don't know how to pronounce this exactly. Let's hear what Midju on the Discord has to say and drag them in. Hey, Midju, you're live. Midju?
Hello? Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
1 second. Sorry. I'm just gonna pause the live stream. Hey, is this Booksmart?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
Good. Hey, I was so just a little bit of background on myself. I'm actually from Eastern place, specifically in Korea, and I didn't just move here, but then like my surrounding is very engaged of the Eastern population and their ways of thinking. And I'm just starting to try to like go to the deep ends of the lefties' beliefs and the righties' belief, and then try to be involved more into politics and as well as like the Western morals and things like that. And I just wanted to ask you questions about transgender, if you're comfortable with it.
Sure, shoot.
All right, awesome. Hey, so just to start, I only seen one of your debate about transgender, and I don't think you were standing too into transgender. It was more about identity. But just to begin, what's your stance on transgender and the society involved in it?
So I guess like I believe in it, like God. I think it exists.
Right.
And generally, I think most of my views on it are being respectful and acknowledging that group and what they're asking from us socially, and now politically with some of the nonsense going on in our country about it. And I guess that's the extent of it. I don't have too many like hot takes on trend stuff, I suppose.
I see. So this is perfect because I need people like you, or sorry, not people, a person like you to kind of educate and then like give a critical thought about my thinkings of transgender and stuff like that. When I try to do this to like the hard lefties and hard righties, they'll just like shut me down and call me the R word or like being a bigot and stuff like that, but then like moreover, I just wanted to have a discussion about it, about transgender and like what they think, and then how their beliefs is kind of like they're like, you have to understand a Western belief isn't what the world belief is, and when you try to communicate with like the broader global kind of sense, you have to kind of make sense to it and understand it. My belief is, here's what I believe that transgender is in Western belief. Lefties mostly agree that in your sense that it exists and it needs to be respected and then understood, and needs to have a space for them to grow and then create their own identity. And if you believe that transgender exists, and you need to support, not physically, but then like give respect and give them space to grow into their own identity in a place in society. That would be, I believe, what the lefties will believe in. Do you have any takes on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would hate to speak for the lefties because I'm not like a big lefty dude myself, right. But I guess the only part that I disagree with there, and it's not that I'm disagreeing with your characterization of it, just like I'm not sure it's necessary, is understanding. I actually don't think the average person needs to understand transgenderism or transgender people at some intuitive level. I think what's far more important is being respectful and knowing what's expected of you. Like, as the essay guy, I view a lot of stuff as like check boxes and what you ought to do and what is expected of you. And I think at this point in time, what's really expected of you is to just be aware of like the pronoun stuff, maybe get better at using they, them by default, and really think about your relationship with pronouns and stuff. And I think what's far less important, and I think that this is because it causes a lot of problems, is trying to force people into understanding transgender stuff. Because like I just think it's a huge ask of people, and by trying to understand it, they get into fights with people, they get turned off from the cause, they begin to question why they should even do anything about transgender people, or even worse, they start to think, I don't really believe that because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I feel like the call to understand it, I feel like is less important to me personally, and not usually what I ask of other people. But it certainly seems to be something that the left asks of people for sure.
Right. Sorry, just to, before we continue, where do you think you stand in the political stance? Are you like center left, center right, or just like your own beliefs?
Well, of course, we'd all like to say our own beliefs, and I think that applies to most of us. But generally, like center left to far left on some things, like I have ideals, and the ideals will often align with like far left thoughts, like, well, the end goal of these governments and societies should be to provide the basic things that every human needs. I view life as like a video game that we're all kind of force spawned into. We need to play through. And if we can guarantee the things that everybody needs, that would seem to be what I would want institutions to do for people. So if we could provide everybody with housing, warmth, clothing, food, water, medicine, healthcare, then that would be kind of what I would go for. But I also hedge that against practically what are we able to do, and practically like with limited resources, what are we able to vote in the places we live, and that often constrains those idealistic goals by what we're actually able to get done now, I would say.
Right. I ultimately I agree with you that like ultimately what we think about right now is that presently it isn't utopia, but ideally in the near future we'll get to a utopia way of thinking, and hopefully everybody can live peacefully and happily. But then the definition of like what people to people their utopia is and what their heaven represents is a very questionable one. And for me personally, I think it's a very dangerous place to go. And the just to briefly touch on it, and the reasoning is that I understand that everybody is different and their ways of thinking is different. And as soon as, well, there is a unity of thinking and one way of thinking, we could just tunnel vision ourselves into complete disaster. And by force that if there's a one side and then the complete other side headbutting constantly to each other, the center is the way where we could prosper the most. You know, I don't think that like heaven could truly, like in religious thought of it, heaven could truly exist unless like you give out complete freedom for individuals, and then you're basically in the ideals of one being, which is like God. And that's to me, it's a very hard place to be at. But okay, so now I understand like where you are at like a political stance, and then where you want it to go to. But I believe that transgender issue is a stance that we're in the Western philosophy or Western society, because we are giving so much space and power to the idealism of transgender, that it's becoming something that it is given, where you have to feel understanding, and then you have to feel that their position of existence is almost the right of just being a person. Like if you're born as a person, then you are given the right of choosing what kind of identity that you come up with. and then ultimately that turns into population being divided into individual idealism, right? So for example, you could say almost arguably that long ago we believe in two genders, so females and males. And then the reasoning is for that is we could say like monkey brain, like survival, you know, females have babies and nurture babies and rise, and the males go out for hunting for food, and then they create together what we call a family, where one provides nurture and one provides subsistence, and then the offsprings gains the best abilities, or like what's the good of those two substances, and then create, like, if that goes on and on and on, it creates a society where people intake good things for survival and then loses the bad things, right? So that's what I kind of believe in it. But then when we start to say, well, people's idealism is understandable, meaning like its rights of place, like transgender, then we're forgetting about what is ultimately good, but giving like a space of like radicalism of believing that this people, because we as a society want to be morally good and give a chance of growth to every kind of society, we are kind of, you know, in like understanding something without knowing the consequences of it in the end, right?
Gotcha.
So like for a person who is very involved in the Eastern culture, and then when, like, I have to almost change my face when I talk to my friends at Eastern places, and then as if I were to talk to Western people, right? Like back in my hometown in Seoul, Korea, for example, if you were to call like talk about gay people or transgender people, right? It's almost like frowned upon, like if you're gay or lesbians or things like that. And then it isn't because of like they want to be known to be gay or known to be lesbian. It's just that it's almost a taboo that like you have the right to believe what you are as a gay person. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it's almost like saying like we were grown to be something X, but then you yourself in your own mind came up with something else, which I'll call C. And then for a society that is built with X, and then you telling us that we have to believe that C is another way to go isn't very productive, right? Some of the rights will argue that this is a mental problem, a religious problem, or societal arguments such as like progress of society in sense of like, well, evolution taught us that men and women come together and give birth. So since you're biologically a man and wanted to be a female, you're not really helping with that kind of function. And it's kind of like, for me to come to America with that kind of mentality and then be told like, okay, transgender exists, gay people exist, and therefore that you have to, like, I understand of their existence, but I cannot like commute with them and then respect them and then tell, if a transgender told me, hey, call me cis or day, then I'm like, okay, but you're him, and hey, like, unless I'm not a friend of you, if I don't know you, I cannot come up with that conclusion of start calling you with like they and them, you know?
Okay. Do you want me to just I think maybe the best way to respond to this is probably to give a little bit of my explanation but behind how I view it as well, and then comment on just a few parts of what you were saying. Is that cool?
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm actually just here to like learn about Western thoughts about it, and then maybe I could just have a better discussion with my friends back at East, you know.
Yeah. So I feel bad to be the representative for all of Western culture because I don't know if my idea is necessarily reflected, but here's my thinking. So, what is being asked of us a lot of the time, if we set aside the understanding question, which is why I initially set that aside with the lefty thing, because I think that's a way bigger ask of people. What's being asked of us is when you're told what somebody's pronouns are, you use those pronouns. To me, that is not a huge ask. And oftentimes, especially when you're talking about with people you don't know, the consequences for making a mistake with that are really not uber huge for you individually. And what's being asked of you individually is not uber huge as well. I think it has a lot more implications for the mental well-being or societal status or whatever else that the other person, like, way more than it matters to you, right?
Right.
And so the way that I view it is, because we talked about A, B, and C. So like, if I reframe this in my own way, A is he, B is she, C is they, and then we could have an X, which is all these other kinds of pronouns. Although I have never run into that my entire life, so I'm just going to talk in terms of A, B, and C. So he, she, and they. I already use he, she, and they. I guess we'll start with the more complicated one. Do you feel like the they is a big ask or is like grammatically incorrect?
To be honest with you, if somebody comes up to me and ask me to start calling them like, I don't know, like a grass or something like that, right? Like for me personally, I don't think that it is a big ask.
Okay.
So I don't think like going just a step further to say something differently, to at least try to communicate that with this person if it is important. I don't think that's a big ask.
Okay.
But
cool.
then my worries is that it's just like a snowball effect, you know? Like we're starting off with just rolling one snowball into a hill or a mountain, and then we're just saying like, okay, right now we're just asking people to say like, okay, if a person C, for example, is a transgender and they want to be pronounced as they or them, and then we as a society says like, well, that's not a very big thing. Sure, why not? If it makes you happy and then happy about living, then sure, go for it. But then later on down the line, we're starting to ask, for example, like, well, transgender, if you believe that you're a woman, but you have a biological body of a male, then because of your belief, I could compete with another woman, right? Or we have to first understand that there is significantly a job where it is favor for a man to do and a woman to do, right? For example, let's talk about like a doomsday, and then we're like telling the men to give their life for the women's and the children, right? But then and I'm going to an extreme stance, right? And then this snowball kind of thing rolled up to this fielder place, and then say like, okay, well, if your moral belief is that you should live and then give life to another people, then give your life. Nobody will take that chance, right? People would, it's easy for the society or people in power to say like, because you're a man and then you believe that like saving the innocents and the powerless is important, therefore give your life for those kind of people. When transgender and then those idealism grow, I don't think that those kind of saying will be very powerful anymore.
Okay.
Right? And sorry, yeah, go ahead.
So because I think I really want to go step by step with this. So with the pronouns thing, so you're okay with a transgender person asking you to call them by the A pronouns, the B pronouns, the C pronouns, and I believe even the X pronouns, right? Like the extraneous ones. Okay.
Right. If I need to communicate with them and then they're happy, they want to be, you know, like I feel like I should make that person happy and they want to be called certain things, like why not? It's like the concept of the name, right?
Yeah. So if that is the case, because I had thought earlier you had said it, if somebody who I don't know is asking me to do this stuff, it sounds like there was hesitation in using those pronouns. So I just wanted to like clear that up. Maybe I heard
sure.
wrong.
Sorry, then let me just clear this out a little bit further, right? So if I walk up to a person or a person walk up to me and then he or she, I don't know, the person looks like a woman, right? Then my first initiation to communicate with that person will be she or her, right? But then if that person say like, hey, instead of that, my pronoun is this or my name is this, could you please call me by this? Then I'll be more than happy to do, It's just the initiations of a communication, I'll say, where that problem comes from. Yeah.
Okay. Because I feel like right now that is 90% of the battle in my brain. I know trans people probably think differently, or lefty people, because like we have discussed like numerous times here, the understanding is something they push for and it's not something I push for. Because that's mostly the ground that I want, because I feel like that's 90% of it. Stepping away from that and looking at the future, I feel like some of the things you're proposing in terms of the way this goes, like the innocence example that you gave where men are giving up their lives for women, or I can't think of another extreme circumstance, but anywho, they would all fall under the same umbrella. I think a lot of these, and this is also why I have problems with philosophy, a lot of these I don't think are super practical. And when they become practical, then you can observe a difference in opinion when you get there. So if society ends up getting to a point where they're trying to convince all the men to give up all their lives for all of the women, then feel free to stand against that and say, no, that's fucking stupid. I'm not doing that. That's crazy. And if society at large gets around to that point, what I would imagine is we have many, many, many steps beyond the pronoun ask, which you've already said you're cool with, that would lead to us getting there. So I worry that pulling the alarm at the pronoun step, or pulling the alarm even at the understanding step, which I think is beyond that, I worry about, because I think pulling the alarm on that and then saying the reason you pulled it is because of this extraneous thing that could happen a bunch of steps down the line is a bit premature. And I think that what I would advocate for is to wait until those things come about and then call them out as they happen. So if you have... go ahead.
So I think I've listened to some of the discussion that you had with Mr. Girl, and maybe I didn't completely understand it or seen your stance of it. And I believe one of the things that you guys were talking about was about transgender, and then as well as the the reasons of why people should treat them, or should, like, I'm not too sure. To you, I'm so sorry. Maybe I misunderstood it. But were you talking about transgender with Mr. Girl?
Maybe.
When you were talking to?
Perhaps.
Because I think it went from like a discussion between like a makeup and then how it represents as a false, like you're lying to the society if you wear makeup, into where then the discussion between transgender and how Mr. Girl sees that, like, it's very similar to a makeup discussion where you're basically lying to society and you shouldn't be doing that, right?
Okay. I don't think we talked about this in particular. It may have been a different conversation, but I'm open to being wrong on that, because I just don't remember talking to him about makeup and trans issues.
Gotcha. I understand. But okay, so then I could maybe just come up here and then, I'm sorry, am I talking too much, or like, can I talk a little longer?
No, you're good. You're good. I think questions and answers keeps everything shorter, but completely up to you, however you want to get around to these things.
Okay, sure. So to understand what you have just told me is that the battle that I'm talking about between transgender is only the 10% of the battle. And then the 90% is just the pronouns or how they're perceived in the society, right?
I think 10% is understanding. I think the extraneous circumstances you bring up is like a separate thing that is so many steps removed from where we're at presently that I worry that it's pulling the alarm too soon to have issues about the trans thing for those things, because we just haven't, I don't even see the steps in the future, like the immediate future, that leads to that because of pronouns or even understanding them.
Have you ever been to a restaurant where, or a restaurant or a public space where there's a restroom and then the restroom identifies as like a non-pronoun restroom, like both women and men could walk in it, and then the reasoning for that is that because the owners of the shop don't want to have the discussions about pronouns and things like that. It's not because the restroom and the facility is very small and they could only provide one bathroom for both gender, but it is because of like the societal pressure made them change so that the belief of your gender could go to any kind of bathroom of your choice.
Yes, what I will say before you continue is I don't personally think it's a problem, because I don't have a problem with the outcome, and therefore I'm not too keen on listening to the reasoning, which is why, like, again, the understanding thing is like less important because like in Europe, I've been to bathrooms that are like that and they appear to be very old. So I don't think it's about like the present discussions about things. And personally, if I had the Thanos glove, I would probably snap that we have non-gendered bathrooms or non-sexed bathrooms, because I don't think it's a big dealio, and I think it's way more convenient. And I get a bunch of stalls, so that's lovely to me.
I see. So maybe the argument is like, well, stalls are better than urinals, so let's just get all stalls, right?
That's my argument.
I mean, like, I agree with you. I love stalls, right? It's like, as long as they have the space for all those stalls, and then screw the urinals. Like, I hate using those. But the saying is that the society currently, the transgender issue is hot debated right now, and then we're debating if the basis of all debates of transgender is how the society should see them and treat them almost. And if you were to talk to a transgender person, I believe ultimately all transgender will think the same goal, but then how to get to that goal is very different from individual, right? Some people would say like hormones for you should, like, basically kids could tell their parents to give themselves hormones if they believe that they're a different gender, or like school should allow transgender to have their own kind of space, like different genders like boys and girls, and then there will be a space for transgender to thrive in. Such as, that's the discussion of like sports, and then like I guess uniforms or whatever. And then in the society of economics, people are debating if they're like, we should give certain kind of markets for transgender to thrive on, right? So one of the things that I've discussed is that if you go to a Ross or something like that, you clearly see men's section, kids section, and women's section. And I have debated with the left person, and then the person believed that there shouldn't be a gender separation in a market, because what if you're a man and you want to wear a woman product, right? Like, the society shouldn't be telling the men that what they can and what they cannot do, right?
But they're not, but yeah.
Right. Right. But then, like, in transgender world, if I had this discussion with them, they will say like, well, there isn't a lot of businesses that support transgender and then their identity in the world. And the only thing that I could say is, well, because it's very new and the market is growing, in fact, but we just gotta wait a little bit longer to grow larger.
Okay.
But that's the whole thing about me, is where, like, why does the society have to help grow transgender? If the transgender idea I mean, I'm pretty sure it's very old. It was very taboo at a long time ago. But then like recently it's turned into like something that we as a society should look into and then kind of understand and then say that it is okay if you're transgender, which I'm agreeing with. But then my question is that if it is a new kind of concept, why not let them grow into their own identity instead of forcing the society to believe in their an identity? Like giving, go ahead.
So I think firstly, nobody is forcing anybody, right? Because I want to be really careful with that word, because in this, I feel like in the situation where we're talking about the steps that eventually lead to like gender calamity, it's really, really important to be careful with the language. Normally, I'm not like a huge language Nazi in that way, but like they're not forcing, right?
Well, I disagree because like I've been kind of looking into this discussion since the Jordan Peterson, the Canadian professor, because he disagreed upon calling somebody into what they want to be called at.
But like the store thing in particular.
Well, the store thing is happening. We're not like, for example, what you're trying to go into this is that the government is not going to walk into Ross and tell them like, hey, there's no more gender, or you got to make another market for another transgender thing, right?
Well, the government and society at large, right?
Well, the society is very questionable because we'll be lying to ourselves if we say that the society isn't protesting for neutrality of all genders, including transgender, right?
I actually don't think it's like a huge thing to the point where it would be apt to describe them as forcing these businesses to do it.
I don't
like maybe encourage more gender neutral stuff for sure, but force I feel like is forceful.
Right. Okay. So I mean, like, I'll get that. I'll give you that point that like I don't think nobody could force market to do something because the market is always following the money, and if there's money, there's going to be a product for it. But then I think that you could agree that because of this discussion about transgender or the identity of a person, that the higher ups in the world is telling the people around what to do and what to say, right?
Is telling the people, I feel like even telling, like, I think that the certain places are being encouraged to make these decisions because there's a market segment that they could reach that is very vocal about the need for these things. But I don't think it gets anywhere close to forcing or telling. Like maybe there are some vocal minority of people that are telling these businesses or maybe even demanding that these businesses do this. But like, again, this gets back to the calamity thing. I want to be careful to like be mindful of where we are presently. We're not presently at the point where society writ large or even a significant portion of the society is telling businesses that they need to do this. And even if I were to grant that, we don't have a significant number of businesses that are listening to that or heeding that call necessarily either. And coming from Korea, when I visited South Korea, I really enjoyed that there were gender neutral places to go shopping, and I kind of preferred that over the gendered stuff because there was more cool stuff in there that I like to wear. So I don't even think it's a negative for people that are hetero or cis or whatever else as well, just as like a side note.
Oh yeah, I mean like there are places because I mean like in Korea there's place like foreigners to go to and then to shopping for foreign products, right? And I'm pretty sure like even in America there's places like Korean Town or Chinatown and things like that, and then to shop for those kind of specific markets.
Yeah.
But my worries is that how I see it is kind of forcing the market to change for this gender neutrality.
I hate to keep doing this. Forcing. We're not forcing, right? Because we
okay. So then could you tell me what you think about forcing could mean?
Yeah. So forcing is when like you're not giving the business an alternative, and that there's some sizable part of the population making it so difficult to do the alternative that it is just it's like unforeseeable that a business would choose the alternative. So for instance, if like we successfully canceled and boycotted every single brand that chose to continue to have gendered clothes, then it's like, okay, well, at this point you're forcing them because they're going to close if they don't have this available to them. Or like you mentioned with the government would be a much better example. Like if the government mandated that there aren't allowed to be gendered clothes anymore, or gendered clothes sections, then the government is essentially forcing these businesses to do that, right? And I just don't think we're anywhere near that right now. And if by chance you wanted to go into a topic where the forcing is happening, we could, but I would definitely want to do it in Q&A style, just so that we get through it a little bit quicker. So Roadsteading and Florent and these other people had an opportunity, not to rush you, but if we could do.
Okay, sure. No, thank you. First, thank you for giving me this platform to talk to you, and that more than most of them, you've been very generous about like calling me out on things and calling me the R words and stuff like that. Because like, trust me, if I go to like this kind of space, then they'll like, people on the left would tell me like, where's your resource? And if I go to the right place, then they'll be like, well, you're not American, so stop speaking for us, right?
Jesus. Okay.
So here's a quick question then. Hopefully it is quick. So I'm seeing a lot of news about gender neutrality in sports, such as like transgender playing for women's league and opposite. And if we say that this thing is following a market, then what market is there when we say that, well, a person who is biologically not in the category of what they're doing, for example, biological men competing in biological women's place because of their belief? What market are we are we saying that the people in general likes to see different genders battling each other in competition in sports? Or are we saying that like, or are this a product of social pressure of saying that it is wrong or bigoted to point out people's belief and we should let them compete where they please?
If I were to describe the situation, I would say it's trans people and trans advocates moving for equality of trans people and their cisgendered people. So that's how I would describe that. But I would also say that like, no, I won't say the second thing. I'll just go with that.
Okay, I see. Well, yeah, I believe in the utopias of other people, that people stop like caring too much of their old belief and tradition and try to think about things that be productive for their future and the society at their hands, meaning like really just dictating what's good and what's wrong. But I believe that transgender is a topic where the society doesn't really agree on. And if we were to talk on markets, well, it's a market where we are agreeing that different genders competing at each other and completely getting owned. And you could come up with a counter argument saying that they're not getting completely owned. We as a society will appreciate that and we'd like to see more of it.
I don't think we would.
Or right. I mean, I'm in the same stance on that, because there should be a platform where like we agree that the people who's competing in the sports are pumped up with steroids and they're like literally like superhuman beings, just getting into it. And I think that'll be a place for a market to see. But then there should be also where a sports that says, well, we're competing for like the natural fit of it. Like, for example, like the height of a human ability, and then the fairness of it, like heights, gender, and then the community they come from, I guess, right?
Okay.
But then, if so, I think that speaking more into transgender and that sports, that if we want to agree on that and then support that kind of market, then it shouldn't be the same market as this, like transgender able to compete with cisgenders, because that's clearly not the same thing, right?
Well, I don't know if that is like uber clear. I think we're still figuring that one out in particular. Like, even and I also think it's worth mentioning that schools and stuff are not really like markets, but things like Olympic programs and tournaments and stuff would be like markets. Like, I think that there's a much better argument for this stuff to be made in schools, where it's not about necessarily, especially like public school, it's not supposed to be about entertaining adults or even entertaining kids. It's about giving kids the opportunity to engage in like team sports or sports in general. And that's why I feel like, oh, okay, well, there's pretty good arguments, even if there is some huge difference or something like that could happen. Not to say that given a huge difference that people wouldn't change their minds about it, but to say that it's more understandable there. In terms of the markets, like the Olympics and stuff like that, I figure that the Olympics and all those other places will make their determination about what to do, and they'll take societal things into account, but they also seem to be taking a very like data focused approach, at least with the Olympics. Like, the Olympics has to my understanding been pushing a lot of like, how do we deal with this, and how do we measure these differences in ability. And when we look at sports at that super high level, we're talking about people that have tons of advantages over the average person, and it's weird to be drawing lines and stuff, but the Olympics has, I think it's like you need to transition for 2 years or something like that and have undergone hormone therapy and whatever. But actually, somebody that put out a really good video on this today that I'm getting a lot of this information from is this lady on YouTube that does science. I don't know what her name is, but if you look up like science lady trans sports or something like that, I think her name is Sabine. So if you look up Sabine trans sports, she does a good like wrap up on this. It seems like they're still figuring it out. The markets will figure that out. And I don't think this is, again, one of those like immediate problem things. I think it's like we're, again, several steps removed. And as we see issues prop up, then those communities or the stakeholders and whatever's going on will determine that. So for the Olympics, it would be the Olympic committees. For public schools, it would probably be state by state, unless federally something was mandated in the US. I think that's how that'll be determined. But they're two entirely different things, because in one, we care about the spectator aspect of it, and in the other, we just want to give kids the opportunity to compete with each other and engage in sport. And there, I think it makes sense to like not other the trans people by making them have their own league, which is not really tenable, or making them compete with other people that are like clearly not the way that they're presenting and stuff, and then ostracizing them in that way. I think with public schooling in the short term, I would bite the bullet and just say, even if they whoop the ass of the people that they're competing with, transgender people should still be allowed to compete in those sports. And parents might be upset at that, but it's not about pleasing the parents. It's about giving kids the opportunity to partake in sports in school and not feel super weird or ostracized about it. And that's probably where I would go there.
But I mean, like, so for example, I'm sorry if I may continue.
No, as long as it's Q&A. As long as it's Q&A, okay. I will hold you to that now, though.
Oh, okay, all right. So it seems that we're forgetting about fairness in school competition.
So what would be the question?
So would it be fair for a student who is biologically female to compete with a biologically male person and then completely get smashed? Wouldn't that also like make the woman think that, like, if I was born as a cis male and compete in my like colleagues or sports, wouldn't that also give some sort of like a wrong kind of outcome to it?
So I would again defer to Sabine's video, which shaped a lot of my ideas on this. Like, sports aren't about fairness, because if your standard is fairness, you're going to have a really rough time with changing things in sports, because all of sports and all of performance specifically in sports, when you're looking at winning versus losing, it is an unfair affair the entire way through. Because like, you're going to have people like Michael Phelps with giant feet, and they're going to perform much better because of their giant feet in swimming. You're going to have women who their body responds to testosterone differently than the average person or the average woman, like when we're looking at hormones in particular, and that's an unfair advantage in that case. You could look at people that were able to go in clubs and stuff like that outside the school and pay money to get extra training that gave them a significant edge over people. Like when I played volleyball, the people who were able to go to the summer courses and pay thousands of dollars to do that smoked us every fucking time, and it wasn't fair. You have coaches that make a difference where it's fair or unfair. There's just so much that is unfair about sports when you look at like performance outcomes, that I don't think, to bring it back around to fairness, it would be fair to apply the same thing to trans people without confronting that fact head on. That would be my answer there.
Okay, gotcha. Well, thank you very much, Booksmarts, for taking your time to talk to me. And I think I got a better understanding about the whole situation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, not a problem. Feel free to catch the next one if you have more questions. I'd be happy to answer them.
Awesome, I will. Should I just disconnect?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
That was Miju. That went. Oh, what's up, Vels?
Florent is actually there. I promise. And if they don't, I'm banning. If they're not there and they disconnect again, I'm banning them from Discord. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Talk to you later, Vels. So yeah. Sorry if that went on long for you, or if you're a trans person, you were upset by the discussion, or a trans advocate that was upset by the discussion. Maybe I'll talk with more people about this, even if I'm not like uber educated on it, because at the very least I have patience in a way that I don't see patience provided to a lot of people that have a differing opinion on this particular topic. I think you have to be patient with people. And again, I would push for like, not understanding is your main thing, but the pronouns thing. I think for a lot of you in the chat, because I was looking at the chat, the moment that we cleared up the pronouns thing, I think there was a collective sigh of relief from a lot of you, because the pronouns issue is, I think, most of what we're focusing on. I think a lot of the negative things I hear about trans people, or their impact on, or the implications for accepting them at a cultural level, at a societal level, at a political level, I think they're all way out in the future. I think it's a lot like Vosh talking about genocide. We're so many steps from it, and those steps aren't clearly going to happen immediately, that I feel like we're ringing the alarm a little bit too early, and a premature ring of the alarm can have more negative effects in the long term than not ringing the alarm and waiting until things happen. I think it's more probable that you cause harm in the long term by ringing that alarm too soon than it is that the thing is actually going to happen and then we have to confront it and we didn't do it soon enough. I think that applies much more in the conversation I was having with Miju than it would necessarily with the genocide things that Vosh was talking about, but I still think it's a concept that carries over from a recent stream. So if you watch that one, you probably know what I'm talking about. Yeah, if I had to be the person that's patient with people, I'll be patient with people. But I will try and initially get out what I think is the more important thing for me and for a lot of people that I talk to, which is the buy-in on pronouns, because I think that's going to be a lot of what trans people face, or it is a societal ask that I feel like is my easiest to argue. And so that's in my limited trans advocacy, that's what I'm going to go for. And we had that immediately. So, I think a lot of the other long-term things are just, I think a lot of them are the result of scaremongering, if I'm being bad faith. I think that listening to people who are on the other side of the aisle talk about trans issues all the time will leave you with a sour taste in your mouth and a lot of fear in your heart. Yeah, you're going to have to put those fires out because other people are pouring gasoline everywhere. And if you're not willing to put them out and you just run away from all those fires, they're going to keep burning. They will not go out magically. They will not go out because you cancel individual people. If anything, that will, in my mind, make the situation a lot worse a lot of the time. So I'm willing to have the conversations. We got Marshall Kagami, Marshall Mirror Sensei,
telling us something in the super chat. Let's wait till we hear that alert before dragging someone else in. Let's hear this out.
Hey, book, my GF is religious and I'm a radical atheist. Does that make me bad faith?
No, but it does make you more radical than your girlfriend, admittedly, in the way that you wrote the sentence, right? So, no, I mean, I don't think so. Not unless you added another couple of sentences to that, Marshall. But thank you for the $10. I do appreciate it. Supporting this channel is cool. Supporting conversations like these that we're having today, sorry for bumping the microphone, is great. And I thank you. And all of the other people that enjoy this content for free or taking a break from supporting the channel, they thank you as well. Thank you for that, Marshall. But yeah, looking at the radical nature of your atheism, I don't know. Atheism is something for me that I think most people should be pretty chill about. Like, yeah, but you know, just be a passive atheist. That would be my thing I'd say to you. At Booksmarts, is there anything you're particularly looking forward to doing once you get a house that's not practical with a nomadic lifestyle? Starting a garden, brewing beer, making a femboy dungeon? Decorations. This may be a very weird thing to say. You may not have ever thought about this. Decorations. I miss decorations. I miss having little trinkets that remind me of things I've accomplished, people I've met, things I've done. That's why The Office, low-key, part of my psychology, that's why I kept The Office in California, even when I wasn't visiting California. It's a lot of why I kept the van for as long as I did. I recently sold it, so we no longer have the van. Therefore, we no longer have a backup in life, which is scary, but oh well. That's another reason why I kept the van. I got to keep all my stuff up and my receipts and my, pamphlets about the various national parks I went to and stuff. I don't really get decor. I get stickers and stuff on my laptops, or I get to rifle through whatever I brought with me in my luggage. But I mean, like, decorations, having things around that remind me of the things I've done or the people I've met and stuff. I don't have that, and I look forward to having that. So hope that answers that. We have 3 more people, including Florent, that have questions. After that, I need to duck out. Nick is also taken off. Okay, no worries. You travel, I'm own farm difference. I don't even know what the fuck you're saying. Yet again, Bad Hoss. You are just providing me with so many things I don't understand. Okay. Let us see. I think Florent has been waiting a long time. Granted, Florent has also had technical problems, which I'm going to blame on them because it's certainly not my fault. Let us drag in Florent. Hello, you are live.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, hello. Okay, so you and Steven have helped me a lot work on like being good faith with people and like really trying to understand other points of view, and I'm getting really good at it. However, sometimes I struggle to like draw a line on where I begin to like call someone bad faith, not necessarily to their face, but like, yeah. So I was wondering, like, how do you like draw this line?
So it's the line that once people cross, I think more or less, most of the time, not a huge deal. It's not like launching a nuclear missile. Like, it's not the end of the world. But personally, when I draw it, I think a big thing is if they don't believe in what I'm saying. So if you don't have faith and confidence that the things I'm asking you are honest questions or the things I'm saying are honest answers, in my mind, you're being bad faith. But doesn't mean the conversation's over necessarily. Doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. I usually just try and soldier on for as long as I can with the rest of it. And if too many of those bad faith marks add up, I might just try to dip and end the conversation. But like you said, it doesn't need to be pointed out to the person necessarily, because that causes more harm than good a lot of the time. And it's probably best to just bring it up later, especially if it's somebody in your life, to just be like, if it ever comes up again, be like, I don't really want to talk with you about that particular topic, because I felt like last time, like, we had a disconnect where you weren't believing in what I was saying, or you thought I was like being facetious or whatever. So I think it's best that we didn't, and then see how they handle it, with emotions on a very low level later, with like distance from the conversation. That's what I would say.
Okay. And on a similar line, there are topics I'm searching on. For example, like I'm from Quebec, and there's like a lot of nationalism here, and especially like independentist movement. And like I read a whole like 800-page book on that give arguments for it. I read another like 400-page book on like the history of it, and I still cannot understand. I still cannot give a good argument. Normally in most debates, I'm able to give both sides, and I'm able to debate them as if I was the other side, and no one would notice. But on these things, like, how do I know if I'm like really missing something, or if there's just not a good argument? Like, where should I say, okay, I've done like enough research about this, and like I'm confident I'm right, or like I'm really missing something?
Yeah, so there's a lot going on in this one because my ideas on it are complicated. So if you believe you're right and you believe the other person is wrong, I think you can still believe they're wrong, but understand why they believe in what they believe, right? Those two things are kind of independent from each other, right?
Sure.
Like I could be talking to someone and they could be like, the earth is flat, and I watched this YouTuber and they told me this. I watched this YouTuber and they told me that, and this study says this and whatever. I think they're wrong, like almost 100%. However, I can also understand why they believe in that. Like, oh, okay, well, if I sat down and watched these YouTubers all the time and I bought into it and then I read a bunch into it looking to confirm that idea, I could probably be at the place that they're at right now.
I get what you mean, yes.
And then beyond that, if I don't think that they're willing to change their mind on it at all, and normally I would get there by like asking prodding questions, like somebody else complimented me on earlier in the stream. If through the prodding questions I really don't think they're movable on it, generally I just try to exit out of the conversation unless there's something interesting to be gained from like exploring their perspective more. That's usually how I would handle that.
Okay. But like normally, and I don't know if this is a good idea, but when I'm discussing something, I'm not really like trying to change the person's mind or something. I'm trying to like see if I'm right. So and so like my goal is not like to, and it doesn't have anything to do about them. It's like, okay, if I'm right and I test their like logic and what they know, but like maybe I'm missing something, so I really try to go about it. But like, when should I stop? Like,
so I know that this is something Steven talks about that he does, but he and I are fundamentally different in this way. I don't usually pursue that. Like, I only pursue that when I smell that I might be wrong. And if I'm super duper convinced I'm right, like on something like flat versus round earth, I don't smell at all the faintest whiff of like me being wrong. So I don't pursue it. And I don't see a lot of value in doing so if the other person can't even put a crack in my wall of thinking that I'm right about something. And generally I'm pretty open about stuff, so I don't have too much of worry that like ego is getting in the way there or whatever. There could be problems on certain topics or ideas or whatever, but generally if there's not a crack and if I don't smell a whiff of like I might be wrong about it, I don't pursue the conversation in that way, because I feel like I would waste time that I could be spending on other stuff. Like, I don't want to give a flat earther 2 hours of my time to try and maybe see if maybe there's something I'm missing about round earth. So that's generally what I do, especially if there's not implications for your real life, if it's not like a practical thing. Like, even if I was wrong about the round earth, the practical implications on my life are so small that it's not really like a huge topic for me.
Okay. Flat earth is like something like most people agree on, but if it's something like that, there's a lot of contention, and even if you're the minority, like, for example, recently I've started to learn more about the law, and like I'm still having a lot of trouble understanding like living constitutionalists, and there's a lot of people who are like that, serious people who are smart and all, and so I keep failing to understand like how they get there. So like I think like I must miss something there, and so I have the feeling that like I have to like continue to read more and more until I'm convinced, or until I reach that point where I see the default in their argument and what they miss, so I understand like, okay, that's why I'm right.
And why?
Because I I'm very afraid to be wrong.
But even if you put 100% of your time all the time, you wake up, you go on these internet boards, you argue with people, it's still so likely that you're wrong about so many things. It just seems like a futile effort without like a lot of benefit to you relative to the time you'd spend on it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Though I don't have a lot of opinions until I've read a lot about it, which but yeah.
But you have implicit opinions, so you have like secret ones that pop up. Your brain picks for you, I think, usually, even if you make the conscious decision to push that down, like, right?
Yeah, of course. But I try to, when I see that they exist, I try to exactly that, push them down.
Okay. But yeah, I just think that always trying to pursue being right about everything is just, unless you're Steven and your like business and stuff relies on it because you're a debater and you need to be correct in all these situations and whatever, like the time investment, and the energy investment, it just doesn't make sense. Like there's so many better things that you could spend your time and energy on that would be more fruitful for your life. And it's an endeavor where there is no end to it. So it's kind of like, you'd have to dedicate quite a bit to really live by that, you know?
Yeah, I understand. Other than that, as I said, I really try to be good faith and all. And so I understand most like debates on both sides. And so I live with people who agree with me on most things, on policy issues. But they misrepresent the other side, and I always like defend the other side because I understand them both. And I don't know how like useful it is. Do you have an opinion on that?
I'd say it's usually not, because the utility there, like if anything, it causes more problems and probably more harm in your life than it's worth a lot of the time. And if it doesn't cause harm and problems, again, it just saps energy and time away from like more fruitful endeavors for you. Like I think being a slave to this idea of being right, or being a slave to this service towards the other side of things, even when you don't agree with them, it's like I just don't think it's like great for most people. Like if you're like me with doing reviews, like, okay, well, like this is my job and I make money doing it, and the whole brand is built around trying to be charitable to both sides. So racking my brain around it and really trying to figure it out is worthwhile because it's part of what I do for a job. But if I didn't have this job, I wouldn't exercise that outside of where it has utility for me personally. And even then, a lot of the time when I'm overly charitable, it actually does more harm for me than good. People hear it and they misconstrue my charitability or my like, considering the other side or not letting people belittle their arguments as like tacit agreement with them. So even in this context, it provides a lot of problems. So I genuinely think that if it really has no, I just think it's not worth pursuing a lot of the time, frankly.
Okay, but do you think like trying to defend the other side is something that would be like helpful to like reduce what am I thinking of? The polarization of the country in a political way?
Yes, but it doesn't need the amount of energy I think most people put into it. Like, I think being like a Zen Buddhist and providing them with thought-provoking questions that you've thought up that make them begin to maybe smell that crack we talked about earlier in their opinion is the optimal amount of effort to put into it, not the arguing for the other side and stuff like that, or social pressure for them to not be bigoted towards one side or the other through basic things like a verbal slap on the wrist for being super rude about conservative people if they're liberal people that live with you, or whatever else. And I think that is the extent of what most people probably ought to do. Unless the other person has really made clear to you that they're willing to hear it out and they're not sure on the topic and whatever else. Like, a lot of variables need to be set there for more effort to be put into it most of the time, I think.
Okay. And finally, you don't have to answer, but I don't know if it's your last conversation, but the last one I saw with you and Steven didn't go very well.
No.
So I was wondering, like, what's the future of your relationship?
I'm still willing to talk with him and stuff. I think I need to go back to engaging with him the way I engaged with him before, which is like be really prepared for anything that I bring up and whatever, and be prepared for a tooth and nail fight to the death on any particular topic, and really make sure that that's something I want to do before even taking 2 steps in that direction, and to let a lot more go. Beyond that, it had impacts beyond the relationship, like really considering my hyperbolic language and stuff like that. Not drinking when I'm talking about serious topics, or when I'm like talking seriously about other streamers. I think being a lot more careful with him in particular at like, when do I concede about something early, and is the fight going to be worth it? Because most of the time the answer is that it's not going to be worth it. So that's what I would say there.
Well, that's all.
Okay.
So,
Well, have a good rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All right. So that was Florent. They've been waiting a really, really long time. I don't think I saw any other at Booksmarts questions in the chat, and I do want to get through the end of our backlog of voice channels. If you have enjoyed this content, if it's something that you want more of, definitely support, because that's a lot of how I grade, how useful these streams are to me in a very nuts and bolts way. So if you like this, if you're an Euler, if you're Bad Hoss Simra, and you've got millions in grain money, and you want to support the stream, I appreciate my Oilers, that's for damn sure. Or if you're just a regular Joe and you're like, dude, I got $10 to give this guy, whatever, I appreciate it. You got an Amazon Prime account, you could link it to your Twitch account, give me a free Prime sub every single month. That's cool. That's Pog. Those numbers are important. Yeah, and if you want more of these Discord calls, that's what I would recommend, because if they're super duper financially successful for me, that certainly makes it easy to choose to do them in the future, given the number of hours or the attention that they require. What's up, Vels?
I just wanted to support the stream by interrupting. There is FN News who has a question in the YouTube chat. He wants to know your thoughts on Russian oil imports and American energy independence. Other than that, we have Roadsteading with a question, and then Bufo Forever after that.
Cool. Sounds good. I'll answer the oil question. Thank you, Vels.
Yep, no problem, buddy.
Yeah, so I think FN asked about drilling oil in the U.S. and should we drill oil for energy independence. I think that drilling oil is, and I will preface this whole take with like, it is a temporary thing, hopefully. Oil is used for so much other than gasoline that we will not be rid of oil for a long time. I'm sorry to break it to you. We won't. Oil, petroleum in particular, is used, like petroleum specifically, I should say, is used in so many products, in so many industries, that it's not likely anytime soon we will not have a need for oil. Right now, we have lots and lots of drilling permits that companies are not using because they can make more money right now in the short term by keeping supply low and charging more, or in the opinion of some people, just charging more. I think we should probably drill more because it seems like we're having a problem with oil. I would even be okay with forcing these companies maybe to drill more. I'm not like super hard on that stance, but it seems to me if they got all the permits and shit, they ought to be doing it. So that's what I think. Yeah, in the short term, it would seem to be helpful. So in the short term, maybe we ought to. In the long term, I'm not sure what the solution there would be. But we'll still need oil long into the future, I think. Okie dokie. Let me see about one of these people. I will pick Roadsteading because they are first in the queue, and then we'll move to Bufo. All right, so let's bring on Roadsteading. You are live.
Hey, it's Smarts.
Hey, what's up?
Long time listener, first time talker. Hopefully this volunteer content folks aren't keeping you from a meal.
Nope. It's all good.
That's excellent. Glad to hear it, my friend. So, I saw you doing the call-in, and I also live a mobile lifestyle without roots placed in any one geographic location. And sometimes I feel like I'm leaving a long-lasting breadcrumb trail of presence that can be called back on later as part of an expanded network of community. But I sometimes feel like if I put my roots down somewhere, I could create more meaningful connections with people that might actually benefit me more long term. And I find it tough to find other folks that maybe cope with this, because though there may be a seeker born every day, there aren't too many that survive past about 35 who continue traveling, and I've been at it for a long time. And I just kind of wanted to chat with you about it, and especially since you're doing the European thing. I'm curious if you feel like these hosts that you're dealing with and these people that you're meeting and then not seeing again for a long time are like building into a long-term network that you're like glad to have, or what have you.
Yeah, I would say they're definitely building into a network. It's impossible with these to know if they're long-term. And that's my thinking also with those long-term connections you would form by putting down roots. Like, there's no guarantee you keep them around forever. Like, I've known people who they had a really strong family structure, community structure, whatever, and they did one thing to upset everybody and it fell apart immediately. Like, they were charged with a crime and people were convinced that they did it or didn't do it or whatever, or they had an abortion and then lost their whole community, or they got in a fight with one person, that person spread a bunch of junk about them, and then they lost everybody. So I don't think the permanence, the illusion of permanence with those long-term relationships from setting down roots are necessarily there. I think it's a bit of an illusion. And with these, I think it's tough to know if they're long-term either. With a lot of these hosts, maybe I never ever talk to them again. But, one of them could one day get into a company or get into a business or something where like they need my help with communication, or they're in a situation where they could help me in some way, or I'm in a situation where I could help them in some way, or we meet each other at an airport somewhere a gazillion years from now. In any case, what I think I'm getting out of them is like memories, and I'm learning a lot from everybody and getting to see the world. And I think that kind of short-term benefit is what I'm looking at as mainly what I'm getting out of these relationships. And then there is a slight hope for something long term, although I don't put a lot of stake into that.
I used to make sure that when I traveled around, when I tried to meet people, I'd try to like find clubs and things that had members in many cities, so that like there was some kind of underlying reason to be interacting, right? Like there used to be there was this vampire LARP thing called the Camarilla. You ever hear of this thing?
No.
All right. So all across the world, there was this network of people that dressed up like vampires and met up once a month and pretended to be vampires. They called it LARPing, and it was this huge thing, right? I was never into it so much, but every chapter in the Camarilla reported what happened in the local chapters to the regionals, and the regionals wrote down and sent up to the nationals. And then whenever a convention happened and everyone met up and did the big ballroom dress vampire cosplay thing, and this is like the mid-90s, or they rent out like a big club and have everyone show up and do their big vampire dance night, then the things that happened there would affect what happened in other cities. So there was a reason to like drive from every capital city in the country and like shake hands, meet people, crash on their couches, like curry physical objects in the game across the country, and those contacts I kept up with much, much longer than like the old like punk network of DIY venues and stuff that were like a huge counterculture network until like Y2K or so. I don't see much like that anymore, right? Like I'd figure you're like streaming, right? I used to do pirate radio. I did international news 3 days a week to, people that we used to copy tapes and mail them to people. So it was a different kind of podcast, But I found that you've heard of the Church of the Subgenius, right?
Nope.
Whew. So there was this thing called the High Weirdness by Mail. It was a paper zine distributed in North American zine networks, and it was a catalog of every weird cult and club and across the country, and you could mail to every one of them and say, please send me your crazy bullshit, and your mailbox would overflow with crazy bullshit that you could never get sick of. And from that, you could plot yourself out, like if you were a traveling spoken word person or a punk band or something, or just some what people now sarcastically call like a deadhead, right? You could travel the country visiting every arcology and art co-op and collective and punk venue and whatever across the country, and through that network make contacts where you get to the point where when you go to a festival somewhere in upstate New York, you recognize 10% of the people in the parking lot, right? And that means like trust starts getting built, so your like long-term networks start growing. And I don't know, it's just there doesn't seem to be like anything like that in the counterculture anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure it's out there. I just think maybe, ironically, with the internet, it might be less accessible or like less like visible. But I don't know. It'd be tough to judge since I didn't grow up then.
One of the bigger, more prolific groups that seem to keep doing this these days, the Rainbow Tribe folks and the Juggalos.
Yeah, I know of the Juggalos for sure.
Yeah, they're still doing it, right? Like there's big like group gathers in every major city in the country. They have a national network that meets up once a year with a well-funded pro wrestling themed camp out or whatever. Like that seems like the Burning Man is a good example too, I think.
Yeah.
You do the burn. You hang out at any of the like DIY burner themed camp like collectives or anything.
Nah, never been.
Though one of the more like also for your traveling, I highly recommend pull up the map of all the maker spaces in the United States and the world actually, and visit them.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity of being going to quite a few and talking with people there. Those folks are definitely interesting.
Oh yeah, every makerspace is very unique, but there's like underlying networks that cross across them that like are very like accessible if you're willing to show up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I worry with these Twitch poll communities. Like I thought during COVID, a lot of people in these chats would like synchronize their leases, right, and start moving in with each other. Like since everybody was kind of locked up for the last couple of years. I know as a traveling person, I assume COVID's been terrible for your lifestyle too for the last couple, I assume.
I mean, it's been a bit of a roadblock, but not too bad, honestly.
Yeah, on my side at least, it's taken a lot of the fun out of things. Like, they're just people aren't as eager to spend lots of time around strangers and like throwing themselves into like new experiences so much.
Yeah, I don't know. I think in general, it seems we've been trending more towards experiences as something that young people want, and so I think coming out of the pandemic, we'll probably be moving back in that direction. Honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as people, it seems pretty obvious that people aren't going to wallow forever in the alienation of isolation forever. Like people are gonna swing back in a big way.
Yeah.
So you're settling down. You're no longer going to do the motion thing. You know, one of my favorite things about traveling when I settle down for a while is like, I don't know about you, but I've created a string of rented garages, storage units, lockers, desks, and shared work labs and stuff all over the place. So everywhere I go, I have, you know, the keys to a shipping container or something like nearby. And I found that to be very beneficial. Anyway,
I haven't had the money to have it in like a gazillion places. That would be cool, but I definitely keep like some kind of home base with an office and stuff. Or if I'm going to be somewhere for a few months, then I will try to like work out where I will work and stuff like that, though.
Oh yeah. Never really pay for it. Generally find like you help fund a Food Not Bombs collective in Florida, and you help open up a commercial like facility in like upstate New York or whatever, and you renovate an old paper mill somewhere, and they just give you the keys. That's the kind of thing that comes from the hobby of public space conversion, I guess. But so back when I was doing it, we did the radio show by calling into a phone number. We'd have a group chat room and would be able to record the call that way, because like there was no Wi-Fi at the time, right? So like VoIP was not a thing. I see you struggling with connectivity. My heart comes out to you, because like that's not even really viable anymore now that all the phone lines are digital. They compress your voice so that it sounds like absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I just want to talk about the mobile lifestyle, somebody that maybe does it.
Yep, that's definitely me for sure. Although both of us approach it seems like in different ways, though. So sorry if I wasn't huge on the conversation. I don't have a lot to contribute because I think we travel like very, very differently. It seems like.
Oh yeah, like I'm starting to get into streaming myself, and I'm terrified of the chats I see, and like just the whole thing just scares the shit out of me. I'm afraid maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough to get into, and I think especially, at least on Twitch and YouTube, you get a lot of shitters and whatever, but, if you keep up strong moderation and you connect with people who have existing communities that are chill, then you could maybe build up your own community of like-minded people.
I don't know. I look at someone like huge names in this space, like your Hassan's, right? And Hassan has like the viewership of a mediocre Fox affiliate in Phoenix, right? Like, if you're willing to look at it like from a media perspective, like moving back into the AM/FM towers or something may actually give like just any dipshit as big an audience, and then you don't have this built-in like abuse engine that is like the shared community that populates all these people's chats.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't have that, although it wouldn't mean that you avoid it completely, because with the internet and stuff, I'd imagine there's some kind of internet leg of the business where people could sound off on nonsense.
Oh yeah. Like if you got any footprint at all somewhere, you'd end up with a Reddit. You just can't stop them.
Yeah.
But like they used to say, only secret things are safe.
Yeah.
All right, Book. It was cool to chat with you. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, you too. Stay safe, bud.
All right.
Bloop. There you go. That was Rode Stedding with the beautiful radio voice. Beautiful radio voice. Does not surprise me at all that Rode Stedding worked in radio. I hope it would surprise you either. Hassan doesn't have the same overhead as a Fox. I mean, like, I don't think it's it's not something I'm gonna argue about or anything. I don't know. I don't see it as like a super important thing, but you guys hyper focus on particular things that you have counter arguments and a gazillion things about. I don't. My brain doesn't really work that way. I don't think like, yeah, well, Hassan doesn't have all the money that a Fox person has, so therefore it's more like, okay, we're losing sight of like the broader picture of the conversation and stuff. I don't think it's a huge deal. And I don't think that I don't think Rode at any point said that like Hassan has the same funding and backing as Fox or something like that. I think you got to focus on what he's saying, which is that the audience sizes are comparable and whatever. But anywho, what will probably be our last call of the night. Yes, I know. Our last call as weary Booksmarts trudges along and gets through the very, very last one. We have Bufo Forever. Long-time watcher, long-time contributor to the Discord, happy to have them on and interested to hear what they have to ask. Bufo, you are live.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm just wondering why you're like so wrong about everything you're saying. Like, I don't understand it. Like, you seem to be such a good streamer.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, but yeah, I'm doing good. Like, it was the last day of school for our school district on day. So now I'm just kind of like looking for stuff to do in the summer.
Okay.
The 2 months. But like, I actually like kind of like wanted to talk. So like, you're still in like Europe, right? You're still like traveling around.
Yeah, I'm in Norway right now.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So I was curious, how do you like approach like meeting new people in like a social situation? Like now that we're like kind of like in a period where we're primarily relying on like the internet for like stuff like that.
I don't know if this is the answer you're looking for. I just try to figure out what people are interested in as quickly as possible. Like, what do they light up about when they talk about? And then I try to focus on that for a while because I think it leaves a good impression on the person.
No, actually, I've noticed that too. Like, so this isn't like advice, but I just kind of like, because like when I go out sometimes, I try not to. I find like what people like to do, people like to talk about themselves a lot. And what I do in those situations, I just kind of like listen and ask questions. And it seems like people are like really responsive to that sort of thing.
Yeah, people like talking, especially about the stuff that they like to talk about.
Yeah. I noticed I've noticed like yesterday we were like, me and a friend of mine were kind of like watching people and like giving like grades on dates and stuff. And I've noticed like the worst dates that were going on in the place we were in were like basically just entirely one-sided conversations with no questions being asked. And the other ones were just like people genuinely interested in what the other person has to say, which I don't think I feel like in like the online spaces, it's a lot harder to get like that sort of interaction. I feel like a lot of people are just kind of like talking at each other rather than like trying to like talk to each other. You know what I mean?
Yes and no. I think that online spaces built around real life connection or like real connection tend to be a lot better than online spaces built around like figureheads and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, because before I had started streaming, all of my Discords were like with people that I knew or people who like I played video games with. And all of those, we did have like genuine conversations and listening and stuff. It wasn't until I moved into like the ones around these creators that it was like not that way.
Yeah, and like you have but like the important thing is like you have that like base relationship already set, right? So you're not like forming relationships like through the online space necessarily. It's more so like you have this kind of personal relationship set up, and you're using the internet to kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
Facilitate?
Enrich it.
Oh, enrich it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know personally a lot of the people that I met through like a friend inviting me to a server where I only know them, or like joining somebody's Discord server because we're playing like Overwatch together or something like that. So in those, I lack that. But that's also why like in this community, I really try to push clubs and like interacting with the other users in that way. So you have something shared, and then it's something that's shared that's not like uber contentious. It's not you have a shared love of debate, because I think that leads to a very different kind of relationship.
Yeah, it leads to a sort of like conversational dynamic, which I don't think is like the healthiest.
Yeah.
Because I'll give like my own kind of like anecdote. So before I started like working and like getting like into my career, I liked going to the Discord spaces to hang out, and I just found that every time I went into one of those spaces, it just wasn't fulfilling at all. Just because as you pointed out, the base personal relationship isn't necessarily there.
Yeah.
And it's more so people are trying to kind of like, I don't like saying it, people kind of like are trying to like prove something. It's probably not the right way to put it, but yeah, it's not good for that. And I think like as like a young adult, like maybe like in our mid-20s, because you're turning 24 soon, right? And I'm 25.
Yeah, I'll be turning 25 on the 16th.
Oh, nice. I'm turning 26 pretty soon also. And I think that people in our age group are at a kind of like a weird crossing point in terms of the types of relationships and how we form relationships. I think this is true with like everybody, because like we've lost kind of that in-person social space that we have readily access to, like kind of like during school. And you could say like, oh, but we have our coworkers and stuff, but that's not really, but it's forming like close relationships with your coworkers is not exactly the same, because like you have to like maintain professional relationships. So I feel like
let's have a smell, all right.
You're kind of like limited sometimes, and the places, and the social places which we're kind of expected to like clubs and stuff. Also, right, kind of analysis. Like they already have like core groups of people, and it's sometimes hard. I feel like it's sometimes hard to like get yourself into those groups which already have those pre-established social groups. It feels like sometimes it feels like you can be like an outsider going in, and like invading a space.
2 seconds. I just need to address this crazy raid I got. Hello, Biscuit Army. I have no idea about Biscuit. What? No, not a wrong time. So we're doing Discord call-ins basically. So hi, I'm Booksmarts. I do like communications advice and kind of like, I guess in a weird way, like life advice. So I often talk about like, hey, these are the reasons why this conversation that two people had is going wrong. Here's some advice for like when you get home to have like a more harmonious relationship with the people around you, or to convince people of an idea that you hold, or how to handle certain social situations. This is the kind of stuff that we talk about. I'm a weirdo. Basically every 2 weeks or something, I change countries. I often will hang out with viewers when I have the opportunity. Like presently I'm in Moss, Norway. I had a viewer who reached out to me and they were like, hey, you want to stay in Norway? I got a house and I got space, and I'll be taking a trip during these 2 weeks, and you could have the house to yourself. And well, I obliged. And so here I am in Norway. Next week, or the next couple of weeks from now, I will be in Manchester, United Kingdom. Before that, I was in Sweden for about 2 weeks. And then before that, I was in Denmark for maybe 2 or 3 weeks. So I move around all over the place. Before that was Mexico. Before that was California. So I travel a lot, and that's another interesting thing people like about me. I'm just going to finish up this talk with Bufo, who is a member of our Discord. Right now we're doing Discord call-ins. So basically, if you use !Discord, you could join the community. Even if you don't know who the fuck I am, and you don't care, frankly, if you're interested in cooking, D&D, anime, movies, music, any of the things that normal people like, or at least one normal person will like, we have clubs in the Discord, and you don't have to know anything about me to join. So if any of that sounds cool, the cooking club every 2 weeks basically has like a theme or a mystery ingredient or some kind of assignment, and everybody cooks dishes and posts pictures and shares about the process, or just talks generally about cooking. You cook something beautiful, you share pictures of it and talk with people about it, get advice. Same with things like the movie club or the music club. They have their own little set activities, but for the most part, they just talk about the topic of the club, and D&D as well, or anime. And I think movie club this week will be talking about Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is a wonderful movie. I would highly advise that you check it out in theaters if that's possible. And, you know, if you're able to buy the DVD, I would say buy the DVD. It's an amazing movie. You will like it. It will be worth the money. I guarantee it. But yeah, so we have a Discord community. I know you guys don't know who I am. I know that's a weird sell, but like, it's worth a click to just check it out. You could leave if you don't like it, you know? So I would definitely, I'll go ahead and do the command in the chat in case somebody hasn't already. Just, if you go to the README page and you just react to all the different clubs. You can have access to all their chats in the left-hand side. They're all grouped under the club's, channel category thing, and you can see if any of them strike your interest. The cool communities, they got nothing to do with me. So, for you people that know nothing about me, that's cool. If any of what I just told you sounds interesting, you could use help not arguing with your friends and family, or winning arguments with your friends and family, or having better conversations, or you just want to hear about cool countries all over the world and the cultures and customs and traditions of those people, or you just want to watch people debate and watch somebody critique them. Any range of those things, I do all of that. And today we're doing Discord call-ins, so people are calling in with problems, questions, concerns, confusions, and I'm just addressing them. We covered everything from, trans people at the radical end of things that could be very upsetting to people, all the way to basics about just traveling around, being a nomadic person and laying down roots. When do you pick that? What are the relationships like when you move countries every month or two? So that's the kind of stuff that we cover. And if that interests you at all, feel free to join the community, and we'd be happy to have you. And without further ado, I will go back to Bufo here and have Bufo remind me what it was that we were talking about, because I am completely lost.
How dare you call me confused?
So, what did
Oh no, we were talking about kind of social spaces as young adults, and I was kind of talking, and I was talking about how sometimes it feels like you're invading already pre-existing spaces when you're trying to join new groups for friends and stuff.
Yeah, it definitely can, but everybody starts like that, and so I try not to pay too much attention to that weird feeling. And when I first join a group, I try to listen a lot more than I speak and catch the vibe of things and pay close attention again to what people are interested in, what they talk about, what the jokes are, and through those jokes and those topics of conversation, I try to get a foot in the door and make some relationships. And then in a week or two, you'll forget that you were even the new guy. It'll kind of be like in Rick and Morty with Mr. Poopy Butthole. I try to be a Mr. Poopy Butthole. He's this character who, for people that don't know about Rick and Morty, it's this alien that tricks people into believing that he's been there the entire time. And basically, the moment he gets into a group, people kind of forget when they even met him or what they've done with him. And he's just kind of there, and it's taken for granted that he's always been there. I think that happens really, really quick in a group. And as long as you're not causing problems or, negative attention to yourself, I think you get by as long as you're following the vibe of everybody. That's my view.
Yeah, and I think the strategy guide is kind of you just kind of take those first few minutes, just kind of listen to people, as we were talking about earlier. Just ask questions, see what makes people tick, things like that. Yeah. So sometimes when I'm in a new group, I'll just look at who's talking to each other. What are they talking about? Maybe not say a whole lot, but give a little bit of input every now and again, and then that's how I kind of end up picking up on what kinds of dynamics are in that group, and that makes things a little bit easier for me at least.
Yeah, me too. I think it's sound general advice. Just try to pick up on the vibes, or when meeting a new person, figure out what makes them tick, what's the kind of stuff that they like, and be a better listener at first, because the talking will come with time.
Yeah, and also, I feel you also have to be cognizant of maybe when you're not doing super hot. So for example, I was on a date a week ago, because I'm not a loser, and this guy came up to us and basically crashed our date with a 45-minute conversation in public, and it was just man, this is not the place and time. So I feel things like that, you just have to be cognizant of the context of which you're going in, I guess. I think that's also coming to dating and stuff, I think it's also kind of hard to approach people sometimes, just because, not necessarily for me, it's not really a fear of rejection. It's a fear of intruding on somebody's comfort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's fear of rejection is level 1, but level 2 is okay, am I going to bother with this person by approaching them? And as a result, are you kind of end up like getting kind of like stuck in a limbo sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, and I feel like there's like not really like a good like way to solve that problem. I think it's just it's like something you have to like navigate with like between two people. So
yeah, and sometimes you just don't click too, and it's worth being on the lookout for that, because that's fine. You know, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, like I was having a conversation with this guy last night, and well, nothing, and he was telling me that like, yeah, like I'm trying to like date this girl, but she doesn't know she's interested in me yet. It's like, okay, well that means she's not interested. No, but it's like, no, bro, she just doesn't know it yet. So I'm just gonna keep trying. It's like, why? Why are you wasting your time? Because she's the love of my life. But she just told me she's not interested in you, but she doesn't know it. And it went in circles like that forever.
Jesus.
So,
yeah.
So, like, yeah. So like it's stuff like that that I'm like consciously trying to avoid.
Yeah. And I guess that's worthwhile as well to keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. And when people are unshakable like that too, you just gotta let them be themselves. I mean, or you ask them probing questions. Like, I don't know if you heard from the viewer where I was talking about, like, I don't pursue a conversation trying to change somebody's mind unless, like, I smell that I might be wrong about the issue. And if I don't pick up that odor at all, then I don't really engage with it too much. I guess the best you could do is try to get that odor across to them through questions, because arguing with them kind of just makes them ignore stuff more, I feel like. Whereas questions that seem like you're interested in the thing, but that make them consider things they hadn't, that seems to be the best way.
Yeah, like, well, let me think about that for a second. Yeah, like asking like, okay, maybe like, what type of relationship are you having with this person? Like, what makes you think that like you have a chance here? Is more effective than just saying like, you're a fucking crazy person. Why are you like this?
Yeah.
As tends to get.
Or like, I'm far more insidious, so I'll be like, oh, that's awesome. How long have you known each other? Oh, okay, like 2 weeks. All right. You know, loves are an incredible thing. When was your last like true love? When was the last time you felt like she was the one? You know what I mean? Like, and I'll ask.
But you have like a goal, like going in, like with those like with like insidious line of questioning.
Yeah, but I'm a shitter, so maybe that's not great advice. So that's what I do.
Yeah, like basically, I'm very much like a let people be type of person, but I don't know. Sometimes people say things which makes me like question reality sometimes.
Yeah.
I ran into like that guy who crashed my date. I think he was telling us that like it was like the classic. I heard this somewhere like online. I just don't remember where I heard it, but he was telling us that like people are wrong. People who are like wrong about something, like if they give a wrong answer to a question, are actually lying because they are lying about having false knowledge that they didn't have.
Jesus. Okay.
And that kind of like set me spinning. So.
Yeah, like some people are in a different fucking orbit from you, and it's just like, whoa, that's a hell of a thought, bro.
Yeah, and I think like at that point, it's like, you know what? That's pretty cool. Like when I say like, that's pretty cool. It's interesting that you think that way, but I'm going to exit this conversation. Like not in that exact sense, but.
Yeah. Or if you want to fuck with them and you want to take my technique, like, yeah, I hate that shit, but you know, it happens to the best of us. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like you could probably think of a time where that's been the case for you, right? And if they're like, no, just be like, oh, damn, well, I didn't realize I was in the presence of God, the all-knowing, but you know, I am but a mere mortal.
Well, you know, I actually received a revelation from Jesus in a dream the other day.
Oh,
so I know I'm right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like, you know, not reflecting on it, like, I think like actually like going out and like just talking, honestly, like what I like to do, I'll like go to places like by myself, like to bars, and just like talk to the person like next to me. And I feel like that's like really helpful in seeing like how like normal people are kind of operating as much as it's like uncomfortable, as much as it is like an uncomfortable kind of experience sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Because I found that like most, like I said earlier, like most people just want to talk. It doesn't really matter who it is to. Just everyone wants to talk to somebody, unless they're like grocery shopping or something, which I don't understand because I love grocery shopping.
Yeah, probably depends on the person. Like, I don't think everybody, because especially in these Nordic countries, it seems like a lot of people don't want to talk.
It might be a cultural thing too, because I live in like a very like Hispanic area,
mm-hmm.
And like it's much more like everybody is like much more like community driven, I think.
Yeah, probably.
And are very interested in like what everyone has to say, and we call like. Have you heard the word like chismoso or like chisme?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone wants to chisme all the time.
Yeah, definitely a cultural thing because like being here has made me appreciate that more about where I'm from. Mm-hmm. Like, boy, it is nice to be able to talk to the person next to you and there's like an 80% chance the conversation will keep going. Whereas here they'll like dead ass ignore you or pretend they didn't hear it. It's like, eek, okay.
Yeah, and I feel and like I want to go to like Norway or something, but I feel like something like that would make me incredibly upset. Like if I'm like talking to somebody, it's like they're just like, look at me and turn away, and I'll get really mad. That would just be a me thing.
Yeah, so. Yeah, and there are people who will entertain it, but you can tell that they're uncomfortable, and that's far more people. But still, it's you definitely get the vibe that what you're doing is weird because it's not normal that people talk to random people. The American accent, I think, helps a little bit, but still, I think a lot of people are weirded out by it.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, pretty much. And I think that's the cool thing about living in America. I think like as much as like people like make fun of Americans sometimes, Americans are like probably one of the more like friendly groups of people like in the world in terms of like socially interacting with people. I think it's just because like we're all like metropolitan. We have contact with so many different types of people too.
Yeah, and a culture that's just much more down for it. Like even in rural places, from my experience.
Yeah. Honestly, that's kind of like a huge kind of pet peeve of mine. I really don't like when people talk down about rural America. I feel like people have like a lot of assumptions as to how those places work when they haven't really like engaged with like those people. So because like I live in Texas and I would like drive, and so like I'm like a super brown Hispanic person, right? And I would like drive through rural Texas a lot. And I feel like a lot of people are like, yeah, if you drive through like a rural area and you're like a minority, you're in danger, which is just like not true in my experience. If you're just like a friendly person, people aren't going to like really be super hostile to you unless you're like really invading a person's space, like you're on their land or something. And like I maybe it's also like different in Texas because for Hispanic people, there's a lot more like Hispanic people in Texas than people give it credit for. So I think like Hispanic people are like a lot more like ingrained in this culture. Like honestly, like the weirdest situations I've had as a Hispanic person in terms of race have been when I go to like northern states in like liberal spaces, which is kind of strange to me. Because like I've had like white people like in those like northern areas like talk to me in Spanish. It's like, no, I'm like a full English speaker. Like
and there's a weird kind of wokeism that's almost more uncomfortable than in other places.
Yeah, I remember I was like dating this girl, and she invited me to a Hispanic student group when I was visiting her, and I was like, "What? Why?" And she's like, "Well, because you're Hispanic." It's like, but I'm surrounded by Hispanic people like all the time. And I can understand the need for those groups, like if you're like the only Hispanic person, or like I guess like growing up in an area which is like 80% is like it's not like as I don't feel as if it's like a major part of my identity, you know? It's just kind of something that I was born with and other people around me are kind of used to.
Right.
Which I understand is like not the experience of like every Hispanic person.
No,
like
of
in
course
the
not.
US. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think like that's basically all I have to say about that. I'll go ahead and let you go. It was a good talk. I enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it too.
Yeah, for sure. If you ever catch another one and you have questions, feel free to jump on. I'd be happy to talk again.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna leave you with a joke.
Oh, okay.
Why couldn't the French clown pick an ice cream flavor?
I can't think of any clever answer. Why not? Why?
Because he couldn't make up his mime.
Okay, I would have never guessed it. That's a good one.
All right. Bye.
Bye, Bufo. All right. That was Bufo Forever. Again, another member of our Discord. You know, if you jumped in randomly from that raid or you've clicked into the stream at some point during its duration, sorry if you ever didn't understand what was going on. Basically, we're doing Discord call-ins. I've been trying to get out of my shell more. As the communications guy, I think I need to talk with more people. Like, I think we had, like, a admittedly long, but I feel like somewhat productive or positive at the very least conversation with somebody about trans stuff, and they had expressed to me that they never really get that far in conversations with people because people will either jump down their throat or be mean to them because they're an immigrant or any of these other issues, and it's just sad to me, you know. So I'm trying to be a place that is more for open communication and is being more like you know, welcoming to people and maybe promoting more connections between people. So even if you're not interested in me, highly recommend it. Join the Discord. And if you're a longtime listener, never a talker, join the Discord, meet some people. It's really fun. You know, you could cook something once a week. You could watch a movie once a week. You could you stop by an anime club, never watched anime, never liked anime. Maybe you'll find a reason to like it when you're with a bunch of people who do like it, or you could see what they are interested in, you know, even if it's a vague curiosity, maybe that would be worth checking out. And if you're a VO Megalo D Giga Chad listening to this at some point in the future, I do appreciate you. I do love you. And when you donate, I appreciate your support. I also love the comments. Keep them coming. We will have a pretty big comment section, I think, in the next stream because I've been behind on it. So I'll go to some of the old VODs and pick out some of my favorite ones and respond to them. I do love my VOD watchers. Yeah, and if you're a VOD watcher, join the Discord. What are you doing? You have a Discord. I know you do. So go ahead and click that link in the channel description or in the description of this video and enjoy the community. Take a few messages in there. See what's up. You know, it's a very positive place. Not like a lot of the debate spaces on the internet, okay? I know we hang out among these people and among these circles, but our community is nothing really like that. I mean, if you want to debate, there are people who definitely do debate, but they are the minority rather than the majority, and you'll find a bunch of really kind-hearted, wholesome people, and if that sounds like it's your vibe and you haven't found a place like that on the internet, this might be the place for you, honestly, and you don't have to like me to be here. We're getting more and more people lately who have no idea who I am or don't watch my stream or don't watch it any more than they used to, and they've stuck around because there's a lot of cool people in there. There's a lot of cool people to make friends with and hang out with, cool clubs to be a part of. As a matter of fact, one of them, I went longer than I thought I was going to on stream today. So one of the clubs is going on right now, and actually if you use !calendar in the Twitch chat if you're a VOD person, or in either chat if you're live right now, you can view the events calendar, which I will open here and make sure that you can see my screen. You definitely can. All right, awesome. So we have a community events calendar here, and you can see that today, it was movie club. Oh no, I missed the movie club discussion about everything everywhere all at once. These are all in Pacific Standard Time. Man, I missed the movie club. That's fucking lame. Man. Damn. As you can tell, even I like the movie clubs and stuff. I don't think you can see it, but it was today, Saturday at 2 p.m. Pacific. Damn. tomorrow at 11 a.m. we have Anime Club. On Monday and Tuesday we have voting for Movie Club. Usually they pick a theme and let you vote in a theme. Sometimes they have a free pick, which they had this week. And I fucking missed the thing that I even voted for. That sucks. And then they vote on Wednesday. Then we have Cooking Club every 2 weeks, usually on a Sunday at around 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And yeah, that's about it. So feel free to join the community. Feel free to hang out. Feel free to meet some new people. And yeah, that's what I would say. Movie Club sounds cool. They won't like my movies though. Well, you never know. You can always put it in there. I think recently they got a meme movie passed. I think it was called Dinosaur, Disney's Dinosaur, a very niche old film that is not very good in my opinion. So you might get it passed. If you make it a meme, it has a good chance of passing. You should join Cooking Club so you can learn how to do more than boil potatoes. I can cook pasta as well. I can toast bread on a pan, Valos. You little munchkin. I keep my Discord separate from poll-like Discords. Well, you would be happy to know ours is not a poll-like Discord. So, you know, if that's something that you want to be a part of, or you don't want to be a part of political Discords, it is definitely not a political Discord. I can tell you that much. Like, if I just open it in front of me here, and again, we switch screens to check it out a little bit. Like if we jump through here, if you go into drama, maybe there will be some political stuff that you could read in here, but a lot of it's random nonsense. I mean, if you go to something like, I don't know, let's go to art. You have a bunch of art. Oh, Wolfgang is actually an artist, and they draw all sorts of stuff. They actually stream their art process while they're in Discord calls and stuff. So if you ever see Wolfgang streaming something in one of the Discord channels, usually they're working on personal art and stuff. So there's a lot of that in here. Ooh, Sims art made it in here. Or if we go to something like pets, of course, we have a bunch of pets and stuff in here, and you can check out pets. And, you know, like, there's all these different channels where people every day are posting stuff. It shocks me. Like, look, food. It's just a bunch of people posting food that they made. And some of it looks real fucking yummy. You know, some people are as good at photography as they are at cooking. If you go to anime and manga, it's going to be a bunch of anime and manga stuff. Like, you know, we have a lot more than just politics. And I would say that our politics portion of the community is not necessarily like some huge part of it. Then of course you have the clubs. You have book club, anime club, cooking club, D&D. Like if we go to cooking club here, they have some information on how to cook different stuff, some voting. This person made bacon sausage tacos, breakfast tacos, you know, like, and all of this is pretty active. We also have a Minecraft server. It actually has a bot that tells when people join and type and stuff like that. So we have that. There's just lots and lots and lots of stuff that you could check out in the Discord. So if that interests you at all and politics doesn't, like, I would still recommend that you check it out. You know what I mean? We also have a teching group going now. Wow. Okay, cool. Nobody updated me on that. Get them to put their things in the calendar. Anywho, I will stop taking up your guys' time. I will cut this VOD here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for supporting. If you supported, even if you're a VOD watcher, you can always support by clicking the donate link underneath this video. I do appreciate it. We actually had a huge person donate $1,000. $1,000 in an off-stream donation because they watched the VODs. They really enjoyed it. They wanted to support the content and give back, and they had the money. So I appreciate that kind of stuff. We often will get donations off stream, and those people are super cool. Sometimes they say don't mention it, other times they say do mention it. A lot of the time they say don't mention it, but you know, like if you're listening right now and you have like $10, $20, whatever it is that you want to put towards the content, just know, you know, you're not exempt from it or whatever, or you're not like barred from it because you don't watch live or something. I still do appreciate it. I see it. You know, it means a difference to me. So everybody that helps contribute to the channel, you're all awesome. Dwarpy, yes, that is you. Dwarpy, the big time dono outside of streaming hours. And yes, you did get right in at the end, but that means, Dwarpy, that you can enjoy the VOD on YouTube at 2x or whatever your preferred speed multiplier is at your leisure. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will talk to you all later. Have a good rest of your day. I think tomorrow, if I can check my schedule real quick. I think tomorrow we have another interview. Or today, I guess, my time. So in CEST, which you could do the conversions yourself, non-European people, at CEST, we have at 8 p.m. Anime Club, and at 9 p.m. we have a talk with Rhizome from Twitch, twitch.tv/Rhizome, spelled RHYZOHM. Look forward to that. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Peace out. Ooh, 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 ooh.